I know.
Watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, so hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as you can see here, I'm Rebecca, and I am super happy that you all are here. I see so many chats and people already here watching, so thank you, and I'm happy you are here. And let's go ahead and invite you-know-who onto the stage here with me, our good friend, one and only Sam Hofman. Hey Sam, how are you?
Yeah, it's just you-know-who.
One and only, yeah.
Hi, everybody out there in YouTube and TikTok and the internet world out there. How are you today? And I know that Jesus is hanging out, ready to come in.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get Jesus in here. Speaking of, hey there, Jesus Marquez. How are you doing?
I'm good. How y'all doing, guys?
Good.
I'm doing well. I've had a very busy day.
Yeah, I kind of figured. I was waiting to the last minute. I was like, I'm guessing he's running a little late. But
we were stumbling over pre-show things and stubbing our toes, and it is Mercury in retrograde, so we're supposed to be knocking the glass over by accident and spilling the milk, and all that stuff is happening.
Yeah, I caught the last couple of minutes. I kind of figured.
Well.
Hola, Michelle. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get. I see some other people in the waiting room, we'll call it. So let's go ahead and get our next co-host on here. It's Christoper Kuchuris. Hi, Chris. How are you?
How you doing?
It's good to see you. It's been a whole week now. How are you?
All right. I don't know what happened on Saturday, but it's just like I don't know if I don't know what happened. It's been really weird past few days, so we'll talk about it.
You lost your voice. It sounds like.
I can't talk. I'm like, hopefully it'll pass in like an hour or so.
You know what I'm going to say.
Worse, yeah.
But I have no reason to have no voice, so we'll see what happens.
Right.
Did you go out last night and watch a band, and then have to yell over people to talk to each other in in a nightclub somewhere?
No.
Tell us the truth.
No nightclubs for me.
All right.
Were you yelling at somebody?
No.
No, just breathe in that Las Vegas air again. There you go. Told you not to breathe, Christoper. Come on.
Yeah, maybe it's water, huh?
Right. Well, it's good to see you.
I'm done teasing you.
But we do have a guest tonight with us, y'all. I think you will be happy to see who she is. It's somebody that's been with us before, and she was in the line of totality yesterday. So she wants to talk about her experience with this big eclipse, because I have so much to share on that today, as you can imagine. So not that you all haven't seen enough already, right? So, But anyway, it's our good friend, Michelle Cox. So here she is, y'all. Here's Michelle. Hey, girl, how are you?
Hi, everybody. I'm doing
Hi.
good.
Sorry I didn't get your link out to you earlier. We had a small delay, but I knew you could handle it, So
No
it's
worries.
good to have you back.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah. I'm anxious to hear, your tales of the great eclipse. I had my version of the story to share too, so we'll talk about it in a minute.
Yeah, we're still here. We're still all here. No major earthquake, and so I did a deep dive for 3 weeks into religion. For it was educational, but I was apparently overly concerned. I haven't even checked the number of overall cluster quakes, and you wouldn't believe where those quakes were happening. We're very close to. If I told you, I'm not going to tell you, but they were in a rather interesting location in New Jersey, and we'll leave it at that. And people should research what in that area, what's around there, for your own information. But anyway,
I heard where the epicenter was, I was quite intrigued by the name of the epicenter city. Yeah, that whole area there was an immediate area, and so anyway, it was rather interesting. That what everybody says about New Jersey, and forgive me, our Katie Joe for what I just said about New Jersey. Anyway, so. Yeah, I'm amazed that we're still here. We haven't had any major. Now there was a 6.2, I think it was a 6.6 this morning in the southern Philippines, and then some aftershocks nearby as well. Other than that, it has been pretty calm, and I expected actually a whole lot more volcanic or geological occurrences. There is some very strange behavior in the volcanoes around the Earth, including that and I only after I got done with the show the other night did I. Whoops! I got a phone standing here ringing at me. Only the other night did I notice about the smoke rings that the volcano put out, and that actually did go worldwide media. There is a volcano in I'm trying to think of the name. It's a double, and I haven't learned it well enough, obviously. But it's a very old, deep lava field, very much like Yellowstone, and it is not Etna. It's the nearby Copley. I can't even think of the.
Flagray or something like that.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Christopher. Lately I can't pull names out of my hat for any reason. Kefli, whatever. Anyway, if I can't pronounce it, how am I supposed to remember it? But that one is active. It's really acting up, and they're quite concerned about the new activity ratio and the mounding, the edge rising in the center of the caldera is actually gone way up in anything that they've registered since the 1950s, even. So there's some really serious activity there, and frankly, if you live there, I would move. And then there, of course, there's the big one going off in
like the East Coast, like certain states, or
as much as Italy is an awesome place, I would not live next to Mount Etna or Kofi or right there on the edge, and of course, the Greek islands right now have been very active as well. So there's some stuff going on in the Mediterranean. But then there's stuff going on around all around the world, including the Tonga again. So, now's not a good time. There's the guy who lives right next to a semi-extinct volcano, Lolo Peak, which is right next to my house here. I mean, I live on the edge of it. So says the guy that lives next to a volcano.
Weird smoke rings last week. Yeah. Remember these smoke rings? Okay.
Yeah, and that shows a transition. Now, this could also actually have to do with the magnetic fluxing of the eclipse itself, because there is an electromagnetic difference to Earth when that occurs. So it's entirely possible. But when you have gases rising up out of a volcano or a transition in gases, that signifies a pressurization and a heat exchange increase, because then the gases boil out of the material rock, and once all of that gets hotter and all of that, and that's what pressurizes and expands the ground where a crack forms, and then it breaks out, and it's sort of like shaking a can of pop and then opening the cap.
And that's kind of what a volcano does. It gets so much pressure built up that it ends up blowing up. And in a lot of cases, like an example with Mount St. Helens, it was so pressurized for so long, and the mounting took so many months, and the heat and the transfer of water pressure from underground water sources and all of the crystallization and the rock and the gases and everything forming up literally completely changed the whole structure of the rock, which is why Mount St. Helens did this side burst. And side burst volcanic explosions were never really known about or very well studied back then until Mount St. Helens was a very great example of that. And the one I'm sitting next to did the same thing. Anyway, I had to take a sip off that pop there.
What? Oh, what's that last part, Sam?
Well,
what was that
I
last
just
part?
I had to take a sip off the pop there, so I had to break in between.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I get it. Okay. I thought you said something like a volcano was by you. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Right next to me is Lolo Peak. I live at the base of Lolo Peak, and it is a volcano that did side blow. And we do have, Lolo hot springs, and anytime you have hot springs, you have, subdermal volcanic activity mixing with groundwater. And there's lots of that in our area. And I'm sitting on the base of the local volcano.
I see. Okay.
Although it has not erupted in 15, 30,000 years or something like that. But we do have a cone, and it is mounting and has changed over the years. And I tried to talk to the University of Montana about that, and they never returned my calls. So,
right.
Oh, some nut thinks he knows what he's talking about. Forget him,
Right.
And I was, of course, using Google Space at the time and weather satellite pictures to see that over the years, the mounting core of just what's up on top of me here has changed in the last 10, 15 years.
Wow.
You can see the changes.
I bet.
So, but I'm sure they got people up there watching it, but we don't, and I feel constant seismic activity going up here, but then you never know. I mean, it could be Idaho, which has still been going on. And that Idaho quake we had a few years ago, which was a 6 point something. And I think it's Stanley, Idaho. And that is still going on. And there are still aftershocks been going on for like 3 years now.
Wow.
So, and I've expected that whole area to actually erupt because at one point in time in the 70s, you go to the Craters of the Moon State Park in Idaho. And that actually, when I was a young teenager, we actually drove down there to watch the lava flow in Idaho.
Cool. Wow, you can actually see it?
Oh, yeah, it went across the road and everything. And they had to stop people. And, when we started driving down there, we didn't know that the road had been cut off. But by the time we got there, the road had done, like what it's doing in Iceland again.
The Aihe volcano close to the Marianas Trench was showing some activity over the past week or so.
We have an echo.
Yeah,
it's probably
Michelle. It's me. Sorry, hold on.
Okay, that's okay.
I had to switch my phones because my other one was all jumpy.
Yeah. That's okay.
All good now.
Sorry. Well, you know what? Let's take a minute and look at the comments because they're filling up. So it's going to take me a minute. So let's take a peek here and see. They were full about 2 hours ago. Honestly, it's kind of cool. So anyway, but here is Dennis, you all. Dennis is first in line tonight. He's usually towards the top. I don't know if he's ever been. Maybe he has been first a couple of times. But anyway, that's cool to see you, Dennis. I am happy to see you. And then right after Dennis, it's Experimental. Hi there. Hello. Good to have you. And as expected, T. Racy would be in the top 3, So hi, T. Racy. Good to see you. Good. And let's keep going here. They had a little conversation, didn't they? Cool. And then after them, it's our friend Katie Jo in New Jersey. We were just talking about your area. So good to have you, Katie Jo, or good to see you. Shoot, we could have you if you want to. So let me know if you'd like to join us. So.
Oh, by the way, Nicolle is also still waiting for a link.
Yeah, I messaged her. Did she message you? She responded back
to
me.
She had commented a couple of minutes ago, and I had just read it on Facebook again, and I typed to her that I would tell you. So I told you.
We're good. Okay, we good. You sure did. So we're good. Okay. If you hear from her again, though, tell me. So
I could go look.
Let's see. Katie Joe. So good to have you, Katie Joe. And then let's keep going. Hi. Oh, guess who's next? The one and only Egg. I have never heard that name as far as a username before. So that sets her apart for sure. So I'd love to know the story behind that too. So maybe one of these days we'll get the story, the scoop. How did you become Egg? So, and then Brendan. Hi. Good to see you, Brendan. He's, well, he's always here. There's a word for it and it just disappeared, but consistent, that's for sure. But thank you, Brendan, for being here regularly too. So we appreciate
our old faithful. We have a few old faithfuls.
I know. And I don't know much about him. That's just it. He's like a mystery Brendan. So, but I'm glad you're here. And then Erson77 is here. And that's a new name for me. I don't know.
I was gonna say that doesn't sound like a familiar one. That might be new.
That's cool. Right. I wonder how he found us, but I'm glad that you are here. So we'll have to get to know you better, Erson. So I look forward to chatting with you. And Karen is here. Hi, Karen. Good evening. Hello. Good to see you. Let's see here. Let's keep going. Oh, good. It's Audrey. We always know Audrey's going to be here. What time is it? It's 2 a.m. 2 a.m. in South Africa. Nothing stops Audrey from joining the show. Right. Nothing at all.
I heard this week that South Africa had some really rough weather.
Oh no.
Yeah. Can she confirm that for us, or is it localized, or is it the whole southern part of South Africa?
Yeah. Let us know, Audrey, what's going on in your part of the world. So it's like we each get our turn at that, Right. So let's see here. Okay, next is David. Good evening, David. Good to have you. Always enjoy seeing your name on the screen here. So perfect. And then it's Gators. Is it Randy? I want to say it's Randy. Randy Gators. I think so. Tell me if I'm right or wrong, but good to see you, Gators. And then let's see. I said experimental. Let's keep scrolling. Oh, good. I guess who's here, y'all? It's Alex from Germany. Alexander. So good to see you. And I know it's probably 2 a.m. for you too.
Wow.
Good work.
Definitely bedtime. Yeah. So good to see you, Alexander. I shared one of his pictures today. I'll have to add it here in a minute so we can look at it. But it's just a perfect shadow of the planet Ice Atom. Yeah, I was just like, that's so, you would just overlook it so easily if you didn't know. But otherwise, it stood right out. So we'll look at it in a minute. But I'm glad you're here, Alex. And here's another person from Facebook. Good evening. It's a mystery, but I'm glad you're here. If you do want to show who you are, you can go to that website and StreamYard.com/Facebook. And one time it'll ask you to approve your identity to StreamYard, and then that can show your name. But either way, we're glad you're here. Or you can type your name or not. So it's whatever you want to do. Let's keep going here. Where was I? Got Audrey. Don't want to miss anybody. Sabrina is here, you guys. Hi, Sabrina. And it's really good to see you, as always. And
hey, you should highlight Egg's comment real quick, because
okay.
Yeah, we were wondering where the name came from, and we got an answer. And Egg is actually Emily. That's interesting. I don't know. For some reason, I was picturing a guy.
Oh, really? Yeah, I knew it was Emily. I didn't know that much.
Really? Did you know?
That.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting story.
So cool. But Egg is her dad's nickname for her whole life. And sometimes it was Eggy because her real name is Emily. Okay. Well, now we know. Thanks for sharing that with us and pointing that out, Jesus, because I didn't see that yet. Eggy. That's cute, though, for Emily. Okay, I might have to start calling her Eggy now. So anyway, so it's good to have you. And Nancy is here. I see Nancy. I see a new name. I haven't spoken yet. So hello,
Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
And Robin is here. Hi, Robin. Boy, we have such a big crowd tonight. It's great. It's great.
Lots of comments down the page.
I know. And our dear friend Lauren, I really
Hi, Lauren.
Her comments. Her comments are so like thoughtful and well thought out. I don't know. I always know something special is coming from Lauren, really. So anyway, I'm sure she's a super nice lady. I know she is.
Always has been.
Right. Oh, and here is Big Sky Girl. I got her added
Montana in the house.
Yeah, she had requested to join, my group and me and Sam's group. We have Montana Skywatchers Anonymous, and so I got her added today. So she's now in the loop.
I've been seeing she's been active on some of my accounts, some of my videos on TikTok, and I think I've seen her on Facebook now too as well. So
yeah,
good to see her. Hanging out.
Yeah, she's getting
hanging out in our circles. It's really nice to see that.
Yeah, well, definitely. And her name is Shannon. Just so her name is Shannon. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm looking forward to getting to know you better, really. So that's takes it one step further,
Right.
And then let's see. Oh, here's Amanda. Amanda, hi there. Good to have you.
I was going to say who's
That's
mom?
my daughter.
Oh, that's mom.
Daughter? Okay, I thought
my daughter.
I was like, I don't have a daughter.
I was going to say, I thought you had nothing but boys, Rebecca.
No, I know.
That's the one that actually got the pictures of totality that I couldn't get.
Okay. I get it. Yeah.
She's got a nice phone, and the phone I use to take pictures isn't as good as hers, so.
Oh, that's okay.
It make a difference. I couldn't get any pictures. I could not get none. No, none.
Yeah, up here in Montana, we only had a sliver, and then right before it started actually getting bigger, the clouds moved in, and we had a storm come in, so I didn't get to see much.
Oh, man.
But I did watch it on TV.
Right?
From around the world, live on YouTube and on local CBS.
Sure. There's so much to look at, of course, on all the social media.
There was also a post by Mr. BB333 where he recaptured that red orb like he did in 2017.
That was crazy. I saw that video. I saw it,
and I still don't know what to think of that. I have a couple of ideas, but nothing I could actually.
Are you talking on that looks like it's connecting to the sun?
Yeah, right. And I'm wondering if that's a very large orb that's repowering itself and then leaving. I watched.
Yeah, that's really the conclusion everybody had.
I rewatched it. And, we did see it, and we paid attention to it in 2017, but there was no full summation that I could come to because of the size and the fact that it sat there connected.
Wasn't it 12 years ago? Didn't it say 12 years ago? Wasn't it?
It was 2000.
I might be wrong.
12, maybe.
2017 was the last one.
Was it 17? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Could you? I've been trying to say the size of it must be enormous.
Oh, it must be.
It's got to be enormous, compared to the sun. That thing's got to be bigger than Earth.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, literally like the size of like a Dyson sphere.
Yeah,
it's got to be enormous. That thing has got to be huge.
I tuned out for just a second. Tell me what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but what's bigger than Earth?
There was a red object in 2017 sighted, and in 2017 it was sighted on the lower left of the sun. And it was very large, but it was smaller. It's like, a golf ball sitting next to a beach ball. Maybe a softball sitting next to a beach ball. And then it was attached with this thread, coronal mass thread to the body, and then it just took off and left. And they called
it disconnects, and then it just
they called it some sort of a vortex, and I was going no. Yeah. And then this year. They
called it a sun cavity.
Right. You see this? Keep this picture right here.
Okay.
You see that little down thread of white on the bottom?
Yeah.
That was right where it was sighted on Mr. BBB 333. And if you look, there is a little red ball there.
Yeah. There was it was on the same, it was on the same location, just on the opposite side of the bottom right, as opposed to the bottom left that it was last time it was spotted.
I'm wondering if we're looking at the big star and our star is the small red ball.
Wow.
Which red ball?
Well, you can't see it in this, but in the Mr. BB 333 video, which is on, if you'd like, I can go look for a copy of it. It's probably on my personal page or on Skywatcher 1. I imagine I can come up with a copy of it real fast without typing his name in, which would probably be the easy way.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it returns. I found it right away. So I will send you the link. And I don't know if we want to use this video, but
I can use a little clip from it. I mean, we can do that.
Yeah. Okay, I will send it to you where you sent me the link to today's show. There you go. I'm sending it now on Facebook, of course.
And before we do so, we want to say, all this is for entertainment purposes only.
Right.
Right, and educational purposes, and we have no copyrights
to the said videos.
Nor are we intending to make any money profit off of it.
Yeah, we are just we are just using fair. What is that? Fair use.
Fair use.
Fair use. So
which I understand that actually varies case by case. I did not know that, but I just recently learned that too. So it's.
Oh, hi, Lana. Lana says I saw the red ball with my own eyes.
Oh.
Wow.
And she was in the path of totality.
Wow.
She did. Wow.
I have a friend that was in Mazatlan during the eclipse. She sent me some pretty cool pictures as well.
Oh, wow.
I have yet to post them. I told her I was going to share them. She said go ahead. So I have not posted those yet. And there was a quick video as well that she sent that I thought was pretty cool.
I wish I knew where this was captured.
Oh boy.
That's awful big. That's awful big. To be the moon.
I know, Sam.
There's a lot of videos surfacing on TikTok that are showing the moon. I don't know. I think it's early to really. Most of what I saw was a little questionable. I'm not sure if it was. If it was real. So I don't want to. But I have seen. I think a lot of videos are coming in as time goes on after the eclipse. So I think we're gonna have to wait and see what else surfaces. But so far, what I've seen is questionable.
I saw a video. I was gonna get it. I just saw it at the last minute. I'll share it in a second. But it was a video where somebody was looking at the eclipse through their paper glasses. They were holding it up over the phone or whatever, and you can see the eclipse, and then he'd take the paper glasses down and turn the phone around.
I saw that one. I think that one was the best one I saw. That was the best one I saw. And
I kept wondering. At first, I was like, "Oh, it's iffy," but it looked towards the end. It looked like he really was pulling.
I wish we could slow it. I wish we could see it and slow it down to see how if there's any cutting between both of them.
Yeah, because we're scientists and we will get to the bottom of it.
Right. And some of them you can just tell right away that they're just totally bogus.
Yeah, some of them definitely. But that one I feel was questionable, was something to look into,
That's cool.
Yeah. Hi, Lana. I didn't see your comment till just now. So
we don't really want to speculate too far. We'd have to have. And I did the fast look around when it was going on too, but then I was looking at nothing but clouds here locally, so it was nothing I could call. And I when it got dark, it was like, okay, it's pretty much sort of kind of dark here, and the birds changed their tune a little bit, and the animals were behaving differently, and it got really quiet. It was really quiet outside. But we didn't, we had only a sliver up here, so.
That's something that because I went live. Hi, Irene. just want to make sure you heard me.
Hola, Irene Bencomo. Hola, saludos.
What'd you say?
Hello, Irene. It's Irene Bencomo in Spanish.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty.
Right. And that's something I want to talk about here soon. About I recently posted one video in Spanish.
Okay.
And I feel was actually quite a success. Actually,
Great.
And we'll get into that later. But yeah, let's
yes.
I'll get off topic here, but I do want to talk about that later.
Okay. Well, I'll put it in my notes that we're going to go back over that in a minute. So, because that's exciting in itself.
It is. It really is. It really is.
Big doors. I don't know why we really didn't think of that sooner. But
I know. I've been procrastinating about it for a while, but yeah. I think we need to explore that section of all this. But anyways, go on.
Exciting. What do you think of this one, Sam? Also,
I think we're looking at a lens flare.
Okay.
The size of the moon is more believable in this shot. And you can sort of kind of actually see the facial properties of the moon. And remember, I'm looking at it on a very large screen. Not very. I wish it was bigger, but yeah. There's not much we can do, but it basically does look like a lens flare. Now,
yeah, we have a lot of this stuff coming out, and I don't think people realize that it is. You're gonna have
one you go through the glasses,
light, and then you will have a lens flare. Like what I was getting, I use my glasses to watch it, and I even recorded a little video with the glasses over the camera.
Oh, cool!
But when I would take it off, I wouldn't be able to see the moon in front of the sun. What I was seeing was the lens flare, and it was easier to see it through the lens flare, actually.
Yeah, right. You're gonna get a lens double every time you put a pair of glasses or a piece of glass or window or car window. You're gonna get a double.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the reason why I didn't post anything like that, because I knew it's not anything that we can use. So
Yeah.
Right.
I have a video that we'll see in a minute. From something on TikTok that I'll get your opinion on it, but it's kind of like this, but even more strange. And I don't think it's a lens flare because it wasn't moving. It's video, so we'll see.
Yes, Carol Williamson, we can see you.
Can we? Oh, yeah, there she is. I see you now, Karen. Good to see you.
Or I said Carol. Excuse me, Karen. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. It does look like Carolyn at first.
Well, I was reading through my microphone with one eye, so I sort of like this double. I'm looking at the microphone and then the screen, so with the other eye, so I misread it. I apologize.
A user on Facebook. I don't know who it is, but they are here, and it's good to see
user
you.
On Facebook.
If you want to tell me who you are, you can. So I don't know. Oh, it's Carla. It's Carla. Our friend Carla.
Our main folks, where all our members are wonderful people who help us every day.
Right. No longer a secret. All right. Well, good to see you, Carla. Okay. Well, I'm going to pause here and I'll drop this down for a second because we have another co-host in the waiting room here to join us. Okay, guys.
Dun, dun, dun.
Suspense. Okay. Well, it's our good friend, Nicolle.
Yay. Hi, Nicolle.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. How is everyone?
You look all clean and combed and made up and pretty today.
She does. She always looks nice. She always does.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, she looks especially nice today.
You could light up a room today, Nicolle.
Yeah.
I'm digging the energy just immediately.
Thank you. I should probably not have put any blush on. I didn't need it. No.
Your lip coloring shade is just perfect, and it goes well with dark shirt, and
Thank you. I did try to find something with color, but
when you're blonde, there's nothing better than black.
Agreed.
Or white. If you wear white, you look good. If you wear black, you look good.
Yeah.
I think most people look good in white, but I have very much found that I just don't like white because that's a whole separate category of laundry, right?
and you can only wear it for about an hour or two until you do something silly, like in
that's
the kitchen.
The other thing.
There's that jelly or that splash of ketchup or where my kids sneeze on
I like dark colors myself. It's always me.
Yeah. Most of what I wear is black.
Everything. I know. I really do try to incorporate color, but most of the stuff is black. It just goes with everything. It's easy to match with stuff. It's always professional.
I apologize. I didn't mean to critique your apparel today. I do apologize.
Quite all right. No critiques. It was more of a compliment.
Okay.
So thank you very much. But yes, you all are looking very, very gleaming yourself. So it's very nice to see everyone. I've got to say that the eclipse must have done some of us good, if not all of us in many ways, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I think so. Yeah. My life's been kind of crazy ever since, but yeah, it's great. No, I'm kidding. It's been, I woke up this morning and my good friend Melissa, you've heard me talk about Melissa before, maybe, but anyway, she needed to go to the hospital. She's been not feeling well for so long. And anyway, I met her at the hospital to sit with her because, so that I was gone till like 3:00 today. So I didn't have much time to take care of things for here, but we got still a lot to look at. But you know what I mean? So I've had a very busy day. And, we really didn't get to the bottom of anything, but other than she's not, she's able to go home and
good.
That's a good start.
Mystery. Yeah. It's a mystery. We don't know what's causing her to feel ill. So, oh no. Anyway,
I was just gonna say that maybe she's going through what I went last week. Maybe she's just having a bad reaction to all this cosmic craziness.
Yes. Right.
Well, it weighed on me. I was, being that I took the big deep dive into religion, there was a level of created stress. And I also then looked into other things that are going on in the same equal pattern in our current society. And I was, doing a wider sociological study, trying to compare that to what I'd gone through this week, plus what other people are doing. Including the people who are fearful of immigrants invading our country and stuff like this. And the level of paranoia, unfortunately, and a lot of this disinformation that is just rocking YouTube and our other news sources, which we briefly talked about the other day.
Well, I don't want to make it political, but it is political. Like you see a lot of it right before election time. A lot of fear porn.
Well, there is way too much pressure on us, especially
immigrant kind of type, fear tactics.
Well, and that's the thing, they're playing on people's fears, and I think, and then the escalation in, for example, in the Israeli war, where and the de-escalation, which is also looming as well, and then what's going on in the Ukraine and all of this, and we've got all of these fearful things hanging over the top of us, and then you add on top of that the new Madrid and the eclipse is going to. I watched a couple of people were talking about it won't be the 4 minute total eclipse. It's going to last 3 days, and we're all going to be. There's going to be murders and people in darkness be outside screaming like demons. And I went, oh my God. And that's what, brought me to this topic is the level of fear out there, people that are actually expecting Armageddon or the end days or the, 3 days of darkness or the fact that Jesus is supposed to be coming now and all. And it's
I kind of avoided the eclipse post because they were getting kind of nutty. They were getting really, really nuts. And I knew when you posted that religious stuff, you were going to get a lot of comments.
I did.
That went into that kind of craziness, and that's exactly what happened. However, I really appreciate that you did that because I've really been wanting to do that, but I don't now have time to read the entire Bible.
Where I posted it was on my personal, Samuel Hofman page. Somebody. Still, I thought you didn't do this sort of thing on your website. You're mistaken where this is posted. Just because you see my name doesn't mean this has been posted on Montana Skywatcher 1 or 2 or Nibiru Followers Anonymous, or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous or any of that. So I did.
Very valid. It's very valid information because, as we said, there's a lot of history, accurate history in the Bible. It's definitely been lost and watered down to interpretation and watered down over the years. But there's definitely
Nostradamus and Edgar Casey and all of that were and you saw every one of those 15, 20 times this week on suggested viewing by YouTube nonstop. And so I did watch a whole bunch, and then there was a bunch of searches as well, on the computer that I looked into. And
it was an interesting read. I really enjoyed it very much. It was an interesting read.
Well, I went through this myriad of trying to understand why all of these people are freaking out. So I went in, and because this is what started all of this here a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about how the amount of gossip that was going on around it. So I decided to check into it deeper, and I spent 3 weeks doing it. And I think I probably personally wound myself up a little stress-wise, although I didn't expect anything. The possibility increase was notable. So I let's just say I was a little hesitant and maybe a little bit questioning.
Honestly, I was surprised that you would post something like that, but I was kind of like, "Oh, this is nice because it is valid." It is valid. Absolutely valid.
Well, when I look things up, I share it with people.
Audrey, I probably should start with Revelations. I hear that's where all of that information is. Most of that information is in. So maybe I will.
Yeah, like Matthew is real strong. Matthew 24, and there's other. You can type it in on Google, and they can direct you. You just write in the topic of opening of the sixth seal, or type in topic of eclipses in the Bible, etc.
And yes, Katie Joy, that's right. It's connecting the dots. That's why I think that getting a broader view of everything, even including the Bible, including manuscripts, whatever you can get your hands on, you can pick apart things that make sense and things that correlate with one another.
We've had people talking to us in Arabic about it. On last week's show, for instance, they were saying that we were going to experience this great earthquake in the United States. And so, and because of that, that's why I did additional looking into, and I just, I wanted to be informed, and that's what I did.
Hi, Dragon's Age. Just wanted to get that out there real quick.
Yeah.
Glad you're here. This is an hour of video during the eclipse. So before, during, and after, 1 hour. And it didn't really show a whole lot. You would never know there was an eclipse other than it got very dark, but this is an hour crunched down into, I want to say it's 2 minutes, about 2 minutes.
But you can actually see the little tiny light in the center. That's usually a full circle. And so that will actually change, but it'll be the only thing that you can see in this shot that you actually can tell that it's an eclipse happening.
Well, you can see it on the lens flare. It's why if you didn't have the glasses, if you didn't have glasses to see it, the best way was to see it through a lens flare. In fact, I was seeing some video surface from Mexico how people were using glasses of water actually.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I was seeing that. It was so cool, right? That is a great idea to see it.
Wow. I had not seen anybody do that before. So no.
I've never seen that either.
Yeah, you create a refractive lens.
Yeah. So instead of burning your eyes watching it directly, you just see it through the glass water. And see the reflection.
Did anyone else see the colander pictures where you can hold a colander up and the light coming through will only be what's
I did.
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And you can see sunspots and stuff like that too. If you set a room up, like some people set these rooms up where they have just like fabric up, and it's just the sunlight coming in, and the sunlight it'll show the whole sun, and it'll actually show the sunspots where they're at. It's really cool.
Cool.
Did anyone else see that? Peekaboo.
I know. I was like, I was live. I was on my other phone on live on Facebook. I went live and a couple of times, and then I went live on TikTok last night. For sunset. So I was outside a lot yesterday, but
yeah.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Must be pizza night.
honestly,
Time to cut
though,
the pizza.
I don't have an example even to show you. Well, I do
That's
actually.
yet to come.
Show you here. We've seen this. Here's what it looked like right before the eclipse. That was right before. And that's why one reason why I went live. It was so good, guys.
Nice.
It was just like, oh my God, look at that. So I had Alan with me even. I was like, we're gonna have to you're gonna have to sit here for a little bit and just relax, lay back, But he's very patient, he's so patient. So because he can take pictures in like 2 minutes and be ready to go. But I was like, hey, look at the sky. I said, we have to go live so everybody can see it. So
I watched part of it. I watched a part of it while I was watching the eclipse. I think I watched part 3 of your video for a little bit.
Look at that. I mean, this is what it looked like for me the day before the eclipse.
See, this also looks like the video that my friend sent me.
Hello, Betsy.
I wish I would have filmed more. This is like maybe an hour before the eclipse, about an hour before. And
look at those asteroids.
Yeah.
I wish I would. Yes, yesterday
that's
was the
the
day.
Big 3 right there.
Okay.
That was the Big 3.
That's where it stops.
Wow.
This is where it cuts off. I'm so sad. I wish I would have had more. But this is right after the eclipse, right after. Because then I went live and then, So here's my video of right after. So, I mean,
there's the Saturn yellow moon right there, that big blue thing in the middle of the lines.
Mm.
And of course, behind it is the Saturn, and then behind that, and a very large, is Nibiru.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then now we're spinning around, back all the way back around again. The 360 is too fast, in my opinion.
I know it feels like it's. I get that too.
Look at the straight up above the sun, that dark up in the upper left.
Yeah.
See that? That is Atu and Atu's moon above the sun, and they're literally straight up. And then Uri, and then we'll be back into Nepenthe being right here, someplace right next to a Saturn's yellow moon, right again. Wow, and there's lead asteroid. Yep. And it's all mixing in, and it's so, if you're not out there to be able to film it, it's so much harder to call as we try to spin around now, because they are so mixed in compared to what they used to be. And in the smaller days,
figuring it out.
And when they were smaller, it was so much easier to go, well, there's that, and there's that, and there's that, because you're pointing at different areas. But now they're all right next to each other, which just blows my mind. See that dark area? You've got probably red asteroid coming in the upper left in front of Atu and Atu's moon as well. And it boils back down to the monthly sight drawing, and literally only with that are you going to have the guide, and which makes it all the more cool, that I get to do that. Yeah, this month is going to be very difficult I'm going to have to change how I do things in a manner of speaking, and I'll end up having to describe it to everybody. Capacity are literally over the top of us right now.
Yeah.
And the Saturn is so much larger, and the Saturn's yellow moon is so much larger, so it's going to be a completely different drawing this month.
Well,
because they are changing quickly. It is way. I saw the coolest illumination after sunset yesterday, and it was literally like 9:15 at night after the sun had gone down, and yet that whole northwest by north sky had a very large planet-based illumination going on, and it was there for 20 minutes and gone.
Wow.
And because I came back to look at it again, and it was gone already. It was like, damn, I should have sat there and stared at it.
I know.
And it reminds me that this is definitely really, really happening. And then you walk away for a day or two, and then you go, nah, there it is again. Oh shit, And I'm always arguing with myself, or we're trying to be as accurate as possible. And oh my God, I hope to God I'm not, full of shit and all of this. But we all know, because we've all watched it for so many years now, that it is real. And it's been a tough week. It's been a rather unusual week.
Yeah.
Incredibly unusual. Does it take anyone else to like take a week or two to get back on schedule after an eclipse? Does anyone else go through that too?
I wake up until like 3:00 this afternoon.
Yeah, it feels like, well, you know, and my kids wanted to go to the store that day, and I had to go, no, we can't because the eclipse is going to happen. And I did that for two reasons. A, I wanted to watch it, and B, I didn't want to be away from home.
Sure.
And,
wow. Jeez, look at those stripes.
Right? Wow.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You know, I have to admit that I was sad for the, you know, the conspiracy theorists that really they were all really gung ho for something really going to happen this time. This time. It's going to happen this time.
Yeah,
I had a feeling it was just gonna be like another doomsday thing, and nothing was gonna happen. But I did feel curious to see what was gonna happen around. Maybe there was something else going on.
No, there's all kinds of stuff going on. There really is. I mean,
galore, volcanoes going off, tectonic plates shifting, power stations, internet going down, the end of society as we know it. Yeah,
celebrity news going on. Like, I don't pay any attention to them. I think it's more of a false icon kind of situation with any of the celebrities, right?
That's the edge of Saru right there.
But yeah, like big names coming out with big allegations. So, and I'm not going to say any names because those are like, you know.
I'm sick of celebrity culture. I'm so sick of it. So I'm kind of. I think this is why I think it's a good time to wake people up about a lot of things, because I think people are so past all that crap already.
Agreed.
At least most of us.
Here.
But also, there's a volcano close to the Marianas Trench that was showing activity during this past week, guys, as well. I don't know
are we still hearing about the comet?
No.
Yeah, I have, of course,
one thing or one picture about the comet yesterday. Nothing. Nope. I looked for it. I couldn't find anything.
No, where was the National Guard?
Yeah, where was the National Guard? They deployed.
Anybody see any of that? Anybody?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Hey, they were all
mainstream media hype. Psyop.
They were at the community center having punch and cookies, you know, brought to you by the, you know.
So, is that a cube, Sam? Like, what is in there?
You know, I was just looking at that.
Or is it round or square? I mean,
there's both. You've got an asteroid and you've got the Texas cube.
Oh, is that one?
And Attu's moon is the dark area in the upper left in Attu, but we're also staring at the edge of Uri, which is in the top right. It goes, of course, to the left as well. But the cutoff going here is actually the cutoff of the side of Saru.
What? Oh my gosh,
that's why that flaring is there.
Cool. Okay.
Do you remember what time it was at, Rebecca?
It was about 6:00. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, and it took me last week's correction on Jesus's picture to really sink in my brain that Saru is so much predominantly of the backdrop now, and Uri is moving, and Uri, if you just keep it paused right here, Uri is the gray-blue area in the upper right corner, where in the left corner we're looking at Attu and Attu's moon, but these three lines that is the three-line drag off of the Texas cube.
Okay. Wow.
So you can see it. You could actually see the lines right behind those three stripes. Yeah.
The Texas cube puts off three lines.
That's right. It does. It really does. I always overlook that for some reason.
And we're talking about the smaller lines going horizontal, or the bigger, more defined lines going vertical.
One's like fingering upwards.
Yeah, it's like a claw if you were to look at it coming from the right hand, but it's rounding around Attu and Attu's moon, which is in the left corner, whereas Uri is in the background in the right, and then behind that farther over to the right, which is the cutoff, which is the side of Saru, which matches the monthly drawing. And this is the Texas cube rounding in the orbit, because we're seeing it literally go vertical, except it's leaving the three straight lines, which are rounding in our out view, but those are Texas cube eddies. 1, 2, 3, right there.
So I want to point out to everyone, especially those of you watching, and any time from here on out, it's very hard to grasp all of this. Everything seems to have 50 to 100 or 1,000 different faces to it, and they keep mentioning that everything is so much closer, everything is changing faster. So I pick up on people when you're watching how you're feeling, and I feel a lot of dismay and just kind of just not too like, why can't I get this? And I just want you to know that to the untrained eye, and I know we say obvious a lot, and it's really not so obvious to those of us that are still really trying to
I'm glad that you bring that up. I'm glad you bring that up, Nicolle, because you brought that up last week, and I was like, I've never thought of it like that. But I just want to say, now I'm sorry to interject, that you bring it up, because it's I don't want to apologize. At least I don't mean it in that context, but I think it's something that some of us picked up from your old partner used to use that a lot, Sam. The obvious one. I think that's where I picked it up. But you're right; it's not obvious to everybody, and I hope that nobody feels.
And speaking of which, if you go back
by that, I'm not trying to say you're dumb or anything for not seeing it. It's just there's no such thing in my eyes. There's no such thing as dumb. There's trained and untrained, learned and unlearned.
Go back to the Understanding the Sky series.
That's when it started.
And when the planets are much smaller, and then I'm showing you with the cursor, Understanding the Sky series, and it's on YouTube under Samuel Hofman with one F for Hofman, and it's in the. There's only a few of them left out of the 30 or 50 shows that we did. Unfortunately, we lost a whole bunch of them because of that gentleman who had a fit. So go back and you'll be able to see the earlier planets and perhaps learn some of these base cloud patterns and stuff, and actually see the shapes of the planets when they were much smaller. And of course, that stuff will be video available on the new platform for paid subscribers.
Yeah, I just put several videos up, and I got one or two of your Understanding videos up last week. So there's now videos from myself and Sam and Jesus that have been added to that site.
I've been seeing the progression of that, and it's awesome.
It's coming together. It's starting.
I love what you did with the one of mine that said the math isn't mathing. You put the like the formulas and equations in the.
I know. I'll get people a copy
in the thumbnail. I love that. That was pretty.
Yes, cool. I'll get that for everybody.
There appears to be 18 shows on that channel, Sam, by the way. 18
shows.
Okay. Show 51 today. I think that's great that we made it to 51. We were worried before the eclipse. We're like, I heard you say, I want to make it to show 51. So here we are. So we are marked safe from any thing happening during the eclipse. So
and I got 87 shows on the Radio Wasteland on YouTube. Type in Radio Wasteland Samuel Hofman. And
I see Aaliyah had a big change. By the way, sorry, Sam. Sorry.
No worries. I was just
what is it though?
Oh, I was just picking up on the changes, big changes, and Aaliyah. The first part of her comment was just, oh gosh, I quit my job yesterday. On to new endeavors. We must protect our energy. Felt a huge sense of relief. Enough is enough. Our time is now. Very nice.
Change is not easy for us, Aaliyah, especially when it's something that you depend on so much, like a job. But if you're not happy, there's more important things to life than going to a job where you are miserable. It sucks. It's like dying a little bit every day, So
of course, I have to find a new one before you leave your old one. But
I know.
Absolutely.
I've been there. I have been there. I've had some dreadful places. It is. It's hard to walk in the first place. Yeah.
Before we get too far out from that video, I wanted to point out that to someone who's new to this, that finger-like pattern could look like nepicity. It could look like, so I do understand that that's not at all what it is. Please don't stick that in your brain at all. That was the Texas cube, the rounding.
The planet with the most faces of all of them is Nepicity, because it's smaller and it does have different pass effects when it's close and when it's covering. I mean, we forgot 2 years or so.
It's so reactive to our atmosphere that it comes through in a lot of different ways.
The snorkel, the rain bomb, all of that.
It's very photogenic planet to take pictures of because it has so many faces and they're all so intense.
And it did really seem to be most everyone's like second favorite, if not like in a close battle for first out of the favorite planet. When Sam asked, "What's your favorite?" I mean, how can you not say Nepicity, right?
Nepicity and that too. I love that too. I really miss the purple skies that we had in 2018.
That one's photogenic.
I really hope we get to see that again with that too. It was just amazing.
All you have to do is walk outside and look straight up, and for most of the day, you're going to be seeing that too. And then, of course, Yuri is doing what Yuri's doing. But speaking of which,
but we're not seeing that the way we've seen it before.
Can you play those two shorts that you put out this week? The one on Yuri and then the one on Saru.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, please play those. They're short. They're real fast. If you can do it.
Well, while you're queuing that up,
right?
Did anyone else notice how high the sun still was in the sky in Rebecca's video? That was at around 6 p.m. I mean, that I'm noticing it. And last week we also saw in that the high noon picture has the sun nowhere near right above nowhere near.
Way over in the southeast.
It's got a ways to go.
Yeah, it's weird.
Definitely not overhead.
I noticed the transition to spring solar placement way earlier than spring, and that
like
caught
a month
my
or
attention.
two ahead.
Yeah, it caught my attention because the shadow line had changed in my yard, and it shines off of my bird feeder, which is a pole, and it's right out my window. And I noticed the change had happened, and we've been talking about this last couple of shows in a row. And it is so weird. But then we are also now going to, heading towards summer. So the elongated day. But there's something really weird in Denmark going on here.
A little bit more. Exactly.
Yeah, there's something more going on here.
But agreed, something more.
Yeah, look at that cut in. See, everything on the upper left-hand side of this sun is planet cutting into the sun.
So dark.
That's why it's doing that flare.
Yeah.
That's a cutoff flare because the planet is cutting into half the light of the sun there.
Like at the 2 o'clock position of the sun on up to the edge of the page, but it's curving, it's going up inside and it's curved. And see how round it is? It's really round.
Yeah, 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock.
I mean it. You got the best drawing for that. I got to do that next. I know exactly which drawing that is.
Okay.
But that is very confusing, even for some of us more seasoned.
This is just like.
So I definitely good comment. Good thing that mentioned that, Nicolle, because this would have confused me. Had Sam not mentioned this was the cube, I wouldn't have even noticed behind us. Because things are so close that we've never seen the stripes that it puts out like that big.
I haven't seen like that. I mean, I would have honestly, without pulling out any drawings or comparisons, I would have thought that was one of them. Definitely could have been Nepicity for sure. Because there's there's really only so many that look like that too.
Wow.
Well, you gotta keep in mind which direction the pathways are. These eddies, these leave behind trails that are happening, as Gillian calls them, tendrils. These cloud patterns that are being left behind as pathways. And if you keep into account what everything is and how big everything is, Like this, for instance, you're looking at the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid here, rounding underneath Attu and Attu's moon right here.
See, this is what to look for right here. This is a perfect example of what to look for.
This is from Alexander in Germany.
Wow, that is awesome.
And here the asteroids go away from us, and they are rounding, and you can see they're sort of turning around the bottom as the planet rotates. But yeah, this is a very large, very, very large red asteroid and spiral asteroid leaving that trail. And that's the much darker area. Cool. And the rest is Attu and Attu's moon, which are huge right now over the top of us.
That is awesome. That is awesome. So Alex, bam, home run. That is a great.
Yeah.
Very good shot there.
You can see the mark craters on the side of Attu's moon there.
Wow.
And
so we learned last week.
You can even see the difference between dark side and the lighter side on the right, where the light is coming from.
That is the Saturn shell of moon right there. See the flame-like clouds?
Yeah.
And see how close they are? It's just like, no way, how are they close? And yet they're spinning together towards each other. And it doesn't make any sense that they would be that. Look, there's the dark edge, and look, there's the moon from your Saturn shell of moon. How the hell are they that close to each other? It doesn't make sense.
You do say that the light,
they're on
how
a
it
different
changes.
level plane, higher up versus lower down.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I can't. The pictures I've gotten, I don't even want to post them because I don't know what's going on. It's been crazy this week.
But I don't think that's a good. I think you should post them. You simply, so a rule to abide by would be, nothing through glass. And if you don't know what it is, at least say what time, what day, where are you facing, and where are you located. And if you don't know, don't say anything. Don't even. I think this could be, please correct me if I'm wrong, because chances are you're not going to get correction. You're going to steer everybody wrong. So post it, because some of the things that, some of the things I don't think I could post I should.
Nicole, I get
he's commented, wow, thank you. This is this is going to contribute to the drawing. So go with your gut.
That too, I get it. Definitely.
But I want to say last week, Rebecca did clarify for us that she has learned that Mr. Alexander Waltz, who is the videographer here, he is a professional and uses professional equipment. And so we are so lucky to be able to feature these incredible, I mean, there's not been one that has not been just, look at that and look at that and look at that. And I just saw those flame-like clouds, like actually looking like that and not just looking at the drawing. I'm always looking for those, but I just saw them. So.
Well, I like how he's panning wide. I love how he's panning wide. It's such an important thing sometimes when catching these planets. I mean, it takes up so much room, so much part of the sky that it's really impossible to get that in just a normal shot. You really have to go with your phone sideways at very least, or something that'll give you more of a wider angle.
Right.
Yeah, what I notice when I go live, whether it's on TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube, it doesn't matter. It wants you to hold the phone up and down,
Yeah, it does. It does.
And
it does.
If you turn it, it'll have a message, on some of them, like on Facebook, it tells you to turn it back. But anyway, I don't know. I feel like this should give you an option,
Yeah, I agree.
So, because it's hard to really see, so I do turn it back and forth, and people just have to, follow along. That's all you can do. So,
well, Rebecca, that night that you caught that storm and you turned it sideways.
Oh, yeah.
And you said that it said, turn it back. We could still see it when you turned it sideways.
Yeah, I never listened to it.
It didn't block it off or anything.
Yeah, it'll still record. It'll still record.
Okay, so
it'll still show it sideways.
It just shows it, but I see. Okay, so it does show it then. Okay.
Yeah.
It'll show it, but it shows it up and down. You know, so you'll have to go in there and
so they have to like look at it. But you know, we can do that. You know, to see the bigger picture, it's worth it. So, okay, bear with me a second. I got those videos that Sam asked about. I know I got one of them. I'm not sure about.
And I'm back.
The other one. We'll find out in a second. Hang on.
Welcome back.
Okay, let's see. I was saving that video, Sam. I know I got one video that you mentioned, or was about.
The Yuri and the Saru shorts that you made this week.
Yeah, see, that's just it.
I thought they were awesome. Very well done.
Here's what I have.
One was too short for me. It was one I wanted longer, but anyway. Just my opinion.
If I don't have it, I'll find it. I know some are too short. I agree.
Could you highlight the question in Spanish, Rebecca?
I sure can. Hang on.
I'm not sure who's asking. Let me see. Maybe it's on Facebook.
Oh, this one here. Yes.
Yeah. Nibiru. I'm not sure what no sé quién eres, pero si quieres compartir tu nombre, could you put the link so he can share his name, Rebecca?
I can. Yes.
Si quieres compartir tu nombre, ve a StreamYard o puedes poner tu nombre en el comentario si quieres compartirlo. Pero Nibiru está aquí. No estamos esperando por él, ya está aquí. Mucha gente lo está esperando, piensa que está detrás del sol, pero ya está aquí. Muy cerca y muy grande en nuestros cielos. So, sigue nuestras redes sociales, tenemos mucha información. Vean Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Montana Skywatchers 2. Y únete a los grupos. Tenemos muchísima información y fotos y evidencias que te podrían interesar muchísimo. Y gracias por estar aquí.
Nice. Wonderful.
I love you, Jesus. Yay.
I know.
Love it. Thank you so much. That's one of the most exciting things so far.
It's parental language, you know.
Yeah. And I love speaking at any chance that I get. So, you know.
Well, it's just you do it so eloquently, and it's like music.
Yeah.
You know, it just sounds. It's very beautiful sounding, and so helpful to those that actually that's a first language or a second or you know, it spreads the message to so many more people.
It does. And my last video, I posted one of my old videos and I just added Spanish captions to it and Spanish information and links as well to that. And so typically what I get, I share my videos in around 30 different groups, right? And I'll see anywhere from 1,200 views to up to 5,000-6,000 views. This one, I only posted it on maybe 5 groups, and I got over 1,000 views within 5 hours.
Wow.
Nice. And I got about 15 Spanish-speaking followers. So there definitely is an audience.
They're out there.
It's definitely something that we have to, that I'm going to have to take a little bit more seriously and kind of start sharing that, you know.
And as Rebecca shares, she's got a spot for your material on the platform. So that would be a great place for
we could even create a row, you know, another row for your Spanish videos. You know what I'm saying? We could make a row just for the Spanish videos.
That's right. Definitely going to start working on that from now on. I'll do a video in Spanish and then I'll do something in English as well. So it's definitely something that is that I must do.
That is one thing out of the last show that's the favorite thing out of the last show, and I'm so excited. That's the most exciting thing about this show. I couldn't wait to, you know. So woohoo!
Yeah, there was a very positive response to that last video. And it was just a quick video that I did just to see how it was. So yeah, I'll do that again.
I'm still waiting for the short.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Okay. Well, I got caught up in this question. Surfer Girl wanted to know what she saw, and we're wondering if she has a picture she could share. Oh, it looks like not now. Okay, so no picture. She just saw an enormous.
It's Planet at 2.
Right.
Yes, it's Atu. That's got to be. There's nothing else.
No.
I mean,
years and years of studying her when she was smaller, and Atu is literally the most captured out of all the planets because it's purple, and you can't argue with what you're seeing over the top of you. And yeah,
right.
this is a 2023 drawing from last year, March. And even then, the planets were more discernible. Right now, they're so huge. And God, it's amazing how close Atu proper is to even a Saturn's yellow moon. And it's just this, 2 inches away by the eye. And yet, there's this vast distance in between them. And it's entirely on our out view. The fact that they're going over the top of us, and now we're in the middle of them. Before we used to be outside them, watching them come to us, and now they're rotating and doing their thing directly over the top of us, which they weren't doing even last year and the year before. So this is a whole new ball game, and it's almost twice as hard to really gather and actually be able to draw what is going to go on. And I'm going to have to, include slivers of Nepacity and slivers of Atu and Atu's moon and a corner edge of Uri in order to incorporate the size of Saturn's yellow moon, Nibiru, and Saru now coming in, which is predominant in the out view, any side, as we saw earlier with the cutoff, where Saru is actually doing the left-hand side cutoff. And prior to that, 6 months, a year ago, it was Uri cutting in. So, and all of that's changing now. So the dynamic of what we're going to draw and what we're going to see next month here, even actually, in 6 days. With the sight drawing, I get to stress out again and go, oh, I got to do this right, I always get a little, 3 days ahead of time, I get a little paranoid going, oh, crap, I've got to do the sight drawing again. Here we go, I always want to be right. That's where the stress comes in.
I was gonna say, you make it look easy, Sam. So I feel like to me it's just easy. I know it's like, well, he'll always get it right because it's always been right. So I don't know.
I pay more attention about 3 days ahead of time, and I try to, I'll be, even when I'm not on the computer, I'll be sitting, on the couch in the living room, pondering, looking up, staring at the white paper ceiling, going, they're here and they're there, and okay, and I've seen this, I've seen that, not even using the computer or the pictures because I'm trying to plot it in my brain what how to draw this.
Right.
And here we go again,
Hey Rebecca, could you put the email address for pictures and submissions for Surfer Girl who wants to know where to send the image?
And I want to say hi to Robert. Robert in New Zealand is here. Hi, Robert.
Robert.
We're fans of Robert.
Oh yeah.
So he's got the best pictures. So and Andrea is here, guys.
Hey, Andrea.
And she's also in New Zealand. I wonder if they're know each other. So how big is New Zealand?
That's a big area, right?
Okay. Maybe not. But they do now. They do here. So, okay. Let me get the address, and then we'll get the videos. Where is it?
Did we say hi to Stardust Goddess? Did we say hi to her already?
No.
I thought she jumped in.
Let me go back to that. Hang on. I have not seen that name before. Hi. Where is she?
She is above a Facebook user speaking Spanish.
Oh, here, sure enough. Hi. Stardust Goddess. Good to have you. Good to have you here tonight. I was going to say, I don't know if we've seen her before or not. Have you remembered? I don't think so, but I'm glad that you're here now. Yeah. So we have lots to talk about. So absolutely. Good to have you here. Join us. We got such nice people. I mean, we really do. We have, as a collective, we all get along so good, and it's always look forward to our time together. So
and hopefully we get thousands and thousands more folks listening because we are working our little butts off to try and get this to everybody.
Absolutely. Well, we've added a second language, so
right. And like I was talking to you about earlier, I mean, I really feel like once we get our shows into the mainstream podcast channels, at that point, and we're translated worldwide. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's taking it to a place that we have, We've never ventured.
A bunch of my earlier videos were also translated into other languages, and I did give permission for that, but I've never seen them. So I don't know what, the fruits of their...
Right. I wish I knew the links and stuff, because I've had people ask over the years, for one time I even tried to do one of your videos in Spanish. Me and his name was Michael in Spain. He helped me translate it, but it became way too complicated for me to do on my cell phone. And anyway, we gave it a go, but anyway. But I feel like we're now there, especially with Jesus. My goodness, we have an expert right there.
Translating is a really slow process when you have to go through it won't take several paragraphs. Unfortunately, even on my computer translator, I can only put a few sentences in at a time, and then you overwhelm the translation.
It does take forever to do the translating.
Way longer.
And soon Streamlabs will have different languages too, so that's always good. And I was mentioning earlier to this gentleman, or I'm not sure if it's a woman because it doesn't have the information, but I was mentioning that we will be doing this soon on many of the different languages, so he can come to our platform and then have more access to the information in his own language, I'll do what I can, but it is good that it goes out to many different languages anyway. So,
Perfect. Okay, so here's this one video, Sam. Okay.
Yay!
I just my last 3 TikToks.
Been waiting and waiting.
It's too short. I agree.
Yeah, but it's a great one.
Thanks.
Yeah, the Yuri one that you put out this week also was shorter than this.
Look at that.
Just go to your own YouTube page. You want me to? I'll grab you a copy and hand it to you.
I know. Maybe I need an extra reminder.
You have already forgotten your work, young lady.
I know. There's how many videos. There's too many. Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
it's like when you think about it, you're like, oh, I know, see.
Right? It's just and it never gets old to look at. It's so cool.
It's called "This Is Yuri," and you use the song.
Watch out.
Stumbling in. Yeah, you flipped into the next video, the next short. Okay, wow, weird. My computer's doing funny things.
Sorry.
No, it's not you. It's my computer went to a very strange page.
Okay.
Holy cow.
Maybe touch it. That's yours right there, Christopher. That's yours.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah, that's Tony. That's mine.
Okay, I just sent the link to you.
I have not seen that. I'm gonna have to go to.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Okay.
That's the one I thought was too short. Yeah, I like that. I saw that this week, and I went, excellent.
Oh, I put it on YouTube. You're right. I forgot. I even shared it there. I knew I had put it on. Let's watch it again because it's so short. Let's go back to that one. Okay. Because Christopher, he didn't know that was his little clip. He's got a cameo here in this video. Yeah. Here it comes. Right there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that light pinch was so wild.
Yes. They're one of my favorites.
Yeah, you can totally tell there's just something totally.
There's good old Stripe Fury.
Look at that.
Yeah, and this is what blows me away, that people do not see that is a planet. And then, of course, Saru is even bigger, and you can see the arc of the curve is, between the Yuri and the Saru. You can see the difference in the arc of the curve, which shows you size. Right. And Yuri is smaller than Saru, even though Yuri's a gas giant. So,
yeah. I mean, for a moment, I was thinking, what if it's Saru? You know, but then I saw those stripes.
Stripes, yeah.
You know, the stripes.
And that's how we also on the Terry Wade video that she got from somewhere. I don't know who she got it from, and I wish we did. But which is this one, and you can see the absolute color difference in the sky, and there's no other way to explain this. And when the sun goes down tonight, everybody watch a little after sunset, and you're going to look either to the southwest or the northwest, and you're going to see bottoms of the planets will be illuminated after sunset, but it'll be brief. So you got to be ready, because those planets are going over the top of us, so the light angle changes quickly. But this is an example of an illuminated bottom of a very large planet, while everything else is in a deep red sunset mode. And it really messes with your head. It does.
Like, that's red clouds, right? It's red because
that's normal. That's normal out there. That's normal, our atmosphere, exactly as you've got it in the written. That's our sky. And it has that red refraction because the Saturn is far over to the right, creating a red illumination off the Earth's illumination factor. Because a lot of the light that we see right at sunset is a direct refraction of the angles of light changing on the planet face itself and how we outview that.
Okay.
And if you look in the drawing here, although from my outview, the name Sarah was covered by Shelley's Stardust logo. But Sarah was there, and Yuri is moving up higher now. And Saru is cutting into the sun, where Yuri is now moving a little bit farther over to the left and up higher. And Atu is overhead, and Nepacity is overhead. And the Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon are still in front of us, but they're partially overhead to the right. And Nibiru, of course, is to the far right and beside us. And at sunset, Nibiru is literally filling from the western sky all the way to the northeastern sky. That's how big Nibiru is. It's just sky pillar. And so we don't get to see her, but now you'll see the bottom of the Saturn and you'll see the bottom of Saru as well, just after sunset, being illuminated on the bottom. And I saw that last night.
I just want to also mention that I do know who Shelley is. So it just dawned on me. I was like, Shelley, I know Shelley. So Shelley's my moderator over on TikTok. So I didn't recognize that name. She really is a natural.
She is everywhere.
So good.
She'll
She's
post her videos.
Yeah,
she reposts her videos. She comments. She'll share some of mine as well. Yes. And she's on that. So thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Right. One day we got to get her on here with us. We're going to. She babysits a lot with her grandbabies, so her time is, quiet time is hard to come by. So one of these days, though, we'll make it happen, Shelley, so we can say hi face to face. So, but thank you for sure for everything. Okay, who else? Did I see something? I saw another comment in Spanish. Was this from earlier, Jesus, or is this a new one?
That was me responding to Irene.
Okay.
We've been having a back and forth.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, she was mentioning that she had posted something, some pictures, and mentioned Sam, and then she got a lot of hate for it. I'm like, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that hate on Sam. That's something that we must learn to not take personally.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Blame me.
Yeah. I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot not to like, I promise you. So
stop.
I think we can all say that, right?
I'm of course, I'm being silly, but if I have somehow offended you, I do apologize because it wasn't intentional.
Right. You know how sometimes, when you read something, it comes across one way. And I think people, they read it and they don't even know you. Have they ever talked to you? They don't know. But
my mother.
That's why I was so nervous to talk to you that first couple of times.
My mom always called me Mr. Know-It-All, so I can see where people would,
you can take that two ways. It's either a good thing or a bad thing.
Right.
Yeah, it's a compliment, right?
Yeah, right. Right. Yeah. Exactly,
And Gray Guy
exactly.
is here. Hi, Gray Guy. Good to see you too.
Yeah.
As always. Yes. You haven't sent me a picture lately either, Gray Guy. So
Send them in.
send me a picture. And then Sussy is here. Is it Sussy or Susie? Either way, they're here. And thanks
I
for
think
being
it's.
here.
I would think it's Sussy, right?
Sussy.
I think so.
Probably.
But yeah,
And Sussy is. I don't remember that part being there, but I haven't seen them in a little bit here now, so it is extra good to have you with us.
I
and
just thought of
Cougars,
something that when we went over to Idaho with me and some of my younger friends in our 30s, and we'd go over on these beer drink. We went to State Line, Idaho, and we went to Spokane, Idaho, and we're expressing concern over our behavior because we were drinking out of the pitcher, not the glass. That was back in my beer drinking days, and
Montana thing, right?
And they said, "Well, it's okay. They're from Montana." And
That's what they said.
Okay, and they were immediately no longer aggressive toward us, and they understood. Well, okay, those guys are jerks. They're from Montana, so I mean, you can blame it on Montana. I'm from Montana. Okay, it's my fault.
That's it. I was telling Robert goodbye. He's checking in for
Robert.
Goodbye, Robert.
Hang out.
I'm glad you were here. I mean, it's wonderful that we get to see that he's here as well, because we look at his work all week long, and it's excellent work, and he does such a good job.
Right. And this is Robbie from Australia. It's so cool when you think about it. Right this very minute, how well connected we are. And we did this on our very own. We figured out a way.
And Robbie, we expect you to tell your friends in Melbourne, even if they laugh, and then you can blame me because I'm from Montana. I'll tell you, it's this guy. He's up in Montana, So.
Fit right in.
Right.
I see a video here. Oh, and here's
this
Dawn.
hermit in some cave or cabin in Montana.
Yeah. Hi, Dawn. Good to see you too.
Hey, there's some commentary going on in the chat real quick, and you don't have to answer it, but I at least want it to be so Andrea's wondering, but there's been some other people mentioning plasma discharge from some of them are saying the moon, some of them are saying that would be from the sun. I don't know. But you want to go there?
There was tendrils. There were coronal.
That's right.
Coronal mass ejection tendrils, and see that's part of the coronosphere. And when the moon blocks the sun, we actually can see the coronosphere in action. And I believe that was part of the reason why they sent up 3 rockets to one or two to judge the coronosphere, and the other one was temperature changes and transitions around the planet and all of that. So they were some scientific shit they were looking up. And you can. This is where they get the best opportunity to study from an Earth-based observatory or whatever, or cameras or whatever, or guide towers and the array dishes that they stuff with their spectrographs through radio waves and God only microwaves and you name it. But when it is in the middle of an eclipse, then this is their best opportunity to study the coronosphere and the output of the sun. And if they're hiding stuff that they're not telling us about the 2 stars, which I think they are, then they can study even more and figure out what's going on, because they have an opportunity. And I'm still believing that our star is perhaps being left behind and smaller to the right hand. We haven't confirmed it yet. We've had 5 sightings of it so far, and from South Africa, a couple of different confirmations of that, and then one in Australia, and then one from the Philippines, and I forget where the other one came from, but they were all in the southern hemisphere. And then, of course, we've seen evidence of that as well here in some of the northern hemisphere shots over the last month and a half. Rebecca, has it been month and a half?
that we've been
Yeah.
seeing the smaller.
That.
We believe that the larger star could be out illuminating ours, so it makes it much harder to see ours in the lower 5 o'clock position, below what we believe is our star, but may not be. So, and then, you know, we could have actually been seeing a eclipse of that larger star by the moon, which would account for why other people were going, wait a minute, the sun's not in the proper place for it to do that conjunction according to the charts, when it's supposed to be X and it's ending up being Y. And we know that the second star got here in 2011. It started rising in the northeast sky in 2011. And then over time, the two of them joined all the way up to 2012. Wow. And now we believe we are past secondary half of the equation of the passing of us through the Nibiru system, not the other way around, because it's not Nibiru coming to us because they're bigger. So it's us smaller going through them. Oh. And now we are believing that we are at past the halfway point where sun separation, due to the solar activity and immense X-flare class coronal mass ejections that have been occurring, and new activity in the star that has not existed for quite a few years, and they were really stumped as to why. And I do believe that that our sun was being dragged off, the energy was being dragged off backwards to the larger star, which killed the entire facial output and coronal hole development and CME clusters as they rounded, and their magnetic positive and negative charges were separate of each other, moreover, and less interaction to cause the coronal mass ejections that we see regularly in the corona sphere.
Hey, Sam, I know this. Sorry, Damien, go ahead.
Oh, no, by all means, go ahead. I was done.
Okay, so I know this is not an easy question to ask, and we get this question constantly, but yeah, seriously, wow. The two suns, we know that they're joined together, but that doesn't mean they're very close, right? Or what's the deal there? I heard this guy at Geomagnetic, whatever, saying that I don't know if it was him. Maybe I'm wrong. It could be somebody else, but I heard them say that just because they're co-joined doesn't mean that they're really that close to each other. There could be really long distances between each other.
30 million miles, 50 million miles. We have no way to measure that. And of course, unfortunately, we're all glued on Earth here, but we're not now. But I mean, just relatively speaking, generically speaking, would you say it's a long distance, or would it be? Yeah, it would have to be. Their larger star and our smaller star follow an electron cluster, which is the big, huge brown dwarf that everybody was always talking about, the brown dwarf, which is discussed in some of the earlier, that one guy from Mexico in the 80s, he said that he knew about Nemesis and all of that, and put out that big to-do about it. And they're cross-referencing all this information from tidbits.
Are you talking about Ferrata?
Yeah, probably. I can never remember, guys. Yeah.
He's Chilean. I believe he's
Chilean. Okay. I apologize.
Basically the same. Yeah, no,
but I believe that he actually visibly may have at some point in time been able to capture in a telescope Nibiru, and then he cross-referenced that as thinking it's a brown dwarf star. But it is what holds our two stars. It's an electron cluster. You have to go to subatomic chemistry to realize that we are a compound, not a separate element in space or just rocks with gravity. We are an actual chemistry equation in space with two atoms, two stars. And then our planets and moons are protons and neutrons, and our comets and all of that are electrons, and the asteroid cluster group is electrons, and they behave, that's how they self-illuminate and all of that. And you got to take it into subatomic chemistry, and that's where gravity and the dinner plate that Einstein talks about, why all that's wrong. and we're a compound. We're binary solar system, and every 3,654 to 4,000 years we cross paths. We trade places in the spiral. Why, I don't know. It might be just part of the normal part of the flower of the spiral of the Fibonacci sequence or whatever, or how it's ever boiled down to. But
I would love to see. I would love to see it from up there. I would die a happy man if I could see things from up there. But maybe one day they play
to make a model of that.
Yeah, exactly.
We'd have to have AI supercomputer do it for us to blend a cohesive orbit model where every 4,000 years or less they cross these planetary, solar systems trade places.
I'm sure they have that by now.
Oh, I would imagine NASA probably does. Yeah,
I'm sure by now NASA, I'm sure they have figured it out by now.
Oh yeah, I imagine they got 20, 30 people working on it or more, and then they live on an Air Force base for the rest of their life. And that's what I didn't want to do.
Jesus, that must be a difficult offer to walk away from, and I commend you for doing so, Sam, because curiosity always kills a cat. Always kills a cat. It boiled down to
people over money. I wasn't going to.
But let's say for me, it wouldn't even be the money. For me, it would be the curiosity of knowing a lot of stuff that I wouldn't really know on my own. Especially that would have been the hard part for me to just say no, because I would have been curious.
But, I was immediately treated with, you don't have a right to know what you're doing. We just want your information.
Yeah.
And I was being left out of the loop, and
this is a problem, and this is the reason why we're so limited, because instead of working together, we pull this power moves, as they did with you. Instead of working with you, they wanted to boss you around, and they ended up losing a very, very important role. Somebody, with a very important role in all this information. That's
I was actually approached by, I believe, by India, their NASA, a few years ago, and I did not even want to entertain discussing it with them or moving to India with my children. I wasn't going to do that. So, but I believe I was actually approached by India, and then of course I've talked to the Australian Federal Police a couple of times too. So, anyway, that's another story altogether. I'm laughing over that one. I was I was a bit intimidated the first phone call, and then the second phone call started going, wait a minute. And then after the third phone call, I went, have you guys got enough information yet? I haven't collected a dime from this gentleman, et cetera, et cetera. And then I sort of told him that, our interview was done and have a nice day and, good day, mate, and all of that. And I kind of chuckled at them, and it was shorter than it would have normally been by their accord. But yeah, they were threatening me and trying to, corner me to find out that what with one of their citizens. And so anyway, it was a silly, somebody called me in, and it was a silly thing, like I was doing something wrong when I wasn't. And I kind of went, okay. And I still talk to the gentleman from time to time, although he has changed his name, but he still shows up on a few of our sites from time to time. And I know you're out there and all that.
Interesting. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, well, we've had some, we've been having worldwide contact with some good people, and we've had worldwide contact with some bad people. So
there was a particular member that was on Montana Sky Watchers when I first started that I found fascinating. I think he was Russian. He used to so his job was he worked for a bank, and his job was to find false money, right? So he was good with artwork, and he was good, as he put it in his words, I'm good at uncovering what's there, what's hidden. And he would edit, his editing work was fascinatingly good, because he could take a picture of blue sky and show you what was there that our eyes can't see. It was I don't see him anymore. I think he was on for maybe a year or two, and then he just completely disappeared. And I really bummed out about that because I really enjoyed his posts. He had such amazing posts. You know.
Yeah, we had a lot of early scientists. We had a lot of nice folks from Russia. We had a lot of nice folks from China. I have not spoken to my South Korean friend in a very long time. We had Matthew Wee comes from the Philippines, I believe, or actually, I will be corrected because I never ever remember what country he's from, and I do apologize. So many other things
Malaysia.
that Malaysia. He's from Southeast Asia, and I haven't talked to him recently, and I hope he comes on sometime soon.
I miss him. I miss you, Matthew. If you're listening, really miss you, buddy. You know, really wish you come back and join us, maybe at least once in a while. You know, I know you've been through a lot. You know, with the loss of his daughter, I know that he went through a lot. But
it was horrible.
But I do want to know that we miss you, and we just kind of. For me, I just try to give you your space, you know, because I know we're going through.
And you're welcome to come back when. And I mean, he works from time to time, and on the Montana Skywatcher too, and I see his work, and but we see far too little of him, and I hope he feels comfortable and joins us again soon. And then
I'll see him share memories stuff, but I don't really see him share anything new. So, and he was a very good Skywatcher. He picked this stuff very, very quickly.
Yeah, one of the earlier members. So
he was there before Jesus and I were, right? Wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was there before us. Yeah. Okay, because that name goes back to day one for me. So I just want to point out that video is from Alexander too.
Yeah, there was something on the right-hand side of the sun as it was finishing.
I love this. I got to make this into a video because you see this. You see how it's so subtle.
A little zigzag,
curve going across the top of the sun.
That could easily be the blue asteroid. The size is correct. Just above the sun, there's a white.
Yeah, there's something cutting it off.
If you can, see right there. Just when it gets big like that, hit pause.
Wow.
Just see about 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Are you talking about where it's jagged?
Yeah. See that? That's looks at the right angle and everything as the blue asteroid.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
it's the right size. It's also in the right location.
And there's not really clouds there, so.
And if you look at the orange and then the white cloud, that little skiff white cloud.
Yeah.
On one hand, it is above, and that is, of course, and it's very orange because I'm looking at it on the big screen here. That is the Saturn's yellow moon, and if you look over to the left in the upper darker area, there's Attu and Attu's moon, and then striped Uri is on the left, as well as Saru off in the distant background at the horizon in an orange at the horizon. That's the side of Saru, and then the orange at the horizon on the right hand side is the side of Nibiru.
Wow,
they're all there. Yeah, that's the blue asteroid. I believe that's the blue asteroid crossing over the top of the sun. Because the size is right, the location is right, including the little tiny tail behind it.
Right. I was looking there to the left of the sun. It just looks
to the left. You've got the red asteroid, and you've got spiral asteroid and Attu's moon. Even the long box cube is right there at the bottom. See that square?
Yeah.
It's all there. And then if we really look over to the right-hand side, we're seeing literally the ion tail line, which is that white line going straight across there on the side of Saturn's yellow moon. And over to the right of it, underneath that line, should be the long box cube. I don't know if we get to see it or not, but that's where it is. And one little sea trail at the far right there. Yeah, it's all there. See there, if you look to the upper right, there's the Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail.
Wow.
Right. It's so subtle, It's like if you didn't know, it was there.
And that white cloud that's angled up to the left is the side face of his Saturn, getting illuminated on the side. See the shadowing of the round as it pans? There's that shadowed circle right there above the tree. There's the Saturn's yellow moon, the ion tail in the upper right-hand corner right there. And that cloud angle, that white yellowish cloud angle, that's the side base of a Saturn.
Wow.
And there is a light pinch going on here.
Yeah, I was going to say it's so
Saru and Nibiru.
Incredible.
On the bottom. It's all peeking out in between all of these planets, and that's why it's sort of ovular and weird looking.
So I'm sorry, Sam. So you're saying Saru and Nibiru are at the bottom pinching. So Saru's
on either side. Yeah, on either side.
Right?
In the orange, you can see the orange brown right there.
Yeah, this is incredible. Wow.
It's like
and all you got to do
is you can't see them, they're there. You know, it's like
and there's the blue.
Away.
That's all Nibiru right there.
My God.
That blue is all Nibiru.
Yeah.
And over here you've got the stripes of Uri, which is why it's faded blue. Of course, the sun flare blacks it out right there.
Right.
You see the shadow right there is Uri, and then Saru is behind it, and then the asteroids are coming in from the left, which is why there's that illumination, weird yellow bottom horizontal orange on the left. And once you keep it in your head and sight drawing in mind, and ta-da, there it is. And it's repetitive, and it's absolutely undeniable. We've been staring at it for well over a decade. Oh, by the way, God, guess what? 14 years today. Happy!
Yay!
Happy anniversary!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
That's amazing.
Holy crap.
14 years today. What is today's date? April 9th. I had no idea that was the date.
Yeah, I remember April 9th. I just do.
Yeah. Knowing you mentioned that last week.
That's awesome, Sam. Really.
Yeah, 14 years. Been, that crazy Nibiru guy.
I wish I would have found y'all 14 years ago.
Yeah.
That would have been
Right.
Now, Dr. Nibiru,
So what? Okay, well, that was 2010. Obviously, that's when you started talking. So,
right.
Is that how? Okay, so it was April 9th. Like, how long
Like,
prior
tell us
to
the
that?
day.
How long prior to that did your non-disclosure agreement end? Like, how much time?
turn of the year, and I gave it a few months extra depending on the fiscal. And not only that, I was, I'm talking Montana Skywatcher 1. And then I was talking about little snippets on my own first started Skywatcher. And then, somebody suggested that, hey, you should start your own side group for this information. And then you'd have people be able to post more on that and not down your middle of your personal page. So your personal, could be different than your site. And then I went and, we started out with, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And, within a year we had a couple hundred. And then within, the first 3 years we ended up, 50, 60, 70, 80,000. And then we went back and forth through some crap with Facebook where they actually made it public. And then we skyrocketed to just under 100,000 members. And then we had, because the crazy was going on in there and all the older members were complaining, we went back to private, and we literally in one day lost 30,000 members. And I don't know if it was all bots or what, or how that setup was. And then predominantly over the years, we've actually lost a lot of people. And maybe they got bored with it or found other ways or what went on. I don't frankly know exactly what's going on with Facebook, because we had examples of it today where something happened on my personal page that I did not do. And Rebecca knows what I'm talking about. And I did not do that. And yet there was a drastic response.
I know. I was looking, and Sam, I just, as you said that, Katie Jo, I told her I'd send her a link, and I went to do that, and it's asking me to add her as a friend. And I have already added her as a friend. I'm saying, I mean, I have basically what I'm now realizing is I have been unfriended from people's accounts, multiple people.
Interesting.
Multiple.
That's
I mean,
not
at first I thought it was just one, and now there's two. So there's two that I've discovered, two people that I have to send a friend request to. How is that possible?
I hope nobody's jumped in and gotten a double of your account. Remember, there was one of me, which is why I had to change my picture, and then I had to sit. So, people out there, if you get friend requests from us, contact us somehow to ask if it's really us.
Yeah, something
because that's one of the things that is going to possibly. Well, our peanut gallery got a little quiet, so
yeah, but I've been seeing the laughing emojis come back again. They have been relentless the last few days. Just hundreds of laughing emojis. Like most of the comments, most of the reactions on a lot of the posts I see, there's like 100 of them. You know.
I know.
So it was quiet and it seems to be coming back again.
Yeah. One lady, Kaylee Lindsay, she shared a post, just a post. And I don't know, it seems like some posts get sabotaged more than others. But that one post had over 1,000 laughing faces. And they're all non-members. Like, you got to tell me that these random people are all finding that one post. No. I mean, I think
they're bots, and now with AI, it's become a lot easier to do stuff like that. I think Rocketman had mentioned that that was the most likely AI, which makes sense. But the fact that they're targeting, it feels like it's really targeting us, because over 1,000 is just insane.
That doesn't happen normally.
The names and their profiles, so weird.
Yeah, the profiles aren't really real profiles. I've gone in there and it's just like people? Yeah, they have very vague accounts. Some of them don't even have a real picture. That's if anybody, when I get friend requests or anything, I go to their profile, and if they have family, friends, normal was something normal would be like, I'm like, all right, okay, sure, I'll give you a shot, see how it goes. But if it's vague and there's really nothing, like it's a new account, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, thank you. It sounds a little suspect to me.
I know. I mean, I've gotten pretty good at not letting it get to me. You kind of have to practice some self-control and not let it it make you mad or whatever feeling.
I've gotten better at it over the years, but I have my days.
Kind of keep scrolling, and I can't fight them all off. I mean, I will go in and I will block 10, and 20 more will show up. It's a lot.
But I also think, Rebecca, that it's a sign that we're doing something that's making some people uncomfortable, which is not a bad sign. And also, the algorithm goes by two things. It goes by comments and it goes by reactions. So regardless of the laughing emoji, they're still interacting with the post, and that does help the algorithm. So whatever, that's why it's the reason why I don't really I don't delete negative comments off my posts anymore. I'm like, whatever, you're interacting with it, and that helps the algorithm push it further. So whatever, that's fine.
I just want to say hi. I know this has got to be Carol Ann. So
I was
based on what it says, I'm pretty sure. I'll check in a minute. But whoever it is.
Carol, hi Carol.
Yeah.
Glad you made it.
Let's see. I saw something else. Irene, she was in agreement. And Sandy said no new accounts get approved. And that is true. I agree with that too. I check the dates. I really go up and down their profile before I'm so careful and selective. And sometimes people have to ask multiple times just so I know it's a real person, and then anyway, so I'm trying to be careful, but these are non-member accounts that are, bombarding us, so you can't even stop them. Think about that.
Well, I'm definitely not going to spend an hour of my day blocking some stranger that I really don't.
Right? It's like, what?
Yeah. No. So I just get good at ignoring, just ignoring.
as I said before, guys, it's important that we that we understand that it's okay to be misunderstood and sometimes even disliked. Comes with the territory. So
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Shirley, I see your message, and of course, you do what you gotta need to do. She's gonna take care of her grandbabies, and she'll be back. So, thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
There's been nights that she stayed up. I don't know how late, 2, 3, whatever. I'll play Sam's recordings as if they're live. I'll play his recordings on TikTok, and it'll play for like 4 to 6 hours. I have different ones, and she'll be on there, even just with those recordings, talking to people and steering them our direction and telling them everything she knows. So she we couldn't ask for anybody better, in that aspect. So, okay, you know what I want to do? I want to look at Michelle's video. She sent me some.
Before that, I have to run to the pharmacy for my brother real quick. So maybe 30 minutes of the all right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys in a while, guys.
Okay.
Be safe.
I'll be looking for you.
Be safe.
All right. Bye-bye.
Don't hurry.
It's not far. It's not far from me.
Yeah. No, it won't take him long.
Okay, carry on, guys.
Okay, you're fine. We'll leave it like that. Okay, so Michelle is in Indiana, and she is was in the line of totality, so she wants to show us her videos. I got your videos ready. Let me get them pulled back up here.
I wish you could see more.
Yeah. Tell me,
I guess,
I'm curious.
Yes, I need a cough
very
drop.
quiet.
Drink cola.
So, I want to ask you a question. Did it get strangely quiet during the eclipse for you?
It got quieter.
Okay.
I noticed that the birds didn't totally stop, but they lessened. And my aunt even said that she started hearing the cicada.
Okay.
I went over to my aunt's house and made dinner for her. And I made dinner for her, and she made some stuff to go with the dinner I made. So it was a day of it. But the rooster across the street was crowing. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, he's excited somehow.
But it did get quieter.
It's nighttime, daytime. The sun's going to come up again here in a minute. So,
What's going on?
Threw his calendar off for the year.
You could definitely tell when totality hit, because it was like you could hear the whole town cheering.
Oh, okay.
And I live in a little bitty town. I mean, it's, I went from Houston, 5 million people, to Indiana town of 18, 20,000 people.
Wow, that's nice.
It's a college town. It's where the Vincent's University is. Okay. And so once summertime comes, then it gets a few less people. But I love it. I wouldn't trade it for. I'm supposed to be here, so I enjoy it. And my aunt's 2 doors down, so.
I was gonna say, I thought you moved there for family. Is that?
I moved here. I moved here in June of 2009 for various reasons. One reason was I wanted to get away from the big city. It was just too much. And my ex-husband has family here, so, and I've been here on vacation a few times and kind of fell in love with it each time. But my mother and my husband at the time and daughter all lived together. And her brother was still alive, and she wasn't going anywhere because I kept telling her, let's go to Indiana. So when my father-in-law passed away, we came up here to get his stuff, and we got home, and I went in my mother's room, and she was sitting there with an encyclopedia open to Indiana. And she said, "Okay, I'm ready to go. Let's go."
Okay.
So
That's
we,
cool.
quicker than usual, moved to Indiana. I was gonna want to wait a little bit, but she wanted to go. She's like, "If we're gonna go, let's just go."
Yeah.
So I moved.
Sometimes
up
you're
here.
just ready. You're just ready for a new adventure, a new chapter. Yeah. Well, let me get this. One thing also I wanted to share, one thing here, we get it pulled up, is I did see a post already yesterday talking about the next eclipse that will be going across the United States in 2045. And here's the path. And I'll be 75 years old out there.
I saw that.
But look at, guys, it's going right over Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right.
So
Right.
can you believe it? So I just got to hang on 21 more years. And
Oh, goodness.
I'll go live that day.
Right.
Alpha and Omega.
Well, hopefully I'll be here to watch too.
I know, guys. We got to be there together.
Right.
So 2045, August 12th,
Gosh.
8/12. Okay. 8, 9, 10. Okay. I'm already going to put it in my calendar, so.
All right.
Yeah, that's your
But
next tattoo. 8/12/45. Yeah.
Right. I wonder if they're going to start hyping it in the media. We'll start talking about it tomorrow,
Yeah.
hyping
Well, the
it up.
gossip videos will be out next week.
Right.
So, okay. So somebody's asking, when is the next eclipse somewhere else, like worldwide? I have not heard. I do not know if there is another big one.
There is a map out there. I've seen it. I should have saved it so I could share it. But there's a map that actually tells you future and past eclipses and where they were and what year they were in, and
yeah, I think
there's been quite a lot.
Yeah. Dragon's Age and I must be about the same age, because I'll be about that 75-ish age too. So I'm class of 87. So is that same for you? Maybe. Okay.
Class of 90.
Class of 90. Okay.
Yeah.
See, we're pretty close in age, most of us. I want to
What's
make sure
she saying? Hold on.
Somebody,
My
I
daughter's
think there's a
telling
Facebook user, and someone's telling us happy April 1st. It's like April Fool's Day belated. So, and good to see you.
Don't joke on us.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to Michelle.
I guess Latin America in August, my daughter said, I guess is the next eclipse.
Okay.
In August?
Latin America in August.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. August. Okay. That's not too far away.
No.
So we don't get ours in the US too often, really, every few years, because the last one was 2017, and guys, that seemed like way more recent than that. Right. When I kept saying 2017, I was like, I remember that very clearly, and it wasn't that long ago, but yet again, it was like 7 years ago.
Yeah. Actually, it was the actual time between that one and this one was 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days.
Okay.
So but exactly. But there was another eclipse that went through
part of that numerology.
Texas. Yeah, that's the numerology stuff.
Mm.
But I found that a little interesting. That it was 6 years, 6 months.
And then there's
days.
also the paths make different Jewish and Arabic numbers and lettering and or Latin, or, Alpha Omega.
Well, there was the eclipse in. What was the eclipse in? I want to say last year that went across. Because the one went in 2017 went across, and then another one went across down through Texas, and then this one came up through Texas and Oklahoma and Indiana. So it made kind of an A shape between the three.
And then this next one makes it into like an omega or something like that, which is or some other Jewish symbolism or whatever. Yeah, because this next one was added into the mix as well. I took the deep dive into so many videos. Can't keep it all straight. Carol Ann's here.
Hi, Carol Ann.
Yeah, now we can see her name. Hi, Carol Ann. Yeah, we've both had an early start today.
When your phone dies on you.
Yeah.
Right when you're starting to watch the show.
That moment. Yeah. Okay, so let me get this video. Here's some videos that sent me, and let's take a peek at what I didn't even get to watch them.
Okay, guys.
Oh,
this is the sun.
Is it okay? Are you ready for this, Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I could not catch it with the actual sun. I had to get the lens flare.
That's so wild. Look at that.
And I even tried to put my Eclipse glasses.
I
think I only sent you one of those, Rebecca, because it was kind of pointless. Because I put the glasses over the lens on my camera, and you could not see the eclipse at all.
And
I'm interested in what the white line below it is.
Yeah.
It literally looks like the spiral asteroid going straight across.
I'm trying to get it in the lens flare. That's the only way I can catch it is in the lens flare.
There's definitely something cutting in from the lower right.
Taylor, my son Taylor, he did the same thing. He tried putting he said you had to zoom in on the sun on your phone as much as you could, and then hold the glasses up and pull them out to a distance. He did that, and it worked out. And I'm like, well, now I know.
Right now, yeah. Afterwards, well, the one video, I think it was like the 4-minute video, because that's the one where I actually caught it in going into totality. I was zoomed in more, and I kind of zoomed out, and you could see the black dot in the middle. So you could see where the moon was going over the sun, but it was, I guess, the sun, even in totality, was just the brightness of the ring was just too much for my camera.
Right. Yeah. I filmed, we were like 95% totality here in Tulsa, and
that one was going
looked the same the whole time. Sorry.
That one's going out. That one's going out because you can tell by the lens flare at the top of it. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, you can see it.
That was 3:09, so that was when it was ending.
I hear the rooster crowing.
Okay.
Across the street.
That's when it was going out. Yeah, because the lens flare is reversed.
Oh,
that one was right going in. Is that the longer video? That was when it was going into totality.
Okay.
It's crazy how you can't see.
You can tell it's dark.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I would expected it to have not been normal looking sun either. To me, it looks kind of normal,
Well, once it goes into totality, it
I can't keep it steady.
I don't know.
I'm trying.
It should be any second going into totality.
It's definitely getting dark.
Yeah, you could definitely tell it's getting dark. You could definitely tell that it was getting cooler, and the wind picked up a little more.
Okay. Yeah, cooler too. I did notice that.
Yeah.
It felt cooler, and it got strangely quiet. It was just unusually quiet and cooler, and the sky everything was just kind of a muted gray
You're
tan
right, yeah.
color. Just kind of like, it was cool. It was cool. Let's see.
Yeah, that's.
I'm just surprised. I would have thought
I see
that
it.
the sun would have been more blocked out
I
looking.
see.
You
I'm
know.
trying to.
Well,
I'm
I
trying to
did
record
too.
it, but I can't keep it steady.
And I even tried laying down, and my vertigo kicked in so bad I couldn't lay down and do it.
Yeah, that's pretty much why everybody really needs a tripod.
Yeah.
And you know, I have one. Before my mother passed away, you see the things flying in front of me? Those are wood bees that are dive bombing me. But I bought a
from 304 to 308 here.
I bought a telescope that you could hook to your phone, and it came with tripods, but it's packed still, and I can't find it right now, or I would have tried to use a tripod.
Yeah, I have a lot of those things that I know I have it, but I don't know where it is.
Exactly. And it takes me forever to unpack. I moved in this house.
There it is.
There it is.
Wow.
It's crazy. You can still see the sun on my camera.
Yeah.
You just can't see the lens flare anymore.
Wild.
Wow. I can't see anything in my glasses.
What?
Really?
No, I
know,
couldn't see anything in my glasses.
Just a minute.
My aunts tell me, take your glasses off. And once I took my glasses off, that was it. I was like...
I'm not... Oh, wow.
That's when I took my glasses
I wish
off.
I could get this on camera.
It was amazing.
It's just... It's... I see it. Oh my gosh.
And there's Venus.
I see
that little dot.
There's a star over here. Yes. There's a star over
Yeah, there
here.
were several of the normal planets in that same view.
I cannot get a picture of totality. It's like the sun is still there. It's just darker.
You can barely see a little
I want to
black
get a
dot
picture
in the
of this so
middle.
bad. Look.
Shows to the size of the sun.
I do snap out of it and kind of try to do a 360.
That's not a star, duh.
That's
probably Venus.
Venus, and then
that's
Jupiter.
Probably Jupiter.
Yeah, there was like three that was in the out view.
It is so
Now
dark
to your
out
left
here,
should be
but
the
I can't catch totality on my this is amazing.
it would be way left for the Devil Comet or P12 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I couldn't see that.
PB12 or what? I can't remember the day.
That was really good, Michelle. I feel the same way.
I think the next one I did a 360 and tried to get all the way around. I did take a few before it was like, I don't know, 12 something, almost 1 o'clock that I sent you that I did.
Right.
I think I did the sun and one on either side. But something told me to look over, and it was like northeast. And something told me to look over and take a picture. So I did, and I don't know. To me, it looked like Uri.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was or not.
Oh, shoot. It's not loading. Hang on a second.
It would be there. Or farther back.
Is that where it would be?
Yeah. Uri is in the north by northeast.
Okay.
And it sort of spins in a circle over in that area most of the time, while the other planets are a little over the top of us. But Uri is still pretty predominantly left in the northeast until throughout the day, and then at the end of the day, it is in the southwest.
Okay. See, the streets here are crazy. They don't run true north and south, east and west. So the street in front of my house runs kind of southeast by northwest.
This is literally a cutoff going here.
That was after.
Is that Uri? Or
no, that was right after the eclipse.
But
That's literally the upper left-hand corner is literally Saru cutting into the sun.
Oh.
Yeah.
You see it now?
Yeah. No, I do. I mean, that's how long.
You've got the hourglass bells flaring going on.
How long after the eclipse do you think that picture was? Do you know?
Well, it should be time stamped.
Oh, it probably. Let me go back because I have this.
There you go.
That one. Oh,
there you go.
319.
319,
and it
You
was
can
that
see the
one.
blue shaft lighting, and you can see the
you?
V shape in the right picture.
Are you in Central?
No,
time
I'm
zone?
in Eastern.
Eastern. Okay,
I'm
so
in Eastern.
is that like?
Well, it
That
was
would've been-
3:04 was the eclipse,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
it ended within 2 minutes or 2 minutes 30. In some places, it was 4 minutes, but
Yeah.
so within
It was
within
roughly
3:04 and 3:09
4
would have
minutes.
been the eclipse, and this is 10 minutes after that.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the one I sent you where I thought I caught Yuri was like 12:50
See,
in
I
the
didn't
afternoon.
Okay, I'll find it because I haven't got all of them loaded. But you
Okay.
said okay, but I'll find the 12ish. I want to see it too. And some Dragon is asking about Saturn. Was that Saturn? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Saturn and Venus and
There were supposed to be
I think
quite a few of them
Mercury.
lined up.
Yeah, well, you were supposed to all, and they were all on the right hand side of the sun mostly. I saw a brief blurb about it, but not long enough to memorize exactly which one of our normal planets, because there were quite a few of them in the outview expected to
think-
be seen.
Jupiter and Uranus were supposed to be to the left, and I think Venus and most of the rest of them were supposed to be like down to the right.
Yeah, I looked at it briefly. It just
That
didn't
was-
sink in.
Courtesy of my daughter Amanda.
Yay! I
I
love it
think
when people actually share competent information.
Yeah, those are what kind of is that with a cell phone?
She's
or
got
camera?
no. She has one. She's got an awesome phone. It's a Samsung S22. Yeah, because she sent me those, and I'm like, "Are those with your camera?" She's like, "Yeah." And
Oh
I'm
my
like, "How
God.
did you get such
I need-
awesome pictures?" She's like, "I got a
one of those
badass
phones.
camera."
Yeah. Wow.
Well, see, my other phone that I use for my phone and texting and stuff is an 813. I went through HE double hockey sticks and back with my last phone, with my service provider, and they just messed around, and I finally said, well, forget it. I'll just, do away with you and find another provider. And I couldn't afford a nice, Samsung S22, so I got a little, I think it's a A13, which it's got the better, which is what I probably should have used for the Eclipse. I probably could have gotten better pictures with that one, but it has no memory on it, and no room on it, and my old phone has plenty of memory and plenty of room on it, so that's the phone that I use for all my pictures and videos and stuff like that, because I have way more room. Yes, and then she sent me a picture of my grandbabies watching the eclipse with their eclipse glasses on.
Oh
And
yeah.
that was so adorable.
I meant to include that too. I'll get it. Don't worry.
I think that got me as just as emotional as seeing the totality of it when she sent me that.
Yes.
Did anybody notice in this picture that we're staring at here? Did anybody look in the upper right corner all the way to the upper left corner and see that big dark circle right there?
No, let me zoom in on that.
Which part?
Look at the dark area in the picture first.
I see it.
I
see it.
In the upper right corner, and then you go all the way into the coronasphere, and you can see the black edge.
Yep, I see that now. What is that?
I looked up and saw that first thing because my eye is trained to look at the dark areas in pictures first, not the light. And bang, there it is. And that is most likely is Saturn or a Saturn Jello moon right there.
Awesome. Nice catch, Amanda.
Awesome. I mean, it's all the interplay in a very unusual, I can't believe it, can't believe it's not butter moment. These planets this is what, the eclipse and all of this just blows me away about, because there's so much of the other shit going on right there. There it is. And yet, wow. How do you express that to the rest of the world?
Right.
It's there if you just look at the dark areas first.
Did we talk about whether we thought that was the moon for sure, or did you say it was too large?
The problem is there's no way to prove it.
I know.
We know that something's hinky, and something's screwy in Denmark, as they say, or whatever. So the point with it is we have to try to take what we can get, the information that we can get, and then we have to wait, to come to a summation. But look at the evidence that we've already, we've seen numerous objects in the coronasphere that, average ABC or NBC or CBS or whoever you'd watch even mention.
I don't watch those.
Yeah, well, whomever. A lot of stuff coming through YouTube. A lot of people.
There it is. I didn't notice my grandson down at the bottom corner at first, and then I saw that he's like not even 2 months old, and it's so cute.
He saw his first.
Burn those corneas early. I'm joking.
So he'll be 21 when the next one comes around. Wow. He'll be a grown man.
Well, cool. Maybe he'll. That's what I told him, Amanda. I'm like, it's a shame that she gets to enjoy seeing this eclipse, because she commented, about how, moon and it, got dark and stuff like that. I'm like, it's a shame because she's so young that she probably won't remember it. I hope she does remember it, because I remember my first eclipse. I think it was 1979, because I was in elementary school.
You are correct. It was 1979.
And I didn't have eclipse glasses then, but my mother owned an answering service, and she had this little square thing with slots in it to put the messages, and it was a smoky color. And it was like layers. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's like 6 layers. And so I used that, and I actually got to see the eclipse through that.
Yeah, we used
that was so long ago.
We went to the store and bought big, huge, normal Kodak film, bigger the better, and we just bought it and pulled it out of the strip and made a whole bunch of glasses out of that stuff in 79.
Nice.
It works. I wouldn't recommend it for doing it long, because there is possibility it's not up to standard, but it does work. It's what I used the other day, and I only got to watch a little wedge of it get covered up, and then the clouds moved in.
Oh
no, not fair. It was like, okay, cool, now I can go watch it on TV.
Well, you could see little wispy clouds.
Oh, ours were
kind of going over the sun.
And rain and very, cumulus nimbusy, and so we had big weather move in.
Yeah.
No worries. I watched it on TV, and
Well, I wasn't even thought of then, Carol Ann. I was I was born in 71, so I wouldn't even have thought in the 60s.
Yeah, maybe in the 60s. I don't know. We'll have to look and see if there was a,
Yeah, I'm not even going to do the math for me in 2045. Nope. I don't think I'm going to be around in 2045, but
hey.
I am so ancient after all, the old man in the cave up here in Montana. It's okay, he's from Montana.
It's getting deep in here. Ancient.
I couldn't go that far north. That's too cold for me.
I'll get out my old cane now and hobble to the kitchen and get another Coca-Cola.
Oh gosh,
the old thing is a
Caroline.
cane.
She graduated in 71, the year you were born.
Oh, I was born then.
Oh,
no.
That's so cool. And I mean, I've seen pictures of Carol Ann, and you would never know that
No, I know. Oh.
her age. No, never.
She looks good.
Really. So you would never know.
What's your secret?
Right, exactly.
Right,
Please tell us your secret.
Yeah. Oh boy. Audrey says, I'll be 85. Is that when for the next eclipse, Audrey? Is that what you're talking about? Maybe. I'll be 75. I bet that's what she's talking
Maybe
about.
in 2045, yeah.
I'll be 60.
Yeah, I'll be 75. How old will you be, Chris?
63. I'm like, wait, what?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I can't picture you being
Shy of
63.
100. How about that?
Yeah, that's cute. Well, and yeah, Carol Ann, I know. It's true. It is true. You'd never know. So, she can't put the secret on here, she said. It's too secret. It's too secret. So.
Oh, okay. Well.
Oh, and Katie Jo, she'll be 56. That's still pretty young. That's not that old. So you'll definitely be there for that.
Right.
And Facebook user will be 75. So
welcome back, Jesus.
Same age as me. And Karen, she's just come out and saying it. I'm 61, so cool. I'm not too far behind you, Karen.
I'm 52.
I think we're discussing ages here, but I'm a little. I don't know what the context is, but.
We're talking. Hi, welcome back.
Yeah, I was going to say it was really depressing.
Yeah, Sam.
It usually is. You know, nobody prepares you when I go to work. Sometimes I get the younger generation. They'll be like, "Hey, sir, I'm not used to that." I'm so like, when did that happen? When did I become sir?
Yeah. Now I'm Mr. Hofman. Yeah.
Nobody prepares you for that. You know, it just happens one day. And you're like, "Oh wow, they're talking to me." You know, it's pretty funny.
When I was 14, I had a waterbed. And my brother and I went to a waterbed store to get some new sheets. And we walked in, and the guy, now mind you, I'm like 8th grade, you know, and we walk in, and the guy says, well, how can I help you, ma'am? And my brother looks at him and looks at me, and he's like, he's calling you ma'am? You're like a teenager. And I'm like, I guess, he was raised by, people that taught you to say sir and ma'am. And that's me.
That's how I was raised.
That's how I was raised.
Myself.
Talking to my aunt says something, and I say yes, ma'am, or no, ma'am. Right. And
Mm-hmm.
Please and thank you. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, or sir, ma'am, please and thank you.
The forgotten art. Yeah, people are not as kind as they used to be. No. Do you remember when people used to actually clap and sing in theaters?
Yeah.
No. So you actually wore clothes on purpose that were special to go to the movies?
Right.
And you were quiet?
Yeah.
I don't remember singing at the
Well, that was in the 60s. They were still singing in theaters the way up to about 67, 68, and then that's when the 69 hippie movement in Hollywood changed, and so did a lot of, back when they even had these, great organs in theaters and stuff, and a lot of that was still used in my early childhood. And we went to this, Saturday matinees with the Lone Ranger and Three Stooges and, Tom and Jerry. And that's what we, went to Saturday theater in town.
When movies were a nickel?
Yep. And then if you brought a bread wrapper and a bottle cap from one of the local companies, you also got a discount on your candy.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's where they get you now. The prices on the tickets sometimes can be, I'm not going to say reasonable but I mean reasonable compared to the prices of popcorn and
Right.
stuff. But it's a popcorn when they get you. Like, holy crap, $15 for a medium freaking popcorn. Like, what do I get with this? Does this come with the Coke? Does this come with the whole meal?
High blood pressure.
That's when you go to the store first and you sneak in your own candy.
Yeah. I have taught my children how to sneak a Coca-Cola under their armpit.
Yeah.
I'd be lying if I said I hadn't done the same thing before.
I am, of course, joking because they were small and you couldn't put a Coca-Cola under their armpit. But yeah, we always wore a heavier coat to make sure you had plenty of room for candy bars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jesus Christ.
The last time my daughter and I went to the movie was right before she got married, and we went and we got what we wanted, and
right.
Yeah, but $15 for a bucket of popcorn is insane.
That's ridiculous.
Crazy.
I wish it was a bucket. It's more like the one right below the bucket,
Oh, a bucket is now $15.
Oh,
the last time I went to the movies, I got it was okay. So they got the bucket, and then so I think it's the medium is the one that I got, and it was $12.
Oh my god!
The medium popcorn. Yeah, I'm like,
they cooked 3 months ago. I'm of course joking, but they do fresh cooking. They sell a lot of it, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I think the bucket was like $16 actually.
It was like 6 years now.
Right.
Something to the movie at the theater. Alan and I, they had a one night showing for The Sound of Music for its 50th anniversary or whatever anniversary showing. So we went for that. But and that was it. That's the last time I've gone. So
Star Wars.
I don't go very often anymore either. I can't. A lot of what they show now is a lot of crap. I don't really like anything that's.
I know.
Most of it's crap. The last time I went, my friend insisted we go watch Cocaine Bear, and it was the most horrible experience of a movie I've ever seen. I was just I was like, seriously, am I really watching this? Is this really something somebody paid millions to make?
Right.
It was just out there. It was.
I'm so glad I did not see it.
Well, you notice they're not making, movies and music as good as they used to, and I really feel like it's on purpose. I feel like they're going downhill on purpose.
Well, a lot of it is, and when I did Sundance Film Festival this year, I got a chance to talk to a lot of the young directors and producers that I give a ride to, and they were talking about how streaming really ruined Hollywood, is killing Hollywood. Nobody's going to the theaters anymore because you could just stream something, from the comfort of your own home.
Yep.
So,
and they're not producing DVD sales anymore generically either. It's very rare that a movie will actually make a DVD sale and Blu-ray. And they're not producing them anymore. And I don't, and that's ever since COVID, the selection of, where you can just go to the damn store or Walmart and buy a movie has gone way down. And I've noticed for sure that, because I buy them, and that way I have a copy of them forever. And, in hard copy. And I've got, I built some shelves. I've got literally 3 major shelves full of DVDs. And it's literally one of the few things I ever buy myself is like, what used to be a $15 DVD is now running up to $20, $22, $23 in some cases.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I bought the new Aquaman, and I have not watched it yet. But anyway.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Yeah.
And I agree with these people about the big purses. I used to take in Happy Meals or something with my kids, when they were little, and I'd sneak everything in, so not that hard. So peanut butter
yeah,
jelly
well,
sandwich.
women are lucky you get to do that. Me, I just have to have big coat pockets.
Yeah, right.
Wear my winter parka with all that space.
All right.
My kids don't like going to the theater anymore. Anyway, they don't like all the crazy people. Well, they don't like the people in there. They're different than. This is a different generation of kids. They don't like to be necessarily mixed in with a lot of the public.
My youngest son is like that. Like, he doesn't like to go places. He doesn't like to leave the house or whatever. very, very much like that. So,
I'm a hermit. I unless I have to get out, I don't get out a whole lot.
Yeah. I don't get out. I mean, now that I'm home more, I'm home more because I haven't been able to work since like 2009. It's been a long time.
We did survive the eclipse.
Yeah,
of course we did.
Yes, sure did.
Everybody was so freaked out. Now watch. Now, granted, there was a 6.6 in the Philippines today, but then there more are expected, and I should actually just be while we're talking, I could look at the latest earthquakes and see if there's anything new that's happened today.
Give us the update
that I didn't know.
The one thing I did hear is that they said that when the eclipse happened that something was going to happen. And they're like, right. No, it's not going to happen the day of the eclipse. If something is going to happen, it will be within about 40 days.
Right. Or 3 months, something like that.
Yeah. Of when the eclipse happened. That it will take time for something to happen if it's going to happen.
Right.
So
there was a 5.0 in China. There was a 4.7 in Indonesia, another 4.9 in Indonesia. On the volcanic plate of the Ring of Fire is the Volcano Island in Japan region. It had a 5.0. Alaska just had a 4.9. Let me see. There was a 2.6 in Empire, Nevada today. 2.5 in Banning, California. A 2.9 in they're calling this Ensenada, which is probably the Baja region. And a 2.5 in Mentone, Texas. And a bunch in South America. Yeah, so they're pretty decent sized. But the Malaysian Asian side of the Ring of Fire is definitely active today. That's the full report on that. Anyway, I could go look at the smaller stuff, but this was just the major.
Hey Sam, it's okay. So I'm seeing that I was seeing earlier and right now that there's a series of several earthquakes near the Marianas Island. That's typically our deepest. The Marianas Trench is the deepest point in the ocean, so which means we'd be closer. It'd be thinner crust there, right? Is that significant? How significant would that be? That in that region, we're seeing that. Is it normal? I really never paid attention to that side of the Earth, during the Marianas Trench or on islands anyway.
Yeah, the deep areas are reacting, and then you have to go into the depth of each of these individual earthquakes. Like in the Azores, there was one that was a 5.0 this week, and it was 10 kilometers deep. And then in the North Mid-Atlantic Ridge, there was one. It was also 10 kilometers deep, and that was on the 4th. And then also on the 4th was another 10 kilometers.
10 to 222 kilometers is what it said in the epicenters,
Right. And
anywhere from 4.1 to 6.8 in magnitude.
Now New Zealand has been having some subduction. And I mean, we're talking like 220 kilometers. And here's one with they had a 4.5 in the South Fiji Islands, and it was 138.8 kilometers deep. So, and that's also that area, and this one's 572 kilometers in South Fiji, and that was a 4.9, and that was also this week. So yeah, the depths are different. What's going on what we would refer to the western side, they would refer to as the eastern side of. Am I cutting out?
No.
Yeah, you're doing the robot thing. Slightly doing the robot thing.
That's what happens when I drag my cursor. I think I'm clipping out my signal. That 6.6 was at 35 kilometers deep. And I'll come off that, so I'll clear up my feed. Yeah, I think maybe my microphone might clip out when I'm grabbing and scrolling.
Here's that video that Jesus and I was talking about.
I
where
believe this is exactly the
showing the
one.
eclipse with. We'll see what everybody thinks. Let's see what y'all think, because hang on. I can't get to the button. Hang on.
My friend in America filmed this and sent it to me.
If the eclipse is right here, yeah, then why is the moon over there?
No.
Oh, wait. What? How does that happen?
Because we're in the middle.
But look, the moon is right there in front of the sun. Wait. But the moon is over here.
Not possible.
It is possible
to be.
Now it's black.
The sun. Here, I'm using it right here.
Let's always use the glasses. Okay, sorry.
That's insane. Do you see that? If the moon is right there in front of the sun, then why is it over there? I'm gonna Google that.
Oh, interesting. Okay, we need to get a blow up of the moon.
Right? Maybe it is flat. It's a conspiracy, dude.
It is a conspiracy, dude.
How does that prove that it's flat? It's okay.
Okay. So, are you saying you think it's fake?
Well, I have been wondering if it was, and because we've heard reports that the moon and the sun were not in the proper alignment in which to actually cause this. Now, why would people look that up and discover this and then complain about it if that was not the case? When everybody's saying, wait a minute, this doesn't, because it doesn't. What these people are, they're looking it up on their phones, and the computer is telling them one thing. And then other sites are saying, well, this is happening in another thing. And when the two are conflicted stories from programs, then it's telling you that something's hanky in Denmark again. Something's not kosher. Something's wrong. And then when we started hearing these reports ahead of time from people, semi-credible sources, more than one, this is when we started looking into all of it we could find our hands on. And this is why I said everybody film around just like he did right there. When you're seeing the totality in the thing, film everywhere else to see what else you see.
Yeah.
There's a great example of it. So if the moon is over there to the left,
well, I didn't see
actually
the moon
between
when I did the 360, because when it went to totality, I kind of got mesmerized, and then I'm like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, let me do a 360 real quick. And I did a 360, and I didn't see anything else.
Well, that's why if you can, Rebecca, if you can get a blow up off that video, when the guy films over to the moon on the left there, if you can grab a still capture as large of it, the biggest one he shows that is clear, not fuzzed out, but if you get a clear, larger capture of it, please do so. It doesn't have to be today. You can do it tomorrow if you want to, or next week or whatever. But we'd have to look at the face of that to see if it is actually the moon, or is it the Empire orb, or is it or is it into one of the other lead asteroid or this or that or the other thing. You have to look at the facial on a blow up enlargement of it, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, it could be the lead or the Empire orb. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, it could be the Empire orb, and they're probably here for the show too.
Right?
Yeah.
Over Earth view. Okay, we'll turn the little blue light area. Yeah, there we go. How many eclipses do they get to see?
All right.
One every year if they want to. I guess they fly around.
Well, when y'all showed the videos of that lady talking about how it doesn't line up,
yeah,
and to go look at because I use Sky Map app,
okay,
because sometimes I'll look up and I'm like, well, what is that? And so I'll look it up on my Sky Map app, and I didn't know that I could like go forward and backward in time on that app. And I figured it out, and I went forward to, April 8th, and the sun and the moon were next to each other, but it didn't show them like totally eclipsing. It showed maybe
they weren't
partial.
aligned. Exactly right.
It showed partial, but it didn't show that
and this is what precipitated us saying, well, what could be happening if it is not our moon? Now we also have to remember that we have sighted 2 objects when it comes to the moon as well.
Yeah.
There's been for like 8 years now. There's been a much larger yellow object behind our white moon, and it has been sighted up here and around the world for it going on like 8 years now. And that's why they've been calling it all these supermoon, because it's much bigger, because there's a much bigger object behind it. Now, we've never discerned what that object was, but I have had my suppositions that perhaps that's where they're parking the Empire orb or the Norway spiral orb or whatever we want to call it for a close pass. But then we've also had sightings of it intermittently parked in front of the sun, which is the black dot. And if it was always a camera fail, that black dot would always be there. But the black dot is only intermittent. And we've known years ago, after the arrival of the spiral orb and the arrival of the the arrival of the Texas cube, that they were sighted parked in front of the sun and beside the sun, depending on the around the world shot, where they had a different angle, or they drifted over in orbit or whatever. But we had many sightings of the Empire orb and the Texas cube parked next to the sun for a few years. And then when they came out of hiding in 2019, then they parked where the long box is on the right-hand side of the sun and the Texas cube is on the left-hand side underneath Attu's moon, and Attu parked in their little nestle spot between the two. And the asteroids are in front of them on the left, and literally the long box cube is hiding in front of the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon, so it blends in a lot of the time. And they're sort of in plain sight, but they're in hiding as well. But they've been there ever since, with minor variations over time. So there's all of this stuff going on that, especially with the pinching and how close these damn planets have become and how huge they've become. And I'm amazed that we don't have more complete cutoffs of light, and which may yet happen. We might see that biblical couple of days of darkness, but remember, there would only be a thing if the planet was actually in the way on the going away from it, but they are higher than us now, so that is less and less likely over time. So your guess is as good as mine where we're going to really see. But I mean, this is all suppositional, trying to understand this insane orbitation right next to us, in our face, in between us and the sun, and why we've seen the backsides of these planets for so long. And now we're getting brief facial illuminations over periods of time, and they're so large it's hard to discern exactly what you're staring at in the illuminated sky at dawn. And if you're seeing the sun come up in the east, you should really look to the west and see which planet is overhead in that part of the sky first thing in the morning. And you'll probably get some of the best shots you've ever seen in your life of the facial illumination of these planets over the top of us. Got to look up, not out. You got to look up, add an angle to your view. And in the early part of the day, there's depending on where you live, there's a very large chance you're going to get a capture of the facial illumination of one of 3 or 4 planets all at the same time. I mean, no matter where you look when you step outside, there are planets around us. And then, of course, it's harder to see if you're at sea level, because you're seeing through a lot more crud in the air, and you're just sort of looking through this veil. But if you're high up and your elevation is cool, like, Jesus understands, and other people, and Nicolle also lives at a really nice altitude as well. So, your altitude is helpful. So remember, capture the dark areas. Don't look for the light. A picture on the left. You can include part of the sun on the one side of the picture on each. because that does help us when we look at them, knowing automatically where the sun is. And it also shows the refraction cutoffs or the belt flaring or the side pinches or the halos or it, anyway, or over time you'll learn what the best shots are. Okay, swallow, breathe.
Yeah, see, that's what I try to do. I try to get one picture with the sun in the middle.
Yeah.
And then I take a picture of the left-hand side, the right-hand side, and then I try to do a 360 starting with the sun, and then I go to the left and go all the way around, and then try to go all the way around and then look up.
Yeah,
So
and
I
remember
try to
when
get
you
everything.
pan slowly. Otherwise, you're going to
Yes,
make you nauseous, man.
I have to go slowly, or my vertigo kicks in so
Yeah,
bad.
you're going to vertigo a whole
sometimes.
bunch of people around the world, and they'll be having to grab
And-
the countertop because they watched you.
Or
Well, I have to go slow. I have to go slow. Well, there's one video that I sent you. It was a while back. It was like on March the 16th. It was a really good one if you can find that one, because you could see the different colors of the dark blue.
Oh, cool.
And so many crazy things in the sky. It was insane.
I know.
But it was hard for me to do because I was trying to go slow and I was trying to go around, and then at one point I went around and I'm like, okay guys, it's above my head, but if I look up I'm gonna fall over. So
right.
here's what you can see, but I can't look up. So.
That's when you brace yourself on the car,
Well, I'm out in the middle of my sidewalk, so I have nothing to brace myself
your neighbors
on.
are going, "What is wrong with that woman?"
Probably. They probably think that now. Yeah, because I go out and I'll sneak out, like if I don't have work in the morning, I'll sneak out and try to take some pictures, of the sun and do at least the sun and on either side, I did it out the back. In fact, it's funny because, what was it, Sunday? My neighbor will cut my yard for me. He uses my lawnmower, but he'll cut my yard and his yard. And he came over and wanted to know if he could cut the grass before it started to rain. So I'm like, yeah. I went out to go get the lawnmower out, and I was waiting for him to come out, and I was, looking up at the sky, seeing what I could do. And of course, my aunt 2 doors down, I hear her holler at me. She's like, "Are you cloud gazing?" I said, "Yes, I am." I'm cloud
when you get one of those construction green jackets and have a bird watcher printed on the back, and everybody leave you alone.
Right?
Wow.
I'll tell them you're taking a selfie. That works for me.
Yeah.
That does not look too moon-like, does it?
No.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, turn that down.
Let me zoom in on that.
Huh.
No.
Is it the Norway spiral Empire orb?
Oh, and it's going up out of the picture. Wow.
It kind of like had that eye. I saw a corner, like you'll see here in a second, but I don't know. You know how the Empire orb has like
I don't know. It almost looks moonish.
It doesn't look totally round. It looks kind of.
Well, that's because of the light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, what? Oh.
Little things are flying around it. What?
Yeah, there's 2 little dots.
I saw that.
Also, the
Right
moon
there.
during the eclipse was in new moon mode, like
Yeah.
zero illumination on.
Yeah,
Right.
so it would not. The moon would not be illuminated.
No.
You would not see it.
True. I actually looked that up yesterday. Okay, Rebecca, do you have the Norway spiral or the Empire orb startup video?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I do. Let's get it. Hang on.
For
Were
those
any
new
of those
folks out
that I
there,
sent you complete, Sam?
was I supposed to be looking at something that I wasn't looking at?
No, it was a little while ago. I sent you quite a few spirals. It was after like two podcasts ago, and because you mentioned that there was a complete spiral one, and that you hadn't been able to find it, and
I don't even know if I saved that. And I was very excited that I think I actually forgot about it, and I was very excited you'd sent it to me. I'll go back on.
Because
I may have saved it.
I mean, Leanne was like, "Oh yeah, you got the good stuff," so I'm pretty sure I found it.
Okay, I may have saved the link to that. I hope I did. I'm scrolling back through your last conversation, which was lengthy.
Yes, sorry.
Good night, Audrey.
Good night, Audrey.
It's 5 a.m. Bless her
Good night,
heart.
Audrey.
Good night, Audrey.
Yeah. We'll see you next show. Okay.
Yeah, I have the link. I will look at it again. Do you want me to look at it now?
If it's complete, like I sent quite a few, so I don't know. But I believe one of them is the full thing, and your concern previously
spiral
was
filmed in Norway.
that it wasn't complete, that you hadn't been able to find the complete one. So that's
right. And this one is a full 2 minutes 25.
There's a lot of those that are just like a bunch of like fluff and extra, and mainly, like you said, there's just a few that are a copy of a copy of a copy.
I could send it to Rebecca, but I could review it again. But I did save the link. Okay, Earth to Brain. Where am I going? Oh, okay. Back to Facebook. Okay. Do you were you bringing up that video, Rebecca, of the opening of the Empire Orb?
Yeah, it's here.
And I will send you the Norway spiral link that she sent me a couple weeks ago. I did look at it the one time, and I'd forgotten I had a copy of it. And I am going to now post it on my wall, my personal wall. That way I will remember to review it again.
Yeah, there was one that appeared over Hawaii that we showed on this show previously, I believe. There was also one that showed up over Alaska.
Yeah, I can't, over the last 10 years, I can't tell you how many wormholes we've seen open on video from members from around the world. And there's been a lot of them. And we've actually gotten good at discerning, the good ones from the bad ones.
Yeah, I also found one on I want to say it's the Texas cube, but it looks more like a long box, honestly, than a cube. But I haven't seen that one before, so I'm pretty sure that you have that link as well. But it's not the same, because the only place I found that is on someone else's channel that you had referred us to. That's kind of like it's like a long time ago, like right near it, and it's like like a professional kind of show that like they review the and then zoom in on the footage. But this is not what I found.
Yeah, this does look very similar to what that previous video, including the little things flying around it.
Yeah, it does.
See those little white.
That's really fast.
See the little white dots around it. Yeah.
Okay,
so when I saw this thing, they were going slower than that. They were not going like super fast like that.
Wow.
See, there's a little white dot, and in this video,
and they look just like that.
Little white dots. Let's find it again.
That that looks the same.
How zoomed in are we on this? Because these things are pretty
far.
They're not really big, so I've had one right overhead, and they're not very they're the size of the little guys, like around that thing is what those guys seem.
Yeah, and now remember that size is really hard to tell because you can't tell the distance.
True.
And from what I saw, I actually saw the Norway spiral Empire Orb. We call it the Empire Orb because it looks just like the Death Star. It really does. And I've seen it by eye. And I watched it drop out of the cloud in, 2:15 or something, 14, 13. I don't remember exactly when that was. But I did see it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become topic And the only one, we have mega proof that it exists. Did we, no, we saw it, in 2009 come through, and we knew that there was an object with an eye sort of slit dot in the front of it, and it actually did come through. And I'll review that video again. I did post it on my personal wall, so I'll look at it again. And and it's literally the size of a moon.
Wow.
And it's got an array. And when I watched that blue light come on, and this is, of course, that video that Rebecca showed previous to that is one that we got. God, what was it, like 2019, Rebecca?
Look like
yes, that sounds about right.
Yeah, this one right here. And once we saw this, and then I'm watching it from the beginning, going, oh, I wonder if this is real. Wonder if it's real. And then all of a sudden I see that blue light turn on in the video.
Right.
And I'm going, oh, shit, I saw this exact same thing myself. So, yes, it's real because it matched exactly what I saw. And, right there, that blue light, man.
Yeah.
And it came down, sank out of the clouds, changed directions. And then that is what I saw right there. And it was on for a long time looking right at me. And it was like, oh, my God. And had I not seen the blue light turn on, I would have thought.
Come here.
I would have thought it was a planet or an asteroid falling by until I watched that damn blue light.
So, is anyone else seeing the tiny little one that is at the bottom of it, like leading it?
Yeah, right. Parked right
and
next
then there's
to it, orbiting it.
bigger ones, like the big ones that's like shooting out. That's kind of what that looked like.
Okay, this is the old Norway spiral where this is where the opening, and it looks like it's ground emanated to open the gate.
Right.
Think of this as a stargate being opened from the ground. Mm-hmm. Somebody on Earth is opening that door.
I mean, because it certainly looks like it originates from the horizon and not necessarily like it's bending over and, like coming up and over like the planets would be.
Right. Oh my gosh, that's just crazy to even think about that. We're opening these portals and these people know, or whoever's doing it knows what's going to be coming through.
This is not the one where you actually watch it coming through.
Okay.
Unless that was many tries where they opened it and it failed, and they opened it and it failed. Because you can actually, in the other versions, you can actually see the object inside the hole and actually come out of the hole into our area. And that was the original. This one is a version of it much farther away from the original. Well, actually, there was like 4 or 5 people that actually captured it, and on way back in 2009, and they've been butchered and got shorter clips of them, and
there's
you don't
like
see
100
the full
of them.
event.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've sorted through a bunch, and I'm still looking, but found quite a bit of stuff otherwise.
Now, in 2009, the planets were not even close to Earth, and they were a blob in the sky. If you held up your phone, or back then it was these little video cameras, and the screens could see the blob, and when you pulled the phone away or the camera away, you couldn't see it at all. And then you put it back up, and you could see it again. And that's how I first started watching and realizing that there was an anomaly in space coming our direction. And then in late 2009, early 2010, I actually saw a close planetary pass of a very large facial illuminated planet. And I immediately went, oh shit, they're here. And I just linked back. I was expecting them to come. So then I got to watch them and form Skywatcher 1 and Montana Skywatcher. And the rest is brought us today, 14 years today. So got my little horn, the little push out thing, that rolls out. Anyway. Yeah, this looks like another one of those Jesus videos.
Yeah, it's Jesus's turn. Hey, look at that.
Jeez.
One of his videos did that.
How often do
Rebecca?
How often do we see that eye on tail, guys, to the right of the sun? You can't say.
Yeah, every day.
Yeah.
This is not too recent. Just want to say that beforehand. It's maybe 3 months old. Sometime in January, I believe. But I just wanted to put on. I ran into it. I just wanted to put because the ion tail
Look
is
how big that is.
Yeah.
Look how big a Saturn's yellow moon has become.
Right. It's so big where I can't.
That one
tell,
photo,
that's actually what I'm looking at.
I mean, it dwarfs the Rocky Mountains.
Right?
Yeah.
And recently, sometimes during the day, Saturn's yellow moon seems to be under the sun. Some days it's way above the sun. And
some days
it's cutting into it. It's cutting into the top of it now.
Right. Yeah. Mostly by the time sunset comes around, that's when Sam's, drawing always lines up for me, at least. But during the day, it's all messed up.
Well, the photo, and you don't have to pull it up, Rebecca, but it was on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, but I was trying to capture some asteroids flaring, but the bigger thing that really is very apparent in it is just the big giant Saturn's yellow moon and the tiny little Rocky Mountains, our purple mountain majesty, just itty bitty little things.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Remember that one? Yeah.
Yeah, they just like swallow it,
It's just, you can see the perfect curvature, and you can actually see another big body or big blue butt, as Gillian calls them, on the other side. And then just to the right of that was an intergalactic ship, I believe is what Sam called it. It looked like, get this, the Windows logo, the 4 little boxes. That's kind of really what it looked like. You remember that, Sam?
That would not surprise me if that was like a real object. You know what I mean? It just would not surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
They would model it. Seth.
No, not at all.
So much up there we don't know about.
And then
we rely on captures from around the world. People send them in.
I had to listen because it's for our Spanish-speaking people, guys. So this is a video that I posted recently, but.
Well, look at that.
It's in English, and then I thought it'd be a good one to put in Spanish, and it did pretty well. So.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and argue with the famous index finger.
Right?
Right. That's awesome.
Atu's moon and vertical asteroids. There's Atu's moon.
I always have to wonder, is that Jesus? But then,
wow. And that, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn.
Wow.
And that is Atu's
moon.
Oh,
2018.
So cool.
Yep. I knew it right away when I looked at where it was.
Jeez.
Literally, your drawing right there, Sam. I love that one.
Yep.
It's right. It's exactly matches one of your drawings, most of your drawings, but one in particular where you put the little tentacles. And it's exactly the same. Exactly. And this one, the object. I mean, that's obvious.
And that's earlier. It's Saturn's yellow moon right there. That big circle right there is a Saturn's yellow moon in front of a Saturn and Nibiru. And that was last year or the year before when it was that small. Now it's Atu's moon, and of course, lead asteroid and red asteroid, and the white dot in front was the spiral asteroid illuminated. Yep. You cannot argue with this, people. These are frickin' planets. Look at the blue area in the bottom right corner. That's the real sky. Everything else in this picture is a planet and the base cloud atmosphere around it. This is the side of Uri. This is the side of Saturn's yellow moon.
And I want to point out, okay, that is Saturn's yellow moon, and the second video, they're pointing out in the same direction, 1 week apart from each other. 1 week apart from each other. One, maybe a week and a half in the same direction. One was clearly closer, but let's rewind it. I'll point out which ones, guys. Not this one, but the next one. Okay. So,
can we play this again? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, play it real quick. Let me point these out.
Okay.
Real quick.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So Okay, so this one, you want to pause that real quick?
Sure.
Look at the building on the bottom. That's this is outside of my window right here. Actually, you know, I took the net off, you know, the mosquito thing off, so I wouldn't have that problem. So I always open my window, and it faces south, and I get a view up east as well. So it's just, I'm on the second floor, so you could just see my neighbor's top, the roof. But this one, you know, it's passing right in front of the same direction as. Okay, go ahead and play it. So that one, and okay, let's keep going.
Man, that's so good. That one. Oh.
That was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So
good.
Yeah.
I mean, that one kind of almost looks
I
like
made that into a TikTok. And it really,
yeah.
It had like,
Incredible.
I forgot. I have to go back and look how many shares and views it got. A lot.
See the stripes of Uri.
This one, okay, that's the same building right there. That's across the street from my window. So this one and that other one that I was just pointing out, it's the same direction, guys. It's going in the same direction, about a week and a half apart. Very cyclic, very repetitive. And once you start paying attention, guys, you will see that it's very cyclic, and you could really catch on to these events, you know, if you're paying attention, because this is in the exact same direction. You can't make that up. You can't say that's an anomaly. You can't say
look at the shadowing.
It's one-time occurrence. It's the same place, guys. The same thing. We're seeing the Saturn of the moon pass in the same direction. It's.
I mean,
it's crazy.
Everything moves, right?
It's
But
crazy.
yeah, it looks the same when you start
Look
seeing
at how
Yeah,
many
one
bodies
is
are
definitely
missing.
much
Same.
closer than the other. My one is definitely closer occurrence than the other, and it was at different. Okay, so the first one was at right around sunrise, so we could see more color. The other one was midday, so we see it in blue. You know, but the other one has color because it was right as sunrise was coming up, so we see more of their color. And we've said this before: as the sun comes up or it's setting, we get to see their true colors. Mostly their true colors. Sometimes they blend in with whatever's behind or in close
And the
proximity.
closer they are, the more blue they are. But
That's right. But I mean, it's the same orbit, guys. The same orbit, slightly different. You know, different angle, different.
I'm when they leave, they may be, you know,
Look, Chris is back.
as they leave,
But
maybe
it's
we'll
the
start to
same-
see them better.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I've been seeing.
I hope so.
I've been getting nothing. I've been getting nothing in the day here, guys. Just nothing but night views. I've been getting all night views. Nothing that I can really photograph. But what I have seen so far this 180-day cycle has been happening at night, not in the day. So, you know, I think that is significant. You know, considering that we have said this, they're going to start to go past us, and we are going to see more night illuminations and more night passing. So that's exactly what we
then
said.
they're on
We've
the
been
other
saying
side
that.
of the planet, and we can
That's
see
right.
the light
That's
going
right.
beyond
We-
Earth, so it will illuminate
Yeah, and-
them.
Exactly,
And
and we've
hello,
been
how
saying
are
that.
you
We're
guys
gonna. We've been saying that we're gonna see this more often, and that's exactly what's happening. At least in my area, that's what I've been seeing. Is mostly just night occurrences. You know.
Right about, I'm going to run real quick to my window because it was literally last night at this exact time. Well, actually, it was a couple minutes earlier, but I'm going to look out the window, north window, real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. All right.
Pero para nuestra gente de habla hispana, aquí está este video con evidencias de que el sistema de Nibiru está aquí, con 7 planetas, su propio sol, y y como, no sé, 8 o 9 lunas. So, síguenos en nuestras redes sociales y nuestra plataforma social que vamos a tener próximamente y para más información.
The sky in the north west is illuminated again, and it is well after sunset here, so the illumination is shining probably on the bottom edge of Nibiru or Isatum.
but it's not colored as Saturn color, oddly. We had seen earlier, about 6 months ago, those unbelievable red skies. So it's hard to say.
Yeah.
You know, it could, for all I know, it could be Saru popping its head over the top of us anymore. It's moving faster. The transition is changing quicker. And so it's all a new learning curve.
That's been
a
lot more to keep up with.
You know, I noticed that last night. Well, I guess I should say this morning. I didn't get to sleep until like 4 o'clock this morning.
Oh.
Because my mind, after the eclipse yesterday, it was just going, and I couldn't go to sleep. But I got up because I thought, well, it kind of looks brighter outside than it should. You know, being like 4 o'clock in the morning. So I look out my front, which is basically northeast. To the north, it's just like dark. To the east, southeast, it's just like dark. And then to the like northeast, right in front of me, it was like the sky was light.
Yeah, and that's where the generic sunrise since the second star has been. That's part of it. It's also part of the tipped Earth axis, because remember, when the second star got here, all the normal planets' axis is tipped. And so our view that's why part of why our sun doesn't go across the sky at high noon anymore. Instead of it goes in this rounded arc to the south and then rounds its way back to the west at sunset. So that's why all of that is going on and has been going on for many years.
I pointed that out to my aunt Monday because I took those few pictures at like 12:50. And, you know, I mean, that's between 12 and 1. You know, the sun should be, you know, it should have been overhead. And it was more, you know, in front of me than over my head.
Right. And the springtime arc is when the sun is left out of the winter arch, the winter orbit, and then due east predominantly back in my generation was at daytime in the spring, the sun would rise due east, and it has not done that since 2011.
No, because I could see that perfectly, because I have a really limited view outside of my window of my east direction.
Okay.
Oh, we had Nicolle
that way,
Yes.
and it's easy to see the difference.
Yeah, we had Nicolle's picture, her capture at high noon, or excuse me, it's southeast noon. And it's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be directly. Now, in the spring, it should be, a few degrees towards the south from overhead in the spring. It's a little bit lower, and midsummer is when it is high noon directly over the top of us. But we have not seen that in many, many years, period. It doesn't exist.
About that thing. I do have, I put a little compilation folder together of slides for Rebecca, just because I put some together and pulled it from a content stash. Tried to pull from there, but there were a few that were through glass, so I can't. We don't do those. But the first picture in that slide is the picture that Sam is mentioning.
Oh, okay, cool.
So this one is the timestamp I have, and I apologize. I will get those videos posted to the sites that show you how to set up your own watermark through your camera on your phone or on your iPhone, Android, and get those posted for you, so you can all have a timestamp just like this one. You can personalize your message.
That would be awesome.
Right.
Yeah, and so this is at noon, right there, timestamp. That's my phone, which is geosynchronized to the satellites and all that different stuff. However, and so you can see the bright spot in this picture on the right side unless your camera's reversed, I don't know. It's going to be, that's the sun, and it's at noon, and I'm looking east, right? And, you know, like, that's southeast.
And it shouldn't be there.
No.
And it should be overhead. It should be right over my head right then.
Yeah, and we've talked about this in numerous shows where even right before the onset of spring, I was noticing that angle of the light had changed off of my bird feeder. You know, it's sort of, I could actually use it mostly as a sundial because I know which direction is north and all of that. And because they've even been talking how people have been talking about how Polaris isn't exactly, which is, by the way, the North Star.
Right.
Right.
Where Polaris, the North Star, isn't where it's supposed to be either. And I have noticed now a little of that could be actually our transition through the galactic plane, because we are in the middle, headed toward the upper half of the galactic plane. And I don't know the extent of our progress, but we should be finishing up in the galactic plane within the next couple of years. And our out view of Polaris may have changed also due to Earth tip as well.
Right.
So, I think that's a combination of the two things, but which will affect your sundial as well in true north. And many people know that the North Pole has direly moved on the planet. Anybody who's been watching the last decade, the magnetic North Pole is now somewhere in the middle of Siberia or something.
Wow.
So
everybody's taking that as a pole shift, and it's more because we're tilted, guys. We are way tilted.
Well, that second star it's a big, huge magnet, and you add a second magnet, and all the positively charged planets in the room all turn to that magnet and tip farther down than our normal axis, which is also tipped down to our star. But you have that second star, and all the planets go and they tip over. Like little boxing dummies being pushed by a magnet weight that changes all of our axes. And that happened when the second star got here. And even NASA announced it, along with temperature variant changes on all the planets. And they don't tell you that. They announced it once, and then they dropped it, and they go into detail. But all the planets are heating up. It's not just climate change.
And we don't foresee a full pole reversal. I mean, that's only happened a few times over the last, millions of years. So we don't really foresee that.
We might jostle. We might change permanently, or we might actually straighten up once they leave. We don't know what's going to happen. Now, if the direction of that star is leaving,
once they leave, that's the concern.
Yeah, well, even the direction that it's leaving may affect our axis tip, because it's a larger star, and if it comes closer to us and takes over that majority of magnetic control, which it can't really do. I mean, our star is thread linked to us, and their star is thread linked to them. But that generated magnetic field may have a greater or lesser effect on us. And I'm concerned also about temperature variant. If this larger star comes closer to Earth than 93 million miles, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know which way it's going to room, or exit the room, exit stage left, or I believe, because of its previous trajectory path of onset, it came from below us on the left-hand side, and I believe it's going to exit over our right side, perhaps, hopefully not over our left shoulder, maybe just to our right, which we could hope. But if it goes left over our left shoulder, we might be in more trouble. I can't tell you. And, we also have to take into account that this is a cyclic thing. This happens over and over and over again. So it's not going to be majorly destructive, although, this is how tectonic plates move, and, giant floods happen in past history, Noah's Ark and all of that crap, People always go, well, it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, but they don't ask where all the water came from. So you got to take into account larger events or what's going to happen. We don't know. Planet passing Nibiru in Sumerian. And I don't want to get drastic and extreme, but I mean, we know that tectonic quakes are up. We know volcanic activity is up. We know that the Schumann resonance on planet Earth is off the scale. We know that radioactive particle decay has changed.
in our scientific tests right now, and they don't know why. And all of this is all related. So
accelerating.
yeah, and the sound we hear, and when the planets go over the top of us, some of us get nauseous, and some of people head burns, and some people their feet burn and their hands, and get
Or you'll have a sword through the center of your head.
During the eclipse, the sun was just
burning hot.
Well,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I couldn't bear it. I had to move directions every little while because it was just so hot. It was just scorching your skin.
Yep. Yeah. It's hot on the skin. It feels a lot hotter. Colorado was experiencing 70s in mid February.
Oh,
that's unheard. That's extremely not normal.
No,
and March is our snowiest month, and we really didn't get much snow at all.
Yes,
good job,
we saw some up on the mountains. We've seen plenty of snow, but down here in the valley, we have not seen much at all this year.
Go back to Andy's picture, please.
Sure.
And I want to say hello to our guys today. I love your channel. I think we've invited you on the show before. That offers stands. So yeah, nice to see you here. By the way,
what do you guys see here?
Asteroids.
Yes. Which ones?
Right. Little sisters. I don't know.
Well, we can include Lorraine and the one Leandra has to get hold of me because I see it in this as well. And then there's two other ones that we could also call that I'll keep my eye out for them next week. On the far right we have lead asteroid. We have all of the original object cluster group right here. Lead asteroid is on the right in the middle. Red asteroid is the clump in the middle in the back. Spiral asteroid and little sister are up front, and then behind those is where the Texas cube.
That's what I thought.
I got one.
That's where the three lines at the top are coming from.
Right. Let's see. Here's another view of it. He sent me.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. We try not to do repetitive pictures, which is why I did not include all three of the captures. But because they all look the same.
In this one, the lead asteroid is not there, but the red asteroid, the spiral asteroid, little sister, Lorraine, and then of course the Texas cube is in the upper back.
Yeah.
With the three lines, and if you look at the top, wispy in dead center middle at the top of it, there's a little Star Destroyer parked up on top there.
No way.
Yes way. Lots of them in the skies this week. Are you seeing them, Chris?
Yeah.
All over the place, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're and these are not stars, by the way. These are illuminated objects from the. This is probably the bottom of Saru at night.
That is
great.
This
is 11:55 p.m.
Look at the angle.
Night.
Look at the angle of the bottom edge of the planet compared to how Uri's angled edge is to Earth. Oh, Uri's over in the upper left corner.
Oh, wow.
And this is northeast.
And you see the tan asteroid in the upper left corner.
Yeah, it looks yellowy.
A little yellowy tan dot.
Okay. Wow. Nicolle,
so this is Saru and Uri. And all of this cloud stuff on the middle left is the bottom base cloud of Uri.
Wow.
Yep, this is a nighttime illumination of Saru.
That's so good.
That's cool.
I have a few more. I'll send them over if you'd like.
Yeah.
And those white dots could actually be
curved line is so big.
Go back to that. Those white dots could be cities.
What?
No way.
Yes. Remember, Saru is green blue and it's populated.
Yeah. Okay.
Those white dots could be cities.
I gotta turn my light off.
Interesting.
Yeah, I gotta say that that's not the placement of any known
Do you
constellations.
see any stars on the horizon side on the right? No.
Uh-huh. Like I said, you won't see the stars. Some of these you'll see a star or two, or like maybe just like Orion or Big Dipper, but you won't see anything else. And then, but these are not the stars that should be. There's not stars where these are showing up. Not there.
Crazy.
By the way, I've got the sun coming into my bedroom at like just about, I don't know, but it's never ever done that before, ever. I've been here 6 years and I've never had this sunlight. It's a very small sliver of it, but yeah. So nothing's where it's
all in. Yeah, everything's weird, everything's off, and this is the only reason why that it would be, is because these freaking planets are here, and you can't, even if you don't see them, you cannot discount all the other things that are showing us that this isn't anywhere near normal. I mean, let's talk about the storms. Oh my God, China's still getting nailed, and look at the upper illumination there is awesome. That illumination is Attu's white moon in front of Attu.
Yeah, just keep on trying to figure this stuff out, because you'll pick it up, and even if you just get one that you kind of start noticing, like just keep trying, don't give up. And what seems, very well recognized to others is not so easily recognized. So don't get frustrated. Just keep on trying. Keep on.
Yeah, there was a time that I was completely oblivious to it, guys. So it does take a little practice.
It takes practice, and you're here for a reason. If you're feeling it, if you're seeing these things, it's for a reason. You're meant to. So don't give up.
Don't give up.
It takes time.
And the more you watch it, the more you will catch the patterns, guys. Even if by accident, sometimes, a lot of what I learned was by complete accident, but because I was consistent in watching the skies and recording them and looking at my captures, because you might take a picture and not see it with your eyes, and then you go later and look at your picture and think, oh, wow, because our eyes miss a lot. We are very limited in what we can see. There's so much.
When I find captures, I don't understand. I'll come back to them 4 or 5 times.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Absolutely. And then you look through your pictures and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know I had that. I should have got
Oh, well, remember that one main picture?
It's like, it's just awesome.
The main capture of Nibiru that I had for years, I stared at that thing for probably 3 years before I realized that Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon were right there in front of Nibiru. And I had just ignored looking at it because to me, my eyes said, okay, clouds. And I thought, okay, space clouds. And I was like studying the face of Nibiru going, oh, cool, look at this. And here's the land masses there. And there's the ocean. So, oh, cool. And then one day I just sort of was looking down and I looked up at the picture because it was in front of me, very large. And I went, wow, that's the ion tail of is Saturn. Of course, it has to be there because we know it is there. And it was just duh.
Here's another picture for you, Sam. It's 49 minutes after noon, day of the eclipse. And I'm looking southeast, and that's where the sun is. Not overhead or past being overhead and heading towards
it's
the
way
horizon.
Southeast. It should not be at all. Not at
so
all. It's supposed to be above you. Even if it's in the due south sky, it should still be due south.
Still be right
at noon
overhead, and not
off in the east. And if it's in the southeast, then it's still way. Which is what's weird. And look at the edge of the illumination on this shot. Of course, you got a Saturn's yellow moon. In the entire from middle to the right corner is very large as Saturn's yellow moon. And in front of it on the white cloud on the bottom is the spiral asteroid.
Oh, wow.
And then over to the left of the sun over all the way to the tree is the side of Uri.
So
remember, look at the dark areas first. Look at the dark areas.
I see Dragon Sage. is saying that she's trying. He or she is trying to learn, and great, that's awesome. And just keep on trying, because what I did was I would get on the Facebook sites that are like the big ones, and I would watch for the big people, like the people that you see here on the podcast that are here, the people that have been on the past shows. They're all pretty good at knowing their stuff. They're not there for any other reason, really. So watch if they're posting stuff. Watch what they're posting. If Sam is commenting, like, that's how I would look for Sam or Rebecca's or Jesus's. Like, if they're noticing the pictures, like, now some of our pictures, we just get kind of shadowed and we don't necessarily get everybody seeing them. But if they're commenting on it, then guaranteed there's something about that's right. And so even if you don't know what it is that's right about it, know that, like, follow the people that you see here and watch what they post, watch what they're sharing, and that's another way to learn. But absolutely refer to the site drawing that Sam puts out every single month on the 15th on multiple pages. He also puts it on his own page if you're a friend there. And you could even, if you can print it out and keep it with you in your car or whatever, and just kind of hold it up everywhere you go, you'll learn.
Let's look at this. This is a really good cap. This is a really good capture of Attu and Attu's moon and the asteroid group coming in from the upper left. And you can see all the asteroids in the upper left. And and this is sort of a snail foot base cloud going here, but this is Attu and Attu's moon. Attu's moon is dead center at the top, and you can see it, being wrapped around by that core facial.
And you see that line underneath it often.
Yeah, that's literally like a developing snail foot, especially now that they are getting smaller. So we're going to see more of the snail foot behavior. We'll see more of the Nepenthe snorkel again here anytime soon this summer, which means really big, nasty storms from hell. And then, of course, rain bombs and close passing. But generically, Nepenthe has been going literally over the North Pole, where our out view of Attu directly over the head is actually closer to the northern latitudes, middle equator. Now I'm going to have to keep that in mind the next time that I see Robert send in his pictures, because he's in New Zealand, and I got to cross-reference that in my brain half the time, try to get a better understanding, because people in South Africa have pretty much the same view, but in some cases they see at different angles, and so it's like, and it messes with your mind.
It does. It really does. Yeah. Absolutely.
My apologies.
We used to have somebody in China that used to post. Haven't seen her in a while. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about, Sam. But she used to post.
I said hi to her just the other day, and I commented on her stuff. I don't get a lot of feedback from her, so I don't know what to type or how extensive to bomb her page. Because I imagine she has people, family and friends.
Well, she used to be way more active in our circles, and then all of a sudden she just wasn't. But she used to post some really interesting stuff, but it was always a little confusing to me because she's in China, like literally underneath us.
I've gotten a lot of really good material from Japan over the years, especially some of the early Attu's moon and Attu captures. Way back when Attu's moon was this tiny little thing, and we were, facial identifying it, and then we found out how that, Attu's moon has got this weird one side, the bottom left-hand side is flat and straight and weird looking, and I look back with that with nostalgia, and wish to God, and of course eventually they're going to be that size again as they leave. So we'll get to a long goodbye, but I mean, wow, I am really nostalgic for the days when these planets were smaller. And it was so much easier to see them, and it's kind of.
Yeah, I'm getting action here, but it's nothing that I can really do nothing with. It's so close. Like what was it? This last time that we got some snow. Last week we got some snow. It came in through the north, right, and I could see it, the V thing, and it came right up over us. And then before you knew it, it just whited everything out, and there was nothing I could catch.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. It was just
and the base
close.
cloud between Uri and Atu does cause onset Uri whiteout. And there's this, huge subdermal cloud between the two of them. So sometimes literally when Atu goes over the top of us, it drags in the Uri cloud, and then there goes our weather and our out view and everything else. And it happens, yeah. And then there's those weird days, we still haven't, squared that in our brains yet, where the skies are just as blue as can be. There's not a cloud in the sky with the exception of occasional starfighter. And then you wonder, where did they go? And you can still see the dark areas, but you can't really see them. And I always call that away week. But now it's sort of like away 2 days rather than a week now. And all of this, it keeps changing. And there's, the 4 faces to each one of the planet. Nepenthe has 5. And it's and there's so much information that we've learned over the years. It's unbelievable. And yet, it's a nightmare. There's so much that it can get really confusing. And as I say this, I have a face twitch going off in my right eye. It's like,
oh, that sucks. Quickly, I want to just say thank you for. Sorry, hang on. Real quickly, I'll just say thanks for the clarification. Dragon Sage is a chivalrous rogue, not a lady. Yes, he said he's a chivalrous rogue. Thanks, Caroline Bopp. And with that, I've really enjoyed joining you all tonight, and so much love to everyone. But I must take my eldest out for some nighttime driving skill learning, and rack up some hours after dark. So
away with thee, fair maiden. May thy quest be fruitful and safe.
Yes, safe. Thank you. And no more white hairs, but heck, I've been looking for a change of pace anyways, right? So. All right, well, thanks again, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the show. And once again, what a wonderful show. Great to see you all.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for all your help.
Thank you.
Good night,
Absolutely.
Nicole.
Good night, Michelle. Likewise, and hey, that it's just a few, but the file I put together for Tracy's in the slide too. That slide's ready for you.
Okay, perfect.
There's just a few that weren't really.
Yeah, those were really good ones too. Man, I missed an awesome sunset this evening. I discovered because she lives not far from me, right? So I was like, but at least I get to see it because of her. So yeah,
exactly. But again, thank you all, and enjoy your nights, everyone, and stay safe. Talk to you soon.
Okay,
have a good night.
See you soon. All right, good night.
You too. Good night. Bye.
Yeah. And Carol Ann just sent me a couple of pictures. One of them, I'm working on it right now, so I'll share it in a second. But man, it's pretty awesome. You'll see it in a minute. But here's Christopher sent me 3 pictures. So let's take a peek at his pictures.
I don't know what happened with these pictures. So this one was, I think, Atu's moon and Atu, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. I have a whole series of this one, but the day before the eclipse, there was some pictures there, Rebecca. I don't know if you saw the one that was like totally whited out from the light.
Oh,
it looks like a bad picture, but yeah. So
okay,
I think this was a long box cube, and then suddenly the sky turned completely white, and I couldn't see anything, and I captured it on film. I don't know what happened.
Oh my god.
It was just this like flash of light. It was so weird, and everything changed. And it was just for a brief second, but I caught it on film, or like I took pictures of it because I'm sitting there clicking the phone. Well, I don't know what it was, and I'm thinking, did they try to like wipe the city's mind like Sam talks about, or?
Interesting.
Are you saying, okay, it turned white? Okay, is this the same day as this? Is this
no? This was the day prior. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then the next day. This is the next day.
Yeah. I mean, I do notice how the sky will go. When it has it'll just be so perfect, like it was anyway. And then, it hits that stage where it's just white out, it's just everything.
It was like
gone.
the sun flashed or something, because everything turns yellow and you can't see the houses. You can't see the trees.
Yeah.
It was freaky. I'll post them on the Facebook.
Do you have any memories of time loss?
I don't remember anything from this weekend, Sam. I don't know what's going on.
Now we figured out why you're hoarse, because they abducted you. You were screaming, "Let me go, you motherfucker!" And you're screaming during your abduction.
I'm like falling asleep. I'm waking up. It's just...
I am joking. Yeah, I am getting up at 3:00 in the morning still.
Oh.
It's so weird. I don't know why. And I mean, I'm normally a 5 a.m. riser. And my clock is completely wrong, and I don't know why. It's been going on for months now.
Yeah.
And I'm having coffee way earlier. I can tell you that. It's kind of interesting, chasing the deer away from my bird feeder more. They're still running around at dark. Excuse me.
I said, when do you go to bed? Like, what time do you go to bed usually?
Anywhere from, after a big spaghetti dinner, it might be right after dinner. I'm joking. Usually, somewhere around midnight.
Okay. So not much sleep then.
No. I don't really require. I haven't had 8 hours sleep in many years. I think I actually did sleep 8 hours a couple years ago. And that was only after getting up once and then going right back to bed. And I've gotten close. I've had 7 and I've had 5 recently. But generically, I sleep about mostly 4 hours a night if I'm lucky. And I don't know why. But I mean, I snap awake and off I go.
I hear you.
Now, for the longest time, I really had this overwhelming urge to be the first guy that had all the news every morning on Montana Skywatcher for everybody. And I would go look at the earthquake reports and the weather and this and that and the other thing and try to be on top of the news and be, the best and number one. Because, I mean, we are number one, and number one is not an easy job, and you have to keep it. And this is part of, why I stress out every 15th of the month when I do the monthly site drawing, because I want to absolutely be correct. And you guys deserve it. I don't want to be one of those many people out there that are handing out disinfo. And I feverishly keep that in mind. And so there's a level of, I do a lot of homework so that I can stay on top of this. And that's what kind of frustrates me on those days, like you were talking about, where we get white out and you can't see shit,
Yeah.
It bothers me.
It was just so weird. I definitely will post those pictures on the Facebook group, and I have a lot of this Atu's moon and Atu pictures also. I love how the clouds tower into the, upper atmosphere. They curve over your head. It's the most
people have forgotten that's not our normal sky, because they see it, and they've seen it for so many years now. That we've had it literally at any given time. We've had generically at least 2 planets in our close proximity that were creating an exterior space atmosphere cloud pattern around them, so that we become expectant to see that these large things way above us are just, are clouds, and they're not. And I think there's an entire generation that's been raised on the planets around them, and they can't even see them.
Wow.
Because it's normal to them.
You don't even think about that too, like there's this younger group that's been here, and this is all they've seen, and it's totally normal for them. So
we've been watching them, and they were in the South in the original days. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Rebecca. Go ahead.
No, well, sorry. I visit with different people, as I'm going around town. Anyway, but I was talking to a guy, and he was 28 years old, and we, I stopped to think about it, and he was like, 9, 10 or whatever age he was whenever the planets arrived. You know what I mean? And they don't remember at 9 and 10 what the sky looked like. That's all. So you have to be older to have a basis, a memory on what the sky used to look like.
Yeah, and in an adult imagination of understanding level. And yeah, and this is why I try to remind everybody, go back to a 1960s Western. Go back to a 1980s movie where they're going to show you something in a long fishing weekend or something. Weekend at Bernie's, for instance.
Oh God.
An old movie where they got a lot of ocean sky scenes, while they're dragging the body around. And look in the background. Look what our skies used to look like in these older videos, and you can find dozens of them out there, if not hundreds. Just real quick, when you're watching old videos, look at the sky, and you'll go, "Wow, that is completely different than anything we have today."
Very uneventful. I think that's why people associate the skies with boringness, because they used to be boring.
Yeah.
They're anything but today.
No.
All right, let me get those pictures from Carol Ann. She sent me 2, and I made one of a comparison.
Sandy Cheeks, what are we going to do with you?
Uh-oh. You know me.
Oh, no, go ahead. Pin up her comment.
Go ahead. Let's see. Let's get back to this. Yeah.
What are we going to do with you? Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that information is so heavily out there. It's hard to avoid it. I mean, but that's an idea that they want people to think, Sandy. I mean, that's what
that project has
put out there for.
Oh, God, the Alaska HAARP site closed in the 90s, I think, or the 80s. That one closed, and they did other stuff. And the reason that it's harmonic atmospheric aeronautical resonance projection.
Okay.
Now I'm bending really close to classified on this. And I did read the documents on that, and they have to have a receptor module. I can't go into too much detail on that, but they found out when they tried to use this that was created because they too were expecting gravitational objects to come crashing into planet Earth because Nemesis was going to hit Earth. And so this is why they developed that in an effort to repel harmonic atmospheric aeronautical repulsion program.
Wow.
To push things away. But they found out a negative to the use at the opposite spectrum of the Earth, wherever you were to have for instance, we'd call it the barrel of the gun. On the opposite end of the gun, on the stock, there would be earthquakes and serious harmonic resonance issues on the other end of the planet, therefore rendering it completely unusable. And so, and if you're gonna, and this is why I'm sort of chiding you, Sandy, and I don't mean to, I'm not trying to down you, because it is a pretty widespread rumor that these cloud waves and cloud patterns that we're seeing in the sky in our upper atmosphere, which is above our normal, in our ionosphere, etc., where our 35, 40,000 feet, where our normal cumulus sphere or the cumulus nimbus clouds reach to the top of, which is where our weather comes from. And what blocks our view, the rest of the stuff is mostly see-through above that. And it is not what people say is happening. And HAARP is doing this and HAARP is doing that. Yeah, sure, it can mess with our harmonic resonance of our planet, but I promise you, it is not something they're playing with. Because they don't have to screw planet Earth. They who are out to get us are not doing that, because Mother Nature is doing it all by herself, and they don't need to mess with this shit. It's regular. It happens every 3,654 years, and including the sounds in space and the sounds over Jerusalem last week, and all these harmonics in the atmosphere and all the cloud patterns. It's all natural. It's all from these passing planets. And I promise you, the
government's busy doing other things like stashing MREs underground with all the everything they ever wanted. And the part of that too is them over processing an imminent threat from projects that were created far before the information of even the electric universe became accepted in science. And they were, gravitational, we're going to be screwed, we're going to get hit by Nemesis, blah, blah, blah. Even our governments believed that. And I'm sure some of that has been pushed away, where hopefully some real scientists started working for these guys and could tell them that no, the little stuff can hit us, but not the big stuff, because it electrically repels, and it is cyclic. Otherwise, this would have gone paradoxal, 300,000, a million years ago, because we've always had a binary system, always. And that's anyway, it depends on who you talk to. It could be 4.5 whatever billion years, or 6 billion, or 8 billion. They don't even know how old Earth is, especially since now they're now finding out that their calculations on the Big Bang is completely wrong. And they're finding universes now that are 16, et cetera, billion years old, which completely blows the Big Bang out of the water, because they thought it was X amount of, like 8 billion, 10 billion. I don't remember exactly what they were saying, the Big Bang, how long, because, it depends on which scientists you listen to. They all always come up with different numbers, so I do get confused. And I don't remember exact numbers all the time, but generically speaking, their belief of everything that they thought they knew is now being changed. It's like, well, hello, come on. And the binary system and everything. And I got screamed at over this paper thing when I was 17. And so there's a lot of crazy government people involved with this. And you can't take into account that they're exactly right, because a lot of them aren't. And they're in charge. That'll scare you.
I do want to add to this, Sam, that all these rabbit holes, they're on the way to learning. We all went through these down these rabbit holes. I've said this before.
Oh yeah.
I even went down because I was so confused at one point. And it never occurred to me that it would be planets. That's the last thing that ever would have occurred to me. But I went down even the flat Earth thing, which didn't last long, because I did it just for the sake of being thorough, But we do all come across all this misinformation, and I think some people unfortunately get stuck there and they don't see past all this stuff. And I think that's the point of it. It is the point of it is to kind of stump your knowledge and stump your interest, and think, if you think you know the truth, you're going to stop looking. There are a bunch of plastic
people.
That's the effect that it has on people. And
there are a bunch of lawn ornaments when you're trying to mow your lawn, or the gnome in your yard, and you just got to mow past them, through them, and go on, and or hey, pull the pink flamingo or the gnome and put them on the porch, then mow. But you know what I mean? It's a metaphor. It's a screwy one, but that's what my head said.
So I'm hoping that anybody new here who is stuck between is this or is this that, just continue the learning, and don't stop just because you come across some BS patent. That there's a lot of stupid patents out there. That doesn't mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and then we could talk about the sun simulator, because that's exactly
that's what I was hinting at. But there's just so much. I ran across this, and it's been coming up on my For You page on TikTok a lot, of this guy that's obsessing about seed trails, and I've been commenting. I commented a couple of times and got completely ignored by everybody, not just by him, but by everybody. Not a like, not a comment, not a reply, nothing. And I was like, there's more than that. Don't focus on the seed trails. Try to look beyond that. So try not to stunt your learning curve, your learning process, guys, with that stuff, because that's what it's intended to do,
Sorry, I don't have time to shut
Someone's going through the garage.
Here's this picture two pictures from Carol Ann.
Oh,
yes, y'all.
That's awesome.
And Katie, Joe, you were one of the few ones, because not everybody seems to get past that. Not a whole lot of people are able to cross that line between all this crap and what's really happening, and it thankfully you did,
and to get into a conspiracy and then get out of it. That's sometimes you get stuck in them and
Sandy Cheeks, there are numerous patents for that. But see, what you got to take into account that and especially with the Chinese version, the sun simulator is created to illuminate a small area of a regional area over an individual country, not illuminate the entire planet.
Yeah. I mean, what?
And China's the one that's in the lab, the one that they're still building in the lab in China, which has not even gone out of the prototype stage. That is meant to illuminate only a small area of China to aid in their seasonal growing.
Yeah, because they've been getting hit hard with the crop failures because of all the rain and all the flooding that they've been having. So they're doing that out of a desperation, because they know these shortages of food are gonna affect not just them, but we're gonna start seeing domino effects with that, guys.
Oh, they last couple of years bought everything that they could get their hands on from America, even the ground corn. And if you know what ground corn is, that's the extra stuff. When corn starts selling for next to nothing and ends up as cattle feed in a lot of cases, they'll have so much they can't fit it into the silos, and so they dump it on the ground. And China was buying everything they could get their hands off the last couple of years. So, I mean, our markets were selling well, but the fact is that we're still underproducing. I think we're down to like 60 or 45%, anywhere from 45 to 60% of what we used to grow. And our weather, look at the Mississippi this year. Holy cow.
Sam?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have to interrupt. I have to leave, apparently.
Okay.
Nobody communicates with me. So are we going to be on much longer? Or?
Probably not. Another hour, maybe.
Well, I'm leaving. I'll be at my wife's dad's house in like 10-15 minutes. We'll see if you guys
just check back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys. If I don't see you again, have a great night, everybody.
All right, be safe.
Okay.
Drive carefully.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, see you later. Bye-bye.
But I was seeing a report, Sam, about from Ireland that typically they because they've been getting hit with a lot of water as well, everything's saturated. So their potato crop, which they typically see about 20-some thousand acres, is down now to 5,000 to 10,000 acres, if that.
Yeah.
And that's that alone. I mean, a crop like potatoes, that is huge. That it's a huge underproducing, for their country. That's going to bring a lot of problems, and it's going to bring it's going to skyrocket prices with whatever they do have.
Last
going
week,
to so much, because potatoes are it's a really cheap commodity. That
last week in Kansas and Nebraska, they were having red flag fire warnings, which means that they're dry. And right now they should be wet so that we can grow all of our wheat and all of our corn in Kansas and Nebraska, etc., that we've always grown. And then we also have to check into the Idaho potato product and so. I have not watched the farm report in a while, but go ahead.
What's happening in Ireland, Sam, is that the ground is so oversaturated that a lot of their crop, like potato, grows underground.
Right. Yeah.
So they haven't there's been so much that hasn't been able to be a lot of it has gone to waste because it's so oversaturated that
potato famine had a
they can't run their machines and pick it up. So a lot of it has gone to waste, and a lot of it hasn't been able to be planted because they're so oversaturated, in the land that they use to produce this stuff, So, pay attention to the stuff, guys. And as Sam says, we're not in Kansas anymore, so it's important to. These food shortages have only begun to hit us. They keep blaming. They blame it on inflation, which I think there's some truth to that. But I think there's other things at play here as well. There's a huge domino effect because our supply line is so fragile that anything could play a huge effect. Something on one part of the world is going to play a huge domino effect in the rest of us.
Example, Mississippi River. The river is low. Right now, the barges, they are traffic jammed because they can't flow as easily as they used to. They can't run 4 of them down the river at the same time. They can only run 1. That raises shipping costs. They're stalling longer. They also have to carry less because the water is not as deep. So that also increases shipping costs and availability and quantity. So, and all of that is playing in even around the Suez Canal. And, hey, the Panama Canal is backed up because they don't have enough water. So our shipping around the world, our chain of supply that we used to run on is not even going well, and what our supplies are also equally reduced. And the Ukraine war, they've been waiting for wheat from Ukraine because that's what they grow a lot of, which is why Russia wants it. And the Crimea and all of that was supposed to be shipped to Africa and a whole bunch of other really dependent nations that were going to get help, and now that is also slowed down and stalled, and they're still selling some. Ukrainians are getting some ships out, but the blockade from the Russians has been nasty. But the Russians are losing in the naval war right now, from what I understand. Of course, I don't fully believe all the media, so anyway. So, yeah, we're going to see very expensive loaves of bread. I mean, look at the cost of butter. And, that has to do with reduction in cattle, and cows are low. And then we just went through a bunch of pig kill-offs because of all these diseases. And a couple of years before that was all the chickens. And, so we've got these, pandemics in our food stocks as well as now we're going to have the cicadas come up, Yeah, I gotta love all those plagues, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your Bibles, and here come the bugs.
Yeah, a lot of changes coming, guys. A lot of changes, and we're just starting to see those things take place. So it is a good time to. As Adam's right, we need to learn to grow our own food, because we are too dependent on just going to the store to get all these things, and soon the shelves are going to be half empty, if even full at all. So
we're going to see a very hot summer. So I'm sure of it. I think we're going to fry, and we've already seen the Texas and Oklahoma wildfires happen, and that was in the spring. What's going to happen by summer, and the winds, and what's going to happen to Nebraska, what's going to happen to South Dakota, what's going to happen to Kansas, what's going to happen to Iowa or Missouri or Indiana or anywhere, and poor old Ohio. I don't think they're going to have a fire problem, but they're trying to spoon their water out of there because, that storm that went through last week really raised up the flood levels throughout center Ohio, and all that river water has to go somewhere. Fortunately, it is going to go to the Mississippi, which direly needs it. So that's a good thing. It takes time to get there. Maybe they ought to reverse some of the Great Lakes and try and feed that into the Mississippi currently. I think there's a system going through Chicago that could do that. Anyway, yeah, the Mississippi a couple of years ago was literally dry, and that happened 2 years ago. All around the world, all the major rivers dried up, and that did not make the national news. And you have to go out and look for all this information, and that too is in the Bible. When certain rivers and around the world were dried, and that's one of the quatrains of Nostradamus as well. So all of these signs keep pointing to these severe scenarios that are playing out right before our eyes, and so we have to pay attention and look at
we're often told that, and this is you brought this up before, Sam. I have brought it up. I think we've all brought it up here, but we often hear, well, what can I do about it? Here's the reason. Here's the good reason to be in the know, guys, because as Carol is saying, most of these people don't realize what's happening right before them, but we do, and at least we can somehow be at least a little prepared. I do know that most of us live paycheck to paycheck, but at least knowing the information, I think, is half the battle.
There's a civil defense thing where if you are aware of what's going on and everyone else around you isn't aware of how this catastrophe or whatever, boom, the explosions, fires or whatever, and people aren't informed, if they don't know where it came from or what's going on, those that can keep their heads around those who are panicking are golden, priceless. And so this is what we hope that's what you can do, is by being informed. That way you are aware and can make the proper decisions, and whereas other people may panic or ignore the warnings. And,
a lot of people are going to look to some of us that know what's going on. Right now, a lot of people laugh at us and a lot of people down what we say, but eventually we're the ones they're going to turn to know.
And that has happened in ways, yeah. We've seen people that were originally are argumentative with us in the past who have actually come over and go, God, at first I thought you were full of shit, and we see that. We talk to people every week like that, and I thought you were crazy at first, but then after I watched you for about a year, and then one day I looked up and there it was, and just like you drew on your drawing. And and the story goes on, and there's thousands and thousands of people around the world that have that exact story, because we've talked to a very large number of people in the last 14 years. We really have. Although we don't,
there's a lot of people. Christopher was saying the other day how his mother-in-law was not really having it, and then all of a sudden she texted him and she was like, holy shit, I see it. That's what it's like. That moment of clarity is one of the craziest feelings you ever feel,
The funny thing is how hard of a time she was giving him for being out of his mind.
Exactly.
And then she, a couple of weeks goes by and she goes, oh shit, I see them, I love it. I absolutely love it.
I love it too. And it's the reason why we've all stuck here, because we know, we don't think this happened. We know, we've seen it. We have put up with a lot of shit, Sam especially, I hate to say, but I haven't dealt with half the shit you deal with, Sam, but it has not deterred me because it's happening. Like, we see it, if I didn't feel, if I didn't know this was happening, I would have quit a long time ago. But, because people could be really nasty, really, really hateful, and really, you have to learn to have thick skin and not take it personal, because these people are really talking out of ignorance, and out of the system has done a good job of deceiving people, and we see this, I don't want to go to the Bible again, but even in the Bible says, the great deception,
and you will see signs in the sky, they're here. And the Bible talks about the great rocks and wonders above and things like this, and even thy kingdom come, thy will be done, and all of that. In the prayer, in our holy prayer, the kingdom is coming and it's now here. And then you cross-reference the fallen angels, and of course Rome's way to talk about aliens and other higher races, I might add. And then you go back to the Olmecs prior to the Mayan and the Incan civilization, and then just a little bit before those guys are these really weird shaped mummies that have these elongated skulls, and they're going, well, that's the elongated skull period, and they're not attributing extraterrestrials. And it's hilarious how we've been so cornered into believing that we're the only ones here in this little tiny planet, in this little freak dried out solar system, and then there's nothing else out there. It's like, excuse me.
It takes a hell of a level of arrogance to believe it's just us. Like
right.
That is one of the most arrogant things human beings are guilty of doing. Just the sheer size of one galaxy alone.
You want to hear my favorite one?
Billions out there.
My favorite one to this day is "We Own Earth."
Yeah, we own anything. We don't know anything.
we are just the worker bees in somebody else's hive.
We're cogs in a very big wheel.
Yeah,
very big wheel.
I hate to be so cryptic, but I mean, we do not even own Earth, and currently we're subject to a very large mass fleet, or fleets plural, over the top of us, and I've been screaming about it for God, I don't know how many years now. And what amazes me is that this has not gone viral, especially since we have so many pictures of them that are definitive beyond doubt over and over and over and over. I mean, we're getting sightings, and I haven't really even tabulated the last month, but we get sightings every day of the cubes and the long box and the star destroyers and the little guys, and then we get numerous people sending in stuff we can't identify with the smaller craft, the zippers and the fast ones and the weird shit where their cows are dead and their lips and their backsides are missing, and some little faction came in for cow lip stew, and those are other factions. And remember, it's not just 10 little guys in a saucer.
Remember what they blamed it on, Sam? It's chupacabras. At least that was that was the thing. I don't know if it reached the American news, but that's what was going to happen in Mexico a lot. Was they were blaming it on some creature.
Hey, you want to scare? Look into cryptids. Look into the number of sightings around the world right now of a term called cryptid or a skinwalker. You want to have the shit scared out of you, and those are real too, because there's
a lot of that. The problem is that there's like 2 real ones to 10 fake ones. Now with AI, and again, I think AI is making its debut right around the perfect time, right around the time where things are going to get heavily recorded,
and it's up to us to individually
we have something like AI that's going to discredit all of it and create.
We have to discern for ourselves. We have to get good enough to be able to see the difference.
Exactly. Because personally, I can tell the difference. I was seeing a comparison the other day of one, and it looks, if you just look at it right off the bat, it looks, you wouldn't see, but if you really pay attention, it's unnatural. Like you can see the person, their look in their eyes is completely dead. There's no emotion. There's no nothing there. So it's like a robot. And if you kind of pay attention, you can actually sense that it's not real. Like it's just not real.
They're also kind of 2D.
Yeah, that's right. So, but it's enough to confuse some. Many people. The masses. There's a lot of
responsible and. Maybe we need to ask, ourselves as a society, how much of this misinformation that we're going to tolerate, and how many of these non-credible sources are we going to listen to and get likes and views on them, so they continue to do it just so that they can get their YouTube money and all of that. We have,
fortunately, nobody really now has. You said something that I really when I first came across you, Sam, you said something that really resonated with me. You said we have a responsibility to our fellow man to be more conscious about what it is that we post and what it is that we claim and what it is that we say. We have to be more conscious because we could really, our words are more significant than most people would like to think. This information.
And that's why we waited 2.5, almost 3 years before handing the names to the planets. We studied and studied and studied and watched it, and we didn't dare call anything that wasn't repetitively time proven. And
that's another thing that I like about the group, or Montana Sky Watchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, is that discipline that has stayed strong. Because in any form of science, you need some discipline, and you need to do things the right way, and that is what has made Montana Sky Watchers and its sister groups, different from a lot of the crap that's out there. Is that we have remained consistent in the same message,
Right, and we don't run the gossip channel and the conspiracy chain, and we don't support information that is vague. And for the longest time, we've had a pretty stat rule, especially while Lucinda was around, that it should be your capture, so you're aware of what you were sending in. Now, of course, the reins on that have become a little loosened now that myself and Matthew and Andy and Deb are running Skywatcher 2, and most of those guys also have their jobs in the real world as well. They have to deal with as well, so are not spending as much time as I do. But I've been a little more relaxed with some people, and then the older members do get a little more leeway, which sometimes can adversely affect what the new folks post. And my spam level has fortunately dropped, but then I have not been adding new members, so I haven't had to deal with all the and I have been clearing. Last week I cleared over 200 Indian Asian bot applications for membership on Skywatcher 2 alone, and it was just like, wow, you got to be kidding me. And they all put the same thing. They all answer the questions the same and put this code at the bottom, and I just like, hello, red flag, you're done. Hello, red flag, you're done. Hello, red flag, you're done. And I couldn't believe it. I spent, I think, 2 hours removing people just from requests alone, and just trying to get to the people that really want to join Montana Skywatcher 2 and who want to be serious scientists, citizen science. And I'm having to spend all my time just dealing with the bombarded fake requests from people that, and all of them have, they joined Facebook 4 weeks ago and joined Facebook a month ago and joined Facebook 3 weeks ago. And
they have no pictures of anything, not even their face.
Yeah. Have 3 friends,
Yeah.
No profile.
You're muted.
No personal photos. And we have to go through all of those people, and then you get good at it after a while, recognizing
You're
them.
muted, Rebecca. See, Rebecca's talking, but she's muted.
Oh, shoot, she says.
Yeah, I was like, okay. No, but what I was going to say on that was also one of the things I see, because right now I have like over 2,000 member requests in my group.
I was just going to ask you about that. How's that going?
I trickle a few in every so often.
Yeah, I'm putting in,
not every day,
5, 10 a day. And unfortunately, there's all the new people requesting, and I can't even get back to the old request. So if
you have to do a sort, and you have to filter it down to get it to the oldest ones first.
And it has become a very large part of the day, especially in I'd say the last 6 months we got bombed. Yeah,
that's all I was asking, because I know that you're so busy, Rebecca, and I know that there's a process to vet some of these new member requests, because we've all seen what it's like when you just accept, people to come on there. You have to vet them, so it's a process that I know takes some time.
I know, it's true. It really is true. I mean, I can't tell you how much time I've spent looking at people's profiles for years now, like years.
And we get spammed.
I've started to, put together a pattern, like certain accounts all had the same kind of post, you know, and anyway, you just start to see them after so many thousands of accounts you look at. But here's the catch, or one thing I noticed, or I look for is I'm a member of so many groups, sky groups, Nibiru groups. I'm just out there. I'm like a member, you know, and so it will tell you how many groups you have in common with the person that is trying to enter the group. And if they don't have even one, if they're not in any sky group, cloud group, Nibiru group, anything, you know, I'm like, chances are, I don't think you're going to just find my group and be like, oh, I want to look at clouds now, you know. So that's your sign.
Yeah.
You know, that's probably
flat earthers are us.
Huh?
A hardcore member of flat earthers are us. Yeah. Nope.
Yeah.
Thank you. No.
But anyway.
Yeah, no. That's my when I get a friend request, which I've been getting a lot lately. I go to the profile. That's the first thing I do, and then I go from there because it's really their profile will say everything you really need to know. You know, is there any sky history, or is there any kind of history that would lead you to me and what I do? You know, and then you kind of just go from there, and you know, there's a lot that I don't accept, and if there is some that are honest, I'm sorry, but you know, we have to kind of watch what we do because there is a lot of Rebecca really and Sam have spent hours having to clean up these messes, you know, just
and we've over the years we've had to become more picky over who we've had to because of the number of people that have just turned out to be there to screw with us or just to even bomb their information and never even visit the site, which we get some of those still. And they're interested in sending their material only, and it's not like they ever even come to our site. They just bomb us with their stuff. And a lot of the times, unfortunately, a good portion of the Nibiru information, you know, they're showing the single orbit of one red planet. You know, it's like, oh my God. I mean, where did you dig this up? Did you take this back out of 2008? You know, I mean, wow. And disinformation.
And there's so much here that has really been vetted and been. There's a lot of good information that we provide here, you know, on Rebecca's side and on Sam's side, on my page that has gone through years and years of studying and disseminating and you know, seeing it under a microscope, you know.
Repetitive verification.
Take advantage of that, folks, because all of us here have spent a great deal of time to put this together, you know.
Just ask how many times you've actually seen Necessity, for instance, each of you. I mean, how many times have you seen Planet Necessity?
That's right.
You know, in your captures. And, you know, hundreds and thousands of times we watched that one planet alone, or Attu's moon, or lead asteroid, or how many times have we seen Uri, each of us, or how many times have we seen a Saturn yellow moon, each of us? And when you break it down and you think about those individual numbers of sightings that we've actually been doing this for so long that we're almost kind of like numb to it. And every one of those, and what really, you know, to this day is when I do that one drawing or the side drawing or whatever, and then we get a capture within a very close period of time to that exact, literally, pen stroke of the black marker versus the picture, and you could literally overlay them, and they're so exact. It's just freaky, and I love the shit out of it. I really do. And I think that's, and I go probably, you know, every month through several cycles where I just sit here and I'm like, oh my God, you know, I mean, am I doing this right? And then I go, yes, I am, and no, I'm not.
We am because we love it so much, and I dare anybody to actually start seeing this and not be completely addicted by it, because it is fascinating stuff. But because we are so obsessed with it, we have become good at it. You know, I mean, no, if you're good at if you love something, you will become good at it. You know, because you're doing it over and over. You know, so. We that's what makes this such a good thing, is because we all have obsessed over it so much that we have become good at what we do. So
Yeah, let alone the aspect of the fact that there are people on these planets. And I don't think we don't touch on that very often. And, of course, they're here to pick up the commodities, but then there's the other factions as well. And I saw some stuff this last week, dipping my toe into religion. And of course, then there's the video, the Pleiadian message that we have now posted on YouTube on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. It is listed as the Pleiadian message that Sam asked that we post immediately. And that's a very important background history about stuff that we don't even talk about. And the reason that I had it posted, because we got a back copy of it back that I'd lost the link to. And then Gillian had reminded me of that because I sent it to her years ago. And it's literally one of the closest versions to the truth, according to what the Pleiadian told me. And that's why the way it's marked as the Pleiadian message. And I can verify to you that it's 95% accurate. There are some intonations of political nature, etc., with minor variations of opinion. And they actually tell you that in the video that this is not the only version of this story, because there are minor variations depending on factional agenda. Because each one of the multi factions involved in this story that is real, which is the truth going back hundreds of thousands of years, is in that video. And I do encourage you to go and watch the Pleiadian message from start to finish, please. Take into account that the beginning part about the Matrix is a metaphor. And that metaphor is also directly related to the Pleiadian messages, because the overall reason that they're connected is because you don't know who to believe. And that's what the Matrix metaphor is trying to teach you in that clip. And the trick is to maybe now listen, because this is as close to what I was told from an alien person face to face many, many years ago. And that's why I strongly advise people to watch it. And it's important.
Very much so.
And now,
I do believe that some of those are messages placed there for us to see. I really do.
Yeah, no, I've often thought about it was like, so since when do the Pleiadians advertise on YouTube? And who made this, and who originally posted it, and you read the subtitles and you can check into this. We should actually send our research dogs in after the original. But the accuracy of it is so close to what I was told that this is why I say it's not 100% accurate, but it's so close to the truth that I was told, that I took over 25 years to try and deal with this. And I remained in hiding afterwards because I didn't have my name on a mailbox. I didn't have a phone or anything like that. I even for a while was taking some under the table jobs just so that no one knew where I was. And that was on purpose. And I had to go through stages of paranoia that I wasn't going to say, psychotic paranoia or anything like that. I wasn't, conspiracy theory crazy. But interpersonally, I had a lot to deal with to try to believe that any of this shit was real. And then here we are in 2024, and oh my God, it is real. And so there's no other way for me to express that to people except be the guy that's been working at this for 14 years to inform you guys, and pretty much done this generically, as hard as I could for everyone else. And our group is growing around that, and I'm loving every second of it. And we have more to do. So here we go. Let's just do it. I'll keep going as long as I can.
The message hasn't changed, Sam. Like, you have been very consistent in the same thing. One of your trolls said once that you're not consistent. And I'm like, have you met this guy? He's been saying the same shit for years, the same thing. Like, there's been learning along the way, of course, but the message has been the same. It's been the same thing that we all have proven over and over. So, you know.
Yeah, in 2013, I really had a severe internal worry that we were going to get the shit basted at us, just like the Chelyabinsk event. I thought there was going to be way more of that. And turns out, not currently. I'm still holding my breath up to a point, but I don't have the same level. And the part that gets me is like if you go back to Moses and the plagues and the 75-pound flaming meteorites that come in over Egypt, and how there's references that will return again. So that's always been over the top of my head, wondering if that is going to occur to us this cycle or not. Don't know what's going to happen. We know about all the debris under Uri and Atu and how massive that shit is and all the other stuff behind it. And so, I mean, that's still looming. And this is why I warn about the 180-day cycle and the discharging on the planets and the freak storms. And look at our jet stream, which is completely never before seen. So, and I do try to warn people because this is really serious, and it's going to happen right in front of our eyes this year again. And it is the year of the dragon. And we are seeing the Skull asteroid, and we're seeing the Devil's Comet, and we're seeing, the eclipses and the opening of this. I mean, I can go on and on and on and on. And if you throw that, we talked about the deck of cards. This isn't a one event or two cards on the table. We have 5 in front of us. We have a full hand of cards here in this poker game. And it is unbelievable what we're holding in our hand right now. And it ain't pretty. I mean, wow. The anti-poker here.
Yeah.
And I'm fearful, and so I try to warn.
I came on board with this going public, son, because I have been sitting on the sidelines for a long time. Is because I feel very strongly about it the way you do, and because you have inspired us to kind of come out of the shadows as well. It is important that we share this because not everybody's picking it up, and we are, and it's important that we do this work, and it's a calling that you can't just ignore. So
it's a good way to prove. It's a good way to show that I'm not the only nut in the nut basket, but the bad joke. The more of us that are talking,
you have to have a little bit of nuttiness to even consider all this stuff.
True. Yeah.
It's just so out there. It is so out there that sometimes you have to be like, there's not a day goes by that I don't question my own sanity, but I've proved it enough. I've proved it enough, and I can just go back to a video whenever I feel that way, and I'm like, yeah, no, this is real. This is really happening. So yeah.
Yeah, and we've had so many slaps in the face from that cold fish, going, hello, there it is. Look at this. Oh my God, there it is again. Oh my God, there it is again. For years now, and I'm, and even last week and the week before, I said, well, if you can't imagine this is possible, why not? Why not now? It's happening now. And we go back, you go back to 1650 to 1700 BC, and you look into the weather and the climate change and what civilizations were doing and how some of them were just vanishing, and ocean temperatures and ocean levels rise and visible climate change and changing in dynasties in Egypt and all of that. And if you cross-reference that same time period and even the Cappadocian cities under Turkey and all of that, and those timelines all meet up, and Göbekli Tepe was buried on purpose, and you wonder why.
Well, the sand was nowhere near from that region that they use. I think it was like 400 miles away. So they went through a great deal. They went through a great deal just to cover that up. You have to ask yourself why.
Yeah, and then you go into the lores and the legends of the Greeks. The Greeks knew we had 2 stars. And you go far back enough, and the Colburn Bible and the green tablets, and if you take into account the binary solar system, all of that legend lore, and these guys, they carve these tablets. The guy, the Sumerian guy pointing up into the sky, and you see all these planets and other shit, and the sun, the 2 suns, Marduk shaking his fist at 2 suns, and then it's all over in Egyptian writing. You just got to look for it. It's in Mayan and Incan. It's in the Hopi cliff dwellings all over, where they're drawing these circles and they're showing the transition of how immensely large the sun has become, and these circles rotation, and they're showing planetary knowledges from previous races. And if you go even watch Graham Hancock and all of these previous civilizations he's going on about, and it all fits. And you just got to take into account that this whole system comes together every approximate 4,000 years or less, and they use it as a round number. And you go back through history, and 2 cycles ago was Noah's Ark, and the cycle before that was the vanishing of Doggerland and all of this, and on and on and on and on. And you do the math, and it all fits, including the
once you see
and early
once you
of the
take into account what we discuss here. So many things make sense. So much makes sense. Once you start seeing it with different eyes, you will put things together and be like, holy crap, it makes sense.
Especially since we do have the drawings of the planets going back many, many years. We have pictures of the planets going back many, many years, and they all match year after year after year after year. I mean, the early shot, the 2013 picture of Uri, it matches pictures that we got last year. It matches pictures we got last week, and the stripes are always the same. The yellow moon of Saturn has always been in the same place. The ion tail going around it has been visible ever since 2014-ish. And then it went away, and it went over the top of the sun. Then it did this really cool thing with the sun, which we watched for like a year. And then it moved off and went back off with Nibiru in the background. And then we started seeing it coming forward again. Then I started drawing prior to that, I wasn't drawing in the ion tail. But then after that, the ion went, and we refer to that as the Dr. Phil stage, because he got the best captures back then. And so it's stuff we still use to this day. That's why I always refer to it. My brain goes there. And I started drawing in the ion tail. And, excuse me, Rebecca?
Sorry, I was just going to clarify, people that don't know, you say Dr. Phil, and it's like not the TV Dr. Phil.
No, yeah, it was a member of the Sky site, and he posted.
We don't want to get another copyright strike, so let's make that clear. Yeah, Dr. Phil with the F. Dr. Phil with the F. But those were great times. I get really nostalgic about those times.
Yeah, and then when we started watching the ion tail, and I've said this over and over again. I still love that part when I knew all the way back into 18-19, after it went over the top of the sun, and I knew where Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon was, even though we couldn't really see it, but I knew it had gone there. And that's what blew me away when it started coming back and I could see it. And then I started drawing it again. And to me, it's just been, like the greatest kids ride at the carnival ever since, where I was watching this thing come closer and closer and bigger and bigger and bigger. And oh my God, look behind it. There's Nibiru again. Yay! And again, this on the 15th, I'm going to have to include Nana and Amel Saru, because I actually saw them by eye the other day. So I know they're there, and their size, and wow, they are small compared to Nibiru, amazingly small. But then we don't know the distance of them, because distance can change size. Either that or Nibiru was so unbelievably huge, I can't believe it. That's why I said unbelievably huge. Anyway, I digress into minor insanity. Pardon me. Yeah, it's all changing, and it's just wow. And it's been a hell of a ride. And I've been going through this is tiring. Rebecca and myself and Jesus and our regulars out by doing twice weekly shows. So we're a little more kooky lately. And
it's a lot of work. It's a lot.
Yeah. All week long I'm watching stuff, trying to take notes rather than doing other things I should be doing.
Yeah, as soon as one show ends, I'm in all those Sky groups, right? So I'm always flipping through everywhere.
Yeah.
For the next pictures for the next show. I just start collecting.
And we can't get to everybody, and we do try.
Yeah.
And there are people like, oh, you never answer me. How come? Blah blah blah. And they get mad at me. And I was like, if you knew how many people send me stuff. I'm actually still getting a lot of stuff, but I don't actually talk to a lot of people lately. I don't know why. It's not like Skywatcher 2 has been pretty quiet. Okay, everybody get back to Skywatcher 2 and do your work. Come on, members. Go there every day. Don't come by once a week. Go there every day. Let us know you're there. Anyway.
Right.
So we've been a little spread thin lately. Things have changed a little bit, and sometimes I see it not for the better. And I'd like to spend more time, but
it's gonna take more. Like once the platform is on, things are gonna get a little easier. But it is gonna take a little bit more out of our time, I think. Once we start doing that,
if we get 1 million viewers,
hopefully there'll be a day where we can all quit our jobs and do that. But as of now, it is a side gig, as they say.
Yeah, and we do require your donations to keep going. We are not making any money really off of this, and it's tax time for me, and so and we get by on the kindness of others. So please do include us in your thoughts and
the platform is going to be $2.99, guys. That's not a lot of money. It really isn't. Rebecca, I know she took that into consideration, that to try to put it as low as we possibly can. Because we understand that people, they're paycheck to paycheck, but $2.99, it's not going to make you or break you. Some people spend $6 on Starbucks coffee. So $2.99. For the time that that it takes to do this. Rebecca, I see you. When I go into the groups, I see that you posted 30 minutes before. I see you are constantly active on there. So I know that you spend a lot of time, Sam, you as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, not only is, $2.99 for what you're getting, just think about what you're getting. You're going to get all the information under one
you're
website.
Getting free theoretical physics lessons.
There you go. Yeah, but up until now we've had to hop from here and here, and you had to know where to go. For the longest time, people didn't even know where to start. What websites had what videos? They don't know. So we're putting it all on one site. So that's
it's going to make it a lot easier. It's going to make it a lot easier for people to
if you
follow.
really want to know this information, you can learn it so much faster. You don't have to take 7 years, to figure it out. You can do it,
Yes. It's going to be a lot easier and a lot easier to follow because it's all in one place.
So it's not only about what you are getting out of it, but you're also a part of helping this information become on a global scale. You're a part of, supporting the bigger cause, which is to get this information out there. It's not all about just what you're getting out of it. You're making it to where people worldwide are going to have the ability to learn about what's actually happening. So that's important too.
That is, yes, I'm glad that you brought that up. That is really the point here, guys.
Right.
The point here is and again, we're not, the point of all this is because we all really believe that this is information that is important to get out there. And that's really where our efforts are coming from. And Andrea, I just want to make sure that everybody knows it's $2.99 US dollars.
Yes.
So
Under
I don't know.
$3,
I don't know if you missed the decimal point, but it's $2.99, $2.99, $3. Let's call it $3. Which is not a lot of money.
No, it's not. I mean, and my income is very low. I mean, I'm on SSI, so I pay a lot just to have all the apps I use, and they're way more than $2.99 each. And I pay it because I want those services. I want what it comes with that, and so I believe people will be willing to. Those of us who appreciate what we're paying for, you'll pay for it because you want it.
I'm willing to pay $2.99 for it.
Right.
And I don't like paying for stuff like
Right.
I mean, it's like I've said, there have been too many people that I've watched that they say, well, if you want more information or if you want the good stuff, we can only share so much here. But if you want the good stuff, pay us $5.99 a month, $9.99 a month, and I'm like, see ya.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Disney Channel,
It's like a bait. They bait you that way. But
right. I mean,
anybody who has known us knows that we don't run that way. The reason we're doing this is because it's the only way. Facebook is there's only so much growth that we can see there. There's only so much growth we're going to see on YouTube, TikTok. This is the only way that we're going to be able to spread our tentacles, as Rocky Man said. It's going to be different languages. It's going to be all that good stuff. So it is well worth it, but it comes at a cost, guys.
Facebook's getting wonky because Rebecca, how you shared some videos on your feline page. And I told you I click on it and it takes me to a whole nother video.
Different video. Yeah, that was weird.
It's not just yours. I clicked on one of Jesus's videos the other day. And, because it looked interesting. I'm like, I want to see, what he's got to say. And it took me somewhere to a totally different video.
Wow.
Yeah,
and I'm like, it's getting out of hand and it's starting
there is
to really...
some weird things going on around us specifically. Disconnections. Right now in our shows, we get to the point where we start talking about something really important, and then I get garbled out, or Jesus gets garbled out.
All robot-y sounding.
It's like somebody's up there with a button, and they push the button that cancels our answer, and we've seen a lot of that. And it's always exactly when we get to the topic of something really important, and it's happened so many times. It's amazing. And
but these videos are just, like cat videos.
Yeah, well,
or, other videos that are just, funny videos, that you want to click on and see, and they take you totally somewhere else.
Well, who went and clicked on Rebecca's page and unfriended her from a handful of people because she thought, so we're seeing really weird things happen that we can't account for from Facebook. And how many times, you wouldn't believe the number of times that my drawings have been bot selected for nudity.
Oh, we lost him.
Oh, what's that, Sam?
Did I? Oh, there we go again. And thank you for pushing the button. My Facebook pictures of the monthly site drawings have been repetitively flagged for nudity.
Oh my gosh. That's insane.
Yeah. Because I will make, sometimes I've had to take posts down because of that. I'll share it and then I'll get flagged. So I'll go and take the rest of them down that I just shared because I'll get in trouble with Facebook for, and it's his drawings or comparisons.
Yeah,
makes no sense.
And it happens all the time. I'm getting just about every month when I post the site drawing, and I'll go to certain sites that I don't regular, and I'll post it to them, I'll get the flag that says, you violated community standards, and you don't even get to contest it because they won't even show you the picture of what you posted was wrong.
Right.
And so you literally have to either contest it or agree with them. And if you agree with them, they automatically remove it for you. So, and I've had that happen over and over and over again. So I pretty much, I don't post around too many people. I send it a lot of times in PM nowadays. And then I'll do other normal sites, and I haven't really been flagged there. But when I send it to other places that I don't normally post in, I will get flagged over and over again for community stand. They don't even say nudity half the time. Sometimes they do. But yeah, Facebook has gotten weird.
Yeah,
we're never going to get this information on these platforms to go anywhere near viral or go out to the right people, and this has to be the next step. We talked about it. Sam has been very and he said it before, when it comes to money, he's leery, and I don't blame him. I think that stuff, but the only way to get this going is to invest in it. And we were lucky enough to come across somebody with the knowledge and the know-how and even the, even the financial part of it to kind of help us with that. And it's the only way to move forward, guys, so join us, join the effort, join the movement, as I say, because this is a movement. We don't have, they're not going to tell us, and somebody has to inform people, and that's, nobody else is doing this, guys. Nobody else. We have to get this information out there,
Right. And
that, or if they're doing it, they're not giving the right information.
Yeah,
right.
They're still stuck on the red planet.
Right, and that's everywhere.
And I've gone in, and I've tried to say, well, no, it's not just the red planet, and I've left comments, and the comments get declined, for violating their page rules or whatever. And I go look at other comments, and it's like they've said the same thing, and I'm like, why does mine get declined and theirs is?
That's what's so special about what we're doing, is because it's our own platform, and no one can come down and tell you what you can and cannot say or post, or no, that's not going to be a worry. It's going to be a whole different arena, because it's ours. So we don't have to worry about that.
Can we post pictures of hamsters?
You can post a picture of 2 hamsters. Yes, you can.
That's an old joke that goes back to Gillian. One time, Gillian posted a picture of a hamster running in a wheel. It was a meme or something, or a GIF or whatever you call it, on Montana Skywatcher 2, and she actually broke the rules doing it because we don't really allow. But Gillian's such an old member, I sort of let her get away with it, and I would have removed it personally, but it was up for about 5 minutes. And then she got flagged, and then I got flagged, and Montana Skywatcher was closed down for 2 months.
Oh, for a hamster running in a wheel.
For a hamster running, what? Hamster nipples? What? I mean, and that's why we're always. That's why I'm always joking.
Maybe dress up the hamster next time. Maybe
the hamster needed a bra or 3 of them. And how many nipples hamsters have, I don't know. Mammalian protuberances, which is the scientific term for it. And then it was just this cute little hamster running in a wheel, and she got blocked, I think, for probably 2 months. And I know I did. The entire site. I could comment on the page, but I couldn't post anything for 2 months. I think that was one of my longer. One time was like 3 months, and I've been in Facebook jail so many times I can't even count anymore.
Hey, Rebecca, can you play that video of the platform? That way, Big Sky Girl kind of gets an idea. It's going to be monthly, and then you'll have access to it. It's still under construction, but I think it's done a lot of progress over the last few weeks. So it's kind of taking shape and taking form. So I think it's a good time. I think you played it earlier, but maybe play it again that way.
I haven't tonight. No. Right? No.
I think you played it once earlier. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. But either way, you should play it that way. She gets an idea, and anybody else has joined.
Yeah, give me a second.
So we're gonna have, it's gonna be a little of everything. What we do here is not gonna change. We're not gonna do the flat Earth anything. We're not gonna change at all. What we do, things will remain as disciplined and structured as they have been. That's first thing I want to put out there. But it is going to be, what we do, and it's going to be a way more open thing where you guys can comment and post your own pictures and interact with it. That'll, it's taking shape, so it's still in progress, but we will have giveaways. We're going to have, we'll have a learning section where we will teach you guys this stuff, how to learn to see the planets, that kind of stuff. And we'll be going live more often. We'll be able to post things directly onto the site. Every time that I post anything on Facebook, it takes me so long. And I'm not complaining about it, but it's going to be a lot easier just to put something on one place, and I'll still post on Facebook, but for the most part, it's just going to be much easier, and it'll be easier to reach more people that way, because
we still have to use Facebook for our main submissions of information for the clearinghouse.
And there will be it will be in different languages as well. Our lives will be broadcasted in different languages, and that is going to be so incredible because there's so many members right now who have not been able to join us who would like to join us. Like Petty's an example. Because of the English, the language barrier, he has not been able to come on here, and that guy has got a lot to show. He is one of the best sky watchers that we have. He's an artist, so we would really like him to join because he has a lot to offer, and there's just so many of our members from the world.
Yeah, we have to mention Ifan. There's so many members around the world.
We'll be able to connect a lot easier.
Germany. Lots of people out there that we know around the world that do have the language barrier, and they also have to take time to translate their words, send it to us in English a lot of the times, and it slows things way down. So,
all right, I got it now. Sorry, I had to fix it. Right. I was thinking about that. I forgot about the part where, because it'll be it's supposed to be translated during our live podcast, as well as translated going out to the podcast channels. If I understood him right, I'm going to clarify that tomorrow when I talk to him. But
so I think if you sign up, whatever region you're in, say I have family in Mexico that signs up,
right?
I believe. Again, I think that's what you're saying, that they will see a version of the website in Spanish. I'm hoping that's kind of
the website. Now I was thinking it was let me put that in my notes.
Well, if not, I'm sure that it'll be something maybe later on we can discuss.
Shows. I know the shows.
But the show, so Streamlabs will be where we be streaming most of the live stuff.
Yeah,
that will be translated. The website, I'm not sure how that's going to work. I think there is a translation services. I think we can discuss that later. But
I'll be right back.
Streamlabs will be broadcasted in different languages for sure. And the website, I think we'll see about them. But I think I'm pretty sure there's a way to get that to happen. Maybe it might be something that we have to explore later if there's a cost to it, but I do feel it is something that we should discuss for future.
Like a Spanish version.
Yeah. Because this is a worldwide thing. It's a worldwide thing. People everywhere are seeing it, guys.
This is on my cell phone, and right now we don't have the app out yet, so it's kind of disconfigured at the top. But once we have the app, probably in I don't know, a couple of weeks, maybe we're close. Then it will fit, your cell phone and your tablet more appropriately. But we got, I've started getting videos added, so it's a start there. We're going to have, a full library of everything I can put on there, So, and then
you'll be able to interact as well, and even upload some of your stuff, But that's all under construction.
Baby steps. Because each of these things that we're like the chat, we're overlooking our different options for chat right now, because we know what we want, and we're going to have it custom built. So it takes some money, So we got to kind of work up to, having, and then over time, over a year, let's say, it could be exactly like we want it. It's just going to take time to, put into it and get it there. So,
and as we get more funds, more could be added to it.
Right. We're talking about having a chat. E-learning is what it's a system of, where we'll create a curriculum, for you diehard, studiers.
I would love to be to do that. I would love to discuss and teach people how to do it. I am completely up for that one.
So I have a learning program, and then there'll be fun times when we could have like a group movie night, and we can meet in unison and kind of like this, but also be watching a movie together or a program, whatever.
Yeah, so, can I please talk through the middle of your movie?
You can pause the movie, Sam. You're in charge. Yeah.
There you go.
I know.
Guys, right there. Look there, right there. Yeah, here's the important part. Shut up. Now watch this. Yeah.
Right.
But it'll be great to stop along the way to kind of add to what's happening and add our how it connects with what we teach and all that stuff. I'm so excited about that. It's going to be great.
I just took a look at the videos of mine that are on that list, and interesting. I like it, and hopefully there'll be more. You need some, or you did use one of the Radio Wasteland, I believe, and it's a good one. It's one I had not viewed in a long time. And for the rest of you guys who are new out there, do go to YouTube and look up my 87 Radio Wasteland shows, and you'll have 3 months worth of content for now. And you get topics and subjects that we don't talk about, because Chauncey was actually a very good host, and he was sneaky too. And because we did a little bit of
he was the really I loved how he conducted the interviews. I really loved it.
Yeah, he was sneaky enough to sort of just spin me, and he pulled me off of my level of expertise and started pulling me into political conversations and intergalactic concepts, and he would pick my brain, and I really enjoyed where they went with things, because they didn't. I've had previous shows where the host would be somewhat annoying sometimes, or in previous shows and other shows, which we don't even need to. I was interviewed by some of the Money Boys, and they would butcher the content and only play the parts that made them sound better, and it was annoying. And then I went through a series of interviews with a very nice lady, but she couldn't stick to topic or our pre-show organized write-up, how we were going to do the show within 5 minutes, and she'd completely go off topic, and then I'd spend 3 hours talking about stuff I didn't want to talk about. But anyway, cough, breathe. So it's going to be great.
I did notice in some of those shows of that person you're talking about. You could kind of tell that she was kind of annoying you sometimes, because honestly, she'd kind of annoy me sometimes, because she would really kind of
Well, she would go off
to the section of things that we try to not discuss because it just brings
and then she would start adding political implications and little hints of and then spend time on QAnon information. And the moment we dove into all of that, I just went, oh my God, come on. You know, we talked about this before the show, but why are you mentioning it again? And so, and she would lay out how she wanted the show to go. And within 5 minutes that went out the window. So after a few shows, I finally had to just say, okay, enough. And then I think I got politically incorrect one time with her, and I think it was sort of like she dumped me, which would be okay. So I got to cover both sides of the story. And also, we can also have more mystical teachings with the crazy lunatic up in the cave in Montana here, where, you know, we can teach.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I'm still making you laugh there. Then that's good. I always use the royal we, I guess, or actually I include you guys, but we all of us have a whole bunch of learning and new patience and upgrades that I think all of us have gone through in the last 10 years. We've all taken huge steps and learned all the rabbit holes and all the other crazy crap and a whole bunch of really good stuff. And so I think people are going to hopefully enjoy the content in the future. And I hope they get semi-addicted to our personalities and wanting to come to our show and watch all of us get together and talk like old friends on the phone.
Yeah. That's basically what we do. You know, we're here to talk about our favorite topic, and hopefully it resonates with people, and you know, it kind of clarifies what they already are seeing. You know, because we know there's a lot of people out there that know something is happening but have no context of information to connect the dots, and that's kind of what we're trying to do, is build that bridge. You know,
I can't even imagine. I cannot imagine this going by where the planets leave and this doesn't make the population. I mean, that would be so, pardon me, but that would be depressing as hell.
Somebody told me that a few years back. Somebody told me that. He said, you know, they may come and go and nobody realizes. I'm like, you know what? Shut up. I don't want to hear that. I just don't want to hear that. I think I'd just lose my shit. Seriously. I don't know. I don't know if I could recover from that one.
How do you go through seeing the greatest show on earth? You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we're gonna have to go back eventually to the boring skies, but yeah.
Well, probably.
That's when our videos will really be come in handy, you know.
Yeah, I'm reminded of that picture that Andy from the UK, Andy Pull, sent me. You know, this old guy standing by the side of the highway with, you know, completely covered in beard and gray hair, going, "Nibiru was here and you missed it," you know, that kind of thing, you know. And you know, the end went by. Not the end is near, but the end went by and you missed it, you know.
Right. It's already happened.
The guy with what do they call those? That when you wore two boards, the front and back, is that a soda box? Is that what they call that? I can't remember what a soda box thing where you wear two boards on the, you know, one on the front and back, and it says the end is near, and you stand on the street corner and go, "Hey!" you know, and wave at cars, and there's that crazy guy. And I do wonder if this is, and I doubt it. But you know, they're going to go by, and a very large portion of the populace is not going to believe this. And I hope this becomes believable. I hope people realize that, you know, there's two massive cubes parked over the earth with hundreds, if not thousands, of ships flying around outside of them that they came out of. And then the Empire Norway spiral orb, the Empire orb, which looks like the freaking Death Star. And of course, so do these, the Star Destroyers that fly out of the cubes. They look like Star Wars. I mean, exactly like them. It's scary how exactly like them. And we have thousands and thousands of sightings going back years. And I'm in awe that this has not gone viral yet. And everybody's been, oh, we're looking for space, and are we alone in the universe? And is there a God? And all of these things, we can answer huge portions of the questions of mankind that they've sought all of our existence, for the answers. And here at Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru followers and et cetera, we have the answers for you guys. And it, just like the beginning of the Pleiadian messages, whether or not you want to believe us, because we have taken, and as of today, we are 14 years later, and we have taken the time to fact check all of this crap, and people have to listen. They have to. We did it. We did the homework. And we spent many years getting to here. And the question is, are you going to listen?
Yep. I really hope we see the fruits of our labor. I really do.
Right.
I think we do. I occasionally get, and lately it's been more and more. And I want to just say thanks to anybody who has reached out and says, your videos have, resonated with me, and thank you. And that's really, I love when that I'm able to just, even if it's far in between, but just the fact that I could share this with somebody, that really does it for me. I think this is the greatest show ever, and then it should be shared. It should be seen.
We're the MTV of 1980s television. We are the Citizen Science podcast from many sister sites who have joined together to share this collected Nibiru information of the binary solar system, of all of the planets, and nobody else out there is doing this. No one. And we've got a handful. There's not just us. There are thousands of people out there that we talk to every week, and they're all mailing their stuff in, and they're all sending it, and they come to our sites, and there are a lot of dear friends that we could never replace, and I can never thank them for ever enough for the amount of information that everyone shares, from Robert in New Zealand to Maria in Alaska. And there's no way that we're all wrong. And we all are here because we've been doing it for so long. And I'm in awe. I'm in absolute awe that this hasn't gone farther. I really am. It blows me away.
But I do feel sometimes that it's. I think once we get the platform, we're going to be able to see how quickly this does take, and maybe not quickly, but I do think that it will be a gradual. And I think it's the reason why they're messing with us, because they know what's coming. They know that they can't contain this much longer. People are going to see what's happening, and
they could disinformation the hell out of it, and then we're all wading through, mule poo.
Yeah, but the pictures speak for themselves, and the comparisons, the accuracy of your drawings. Once that comes out, that you're seeing this and you're drawing it beforehand, if we can prove it, and we can, also visibly show people, that these dark circles are everywhere in the sky. It's done deal, so it's done. So,
and you guys can promote that where, I've got this thing where I can say, well, yeah, I know what I see, and this is how I draw this ahead of time. And the only way that people can learn that this is, and I'm not going to say it's extraordinary, but this is a thing that has been so prominent all these years, even to me, it amazes me every time I do it. And the only way that we boil back down to again is whether or not you believe it. And I mean, all of us go through these cycles regularly, whether or not we believe this, because it is so extraordinary. And what I'm doing and what we're all doing is, because we all learned it, all of us we all see the planets. And I mean, it's like way out there in crazy land that we do see them, and yet there they are. To everything we were taught. I think I just skipped my picture off. It is so extraordinary, and this is why we are number one, and we're going to retain number one. There's nobody else out there doing this, and I keep hoping, praying, and I hope we'll find somebody that that comes up and joins. Even more sister sites start to join us, where we have new guests. This is how comes by once every couple of weeks or something. Oh, us at our site, we found this, and then or they mail us stuff on our regular Facebook pages or whatever. I just hope we're going to grow and grow.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because it has all the potential. I mean, it's all there. It really is. So we have all the proof too.
There is so much to offer. There's so much to offer here. There's so much to be said. There's so much to be shown. I think we have a lot to add to this, Rebecca. You have so much great stuff out there that it needs to be shown. Sam's interviews, all that. Thank you, Big Sky Girl. My time lapses, all that stuff has to be shown. Has to be shown.
They are. He's so good.
And we have thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures. I mean, we could talk about 2020 for the next week. We could talk about 2021. We could talk about 2022. We know what happened in 2019, 2015, 2013, 2012. We know because we saw it happen, and we were all here, and we were judging it and weighing it and collecting that information. Going back 14 years today. Oh my God.
Yeah. Katie Joe mentions something about how our group on Facebook is really growing, and it really is. I mean, it was at 80,000 just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and now it's 86,000, so that's quite a jump. And then on TikTok, it's taking a big jump. I did those 30 lives in 30 days, and that kind of boosted things. I went live last night, and we had about 6,000 views, which was pretty good for an hour and 20 minutes, So people are very interested in this, and I had lots of shares of those people that were watching. I mean, many were sharing the live,
and we all have different skill sets that we all share together and combine. Right. Jesus's time lapse and your comparisons, and me looking up this, and me doing the composite information in the drawings and everything. So we all do our little jobs, and that has made us we've been a lot better and a lot speedier. Remember, even 10 years ago, I'd have to bomb somebody's page with 10 or 12 comparative shots and write half a paragraph to each person's post and all of that. And now we don't have to do that. We do it, but not near to the extent of how long each individual used to take. And it's a completely different ballgame now.
Yeah. I think it's time. It's time. There's so much compiled that I think it's time. We've all done our time. We've all learned so much, and I think there's enough material, to fill up this platform that we are working on. So
I think one thing that'll help will be because I know you said, Rebecca, on TikTok, you can take your cursor and you can point out things.
That's true. That's
but
right.
on YouTube, you can't. And I think once we get to the platform where you can actually take either your cursor and point stuff out, or draw on it and point stuff out, more people will understand what they're seeing.
Right, because now
sometimes I get confused, even sometimes looking at the pictures, and Sam is explaining what's there, and I'm like, at first I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, I don't see it, you know?
Yes,
right.
Do I go too fast? Do I still go too fast?
Sometimes.
Okay,
but
you know, to
I mean,
me,
that's you know.
Yeah, I run at 300 miles an hour, so
yeah.
bear with me. You know, I'm the mad scientist at the chalkboard going, and now, class, we have, you see here in the shadowing, the planet passes by this way, there's a rotation, the ion drop tail.
I've gotten better with keeping up with you. I've definitely gotten better with keeping up with you.
Okay, I apologize. Yeah, I do. You know, I mean, I had 3 cups of coffee today, so I have to admit to that. You know, that's why I've been.
I will say your older stuff, Sam, was a lot more zippy than it is now. You know, you were definitely hitting up the coffee then. But I will say, in your older videos, you had a cursor, and there was some that I remember.
Right.
Where you were talking about Attu's moon, and you're like, that right there is a planet. I didn't see it until you pointed it out. You know, back then I was still new, but when you pointed it out, I was like, holy crap, there it is. But had you not pointed it out, I don't think I would have seen it. I really don't think I would.
This is where the problem's been with my computer. It's not my download speed; it's my upload speed, and I couldn't do anything. I mean, it'd take me 4 days to post a 10-minute video.
Yeah, that's why you kind of would skim through it. I remember you mentioning that.
And like, I finally had
because it takes 40-50 minutes just to upload this. But I think that's why you were just kind of racing through it. It's because it takes so long.
Yeah, I had to make them as fast as I could so that I could upload them. And now my upload speed has gotten even worse. It's just, you know, I've got this great computer, and yet I can't send anything upload. I can get everything in, and lately our internet has been stalling every morning from about 6 o'clock till almost 9 o'clock in the morning. It's almost not worth even trying to watch on the smart TV, because it stalls and it stalls and it stalls. You watch 10 seconds of the video and it stalls for 25 seconds. Then you watch another 30 seconds of the video and it stalls for 10. And it's just like, you know, you want to scream. And it's been happening a lot in the mornings, literally from 6 o'clock in the morning until about 9 a.m. It is just not worth even trying to use it. And this is, of course, and I'm paying, you know, for the top rated fee in the United States for internet from this damn company, and they get the same service and the same bill in California that I get up here, and it's crap. And you know, we got the old fiber optic cables, you know, 1990 up here in Montana or whatever. I don't know what they're doing, but my service sucks, and I patch out all the time, and that happens in shows where I break up, and that's why you don't see a live picture of me. Because I can't upload camera and microphone at the same time. It won't do it. I break up into computer.
Well, I really hope we can remedy that in the future.
Well, and that's what, you know, he's sending me this laptop, but I'm still concerned about whether or not my upload off the laptop will be better than the computer. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I really do think
people would like to. They would have a little bit more of an extra personal touch to actually see you, Sam.
Yeah.
They think that's a big thing.
Yeah.
I know I would.
I definitely, yeah.
Well, my hair's a little longer, and I'm a few years older than. Well, actually, I'm only about. I think this picture came from 2021, 2022.
Right.
The new picture of me. My hair's longer. Of course, my hair's pulled back in this picture. I have a ponytail in this shot. And
I bet you're one that fits my philosophy about men, that most men get better looking with age.
Not this one. No, I'm.
Oh, come on.
Hey, my hairline has gotten worse, and I'm not thrilled with it. I was really proud that in 2010 it kind of grew back really nice, and it was like, wow, amazing. And then now I've noticed it's gotten a little thinner on top. And if I had short hair, I would look almost military.
Yeah.
But I am reaching another birthday very soon, so oh boy. And I'm 14 years older now. So as of today, no, that's my birthday. No, yeah. Hey, didn't you guys know this way I don't have to wear pants?
No. Just keep it from here up,
I'm joking.
Right.
As a matter of fact, right now I'm wearing my red Star Wars pants. I'm not kidding you. I am wearing my red Star Wars pants right now. Yeah. They've got TIE fighters and the Millennium Falcon and Star Wars logos all over.
Yeah.
I don't usually wear red, but I wore them today, Star Wars pants.
That's fun. I'm guessing pajama pants, you mean?
Yeah, outdoor you can actually wear them to the mall if you wanted to, but
sure.
I mean, they are red after all, so
Yeah.
I mean, that's what most clothing is now. It's all comfort. And
after the pandemic, we all went to comfort clothing. Have you noticed the tie is going away?
Oh yeah.
The tie is starting to dip away from news broadcasting, and people are going to they're going back to a really thin micro collar, and I'm liking that because I wore the 70s business shirts and 80s business shirts where they had this freaking huge ass collar that if you step out in the wind you're blinded by the damn thing because it'll poke you in the eye. And I like that they finally in the year 2020 finally went to a smaller men's collar in fashion and comfort pants. It's amazing me when I see somebody in a suit and blue jeans. It's like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the 80s, there you go. Huey Lewis and the News and all of that.
Yeah. Man,
you guys, I gotta get up early tomorrow.
I knew that when you had your head in your hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired.
I know.
No, so that other day, that I was up all night. So what I did was I couldn't sleep. It was already 5 o'clock, so I stayed up, and then I ended up getting early. So that happens when you work so late. I'll sleep the next day, and then I'll get up really early the next day. So I've been back in the mornings without even a complete accident. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. My sleep cycle, is totally screwed. It's gonna take a while for me to get back.
Mine
normal rhythm because I'll go all night, half the day, and then I'll crash. And then
I'll normal.
Wake up early.
Hey, this is planetary. We are not going to be normal for a while. You're not going to get back to normal. It's beyond the next stage of whatever. Yeah. I'm sure.
It's a struggle to know what's normal, what's work related, and then what's up there.
Exterior. Yeah.
So it's kind of it's really that's really been the hardest part of all this. It's been really my sleep cycle is just so bad. It's just so bad. Sometimes I can't sleep, and sometimes I oversleep because I crash because I haven't slept. So it's kind of crazy. So,
right.
But I don't know if it's Star Wars time or if I'm just on my own here.
Yeah, I bet it's Star Wars time. Right,
entirely. We if you guys would like, we can close her out to that right now. No
it's
problem at all.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours 37. No problem.
Yeah, I just now I was thinking we might be at 4 hours or something. I haven't looked at the time in a good while. I was really surprised it's over 5 hours.
Yeah, and we've been talking. We haven't really been looking at a lot of sky pictures tonight.
No. Well, tonight was like an eclipse review. Mostly.
Oh, anyway.
Yeah, I think people kind of wanted to hear about that, and maybe in the next week or two, more stuff will surface that'll be a topic of conversation. So
right, and then maybe we'll find out better what that white object was.
That's right. So stay tuned. Maybe something pretty cool is out there, just waiting to surface, So and if anybody comes across anything, make sure you save it and maybe share it with us. So we can check it out,
Right.
Yeah, so the more submissions we have, the better informed we are, which is what citizen science.
Exactly, and the more eyes we have out there, guys, the more we can correlate this stuff and match this and confirm that, etc. So thanks,
right. I know.
I noticed Third Eye Cam put out a video at about 1:17 that says something about solar eclipse planetoid spectrum analysis. So that sounds interesting. I may have to watch that when I'm done here.
I like his channel.
And see what it's about. I do too. So maybe he caught something. Okay.
Oh, you did? Are you? What, Sam?
I said send a copy to Facebook, Michelle.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And that way, then I'll see a copy of it tomorrow, and then I can view it.
I can do that. I'll go check it out and see what it is and share it with whoever I can share it with.
That's right.
Excellent.
Well, I just want to tell Michelle, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, always great to have you.
Yeah,
thanks for having me back.
Of course. Anytime, really.
And I'll do my best to keep taking more pictures and more videos, and I prefer sending them to you on Messenger. Rebecca,
me too.
Because it's just easier.
Yeah. It's easier to download them from Messenger too.
Although I did notice with my Eclipse pictures, it kind of grouped them all. Whereas before that's something new. So
with Messenger,
normally it would send them individually.
I like to see them spaced out. But now it's like a deck of cards. You got to click on it.
I think because I selected a bunch of them and sent them to you. Maybe if I send them to you individually,
probably would be like would you want it then.
Would you rather have it individually?
Okay. I mean, it's fine, but I like the old way better. But whatever they changed, I'm not a fan.
I think it's because I sent more than
used to. It show all of them. If you send 20 pictures, it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It just show all.
Oh, yeah.
But now
it
it's
kind of
one on top of another.
Yeah.
Anyway,
right.
So making sure I get everybody's goodbyes in here. Here's one more.
Bye, everybody.
And I didn't see you were here earlier. But hello. Goodbye. Hello. Goodbye. Right. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It was a really good show tonight.
Yeah.
So, okay, guys.
Those 5 hours went out for didn't feel like almost 6 hours.
Hi, Andrea.
Good night, Christoper.
Yeah, and Christopher. There's Christopher on the other side. Hey.
Hi, Christopher. Good night, Carolyn, Katie Jo.
Yeah.
Good night, Katie Jo.
I
invited a bunch of people to your group, Katie. They're all people that I've known for years, so you don't have to worry there. I wouldn't invite anybody to your group that that didn't have some previous history. So just wanted to mention that.
Yeah.
So
did you see that?
And I turned my Facebook page into clouds and the planets and stuff, but I don't know really how to get anyone there. So maybe I can figure that out, and next time I can give y'all the link somehow.
Yeah.
Or something. So.
All right.
Definitely.
Well,
I
was just gonna say, Saturday we'll be back Saturday, and I'm planning on making it 2:00. We're gonna switch back. It would help a lot of us. We have several of us are having a hard time meeting the 1 o'clock change, the 1 hour difference. But anyway, so we're going to go back to 2 o'clock on Saturday for our show. Okay. So I'll go ahead and I'll send that, notice out as usual. So just be on the lookout for that. But otherwise, thank you all for being here. And thank you guys for being on the show with me. And Christopher.
Yay.
And, yeah. So it's time for Star Wars, Sam.
Yeah. I'm gonna dash right in there and turn the old PlayStation 2 on.
Right.
Dust her off one more time.
Yeah. So.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night. See you later.
Bye,
Bye, guys. Bye, guys.
See you next week.